Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to night 2 of the NFL Draft. We've got rounds 2 and 3 for you. Look at all these happy people in Dates. While those Falcons fans are probably showing a little bit more happiness than they might have felt last night, but that's neither here nor there. Look at those San Francisco 49ers fans. Everybody's feeling good tonight. I am your host, Harry Lyles Jr., alongside 2008 draftee Harry Douglas, Spencer Hall, and the great Kevin Clark. Gentlemen, how are we feeling? HD, what are you thinking?
Night 2. I said yesterday a lot of dreams and aspirations were going to come true for these young men. Well, it's the same thing for night 2 for a lot of guys that didn't get picked on day 1.
Yeah, somebody's got a chance to steal some people, okay, because the under-scouted, the under-heralded, and I think the future contributors that are going to make the difference. I like skill players in this round for me. Like, I'm a beef first guy. Eat your protein first. Get that out of the way. Round 2, there are some steals.
Lots of quarterbacks on the board for the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah.
With that,
And it started already.
we're gonna pretend like that didn't just happen, and we're gonna get started. HD, though, give me some of your thoughts from what we saw yesterday.
I think I have in mind 2 teams. Number 1, the Chicago Bears, being able to take their quarterback and their future guy, Caleb Williams, but also at number 9, getting Romo Duze to pair him up with Caleb Williams. And then the second team I have is the Minnesota Vikings. They got their quarterback in J.J. McCarthy, but not only that, they were able to get a guy in Dallas Turner who was one of the best defensive players in college football last year. He slid to them at 17. They made a few trades with a few teams and were able to get 2 solid players. So Minnesota did a great job, in my opinion, along with the Bears.
They absolutely did. And you know, when we were sneaking out of here last night, I got a call from somebody, and they said, "Hey, we got a picture of you guys. I think we have that photo. Can we pull that up really quick? For me here? Do we have that dialed up? Somebody caught me. You know, we were sort of on the fence, you know, when we walked out of here at first. But by the time I walked out the door, as you could tell, ladies and gentlemen, we were slanging Penix. Which, Spencer Hall, that leads me again, another one of our Atlanta residents.
You want to talk about the Falcons?
I would love your thoughts on what the Atlanta Falcons did last night, and they're picking Michael Penix Jr.
So, on the Falcons and on the drafting of Michael Penix, most people last night in the Atlanta, media sphere and in the fan base, horrified, shocked, a little stunned. But you know what? It's like a hangover. You think, last night was so bad. Then you wake up and you go, no, it was that bad. It was that bad, and it was worse. I think this decision only got more confusing overnight the longer you had to think about it. Sometimes 24 hours makes a difference, and everybody says, it's going to be okay. We feel great about it. Nope, only got worse. And the things that the Atlanta Falcons GM and some people in the organization said in reaction to this, trying to justify it, only made it worse. Masterclass, y'all. Michael, I'm so sorry you're involved in this. Atlanta's going to love you anyway because, remember, love the players, stare in horror at the franchise.
100%. Kevin Clark, please help us move on.
I would like to, but I'm going to make a lot of jokes about that particular pick tonight. I just forewarning you. However, I will move on here. Horrified, sad, shocked, whatever the words you just used, 31 teams are feeling that way about Xavier Worthy going to the Kansas City Chiefs because he is going to be a perfect fit. I heard from someone earlier today, someone I really trust in the league, who said the only thing they know is that in 10 years, looking back, he will be the best pick in the draft. That would not be the case if we went to Las Vegas without a quarterback. It would not be the case if we went somewhere else where it wasn't the best offense with the best play caller we've ever seen. It's just the fact that Mahomes will have the fastest player in history, and it's going to be an unbelievable fit. I think we're going to see some really special stuff, and we're going to look back on that as the pick.
And for the Buffalo Bills, you're 4 for 4 right now when it comes to Kansas City Chiefs. 13 seconds, you allowed them to go down and kick a field goal, go in overtime, win the game. 2017, you allowed them to get the 10th overall pick and draft Patrick Mahomes. 3 Super Bowls later, he's the standard of the National Football League. You also had a field goal to tie the game up this year, and that field goal was missed. Last but not least, Xavier Worthy, you made a deal with the devil from your perspective because you're 0-3 versus them in the playoffs. Why in the hell would you help them out? I don't understand.
It's a good question. And, you know, you mentioned the standard of the National Football League and Patrick Mahomes. We have the standard of analytics in our building tonight. We are adding one more to our party, Seth Walder. Seth, what do you got for us, man?
Well, you guys are talking about the trade, Xavier Worthy trade, and that to me was fascinating. All the trades last night were fascinating because they showed how different the trade market during the NFL draft can be. That trade up from the Chiefs to the Bills, that was cheap. They basically tossed a little nickel over to the Bills, said, thank you, we'll move up for Xavier Worthy, paid almost no premium, which is something you usually have to do. It's in sharp contrast to what the Minnesota Vikings did. The Lions paid a decent price when they traded up. The Vikings, they basically mortgaged the house, emptied out the savings bank, and moved up from 23 to 17 to select Dallas Turner. And I want to talk about that Minnesota Vikings trade because I think we lose sometimes just how the magnitude, the scale of what they gave up. This was not one trade, but two trades, because you remember, they moved up to 23 earlier before the draft, then they moved from 23 to 17. Both of those trades, according to our draft pick valuations, were losses. They lost value, and when you put it all together, they lost the equivalent of a mid-first round pick. The honest answer of what Minnesota did last night is they didn't just draft Dallas Turner at 17. They also used what is the equivalent of the 13th overall pick. They used 2 first-round picks on Dallas Turner, and that is why it's just too big of an investment. That's a costly decision. They have no 2, no 3, no 4 next year. That'll come back to bite them.
It absolutely will, Seth. We are looking forward to much more of your analysis tonight as we are in store for rounds 2 and 3. A lot of teams, look, man, whether it's the Falcons, some people didn't like the Raiders pick, you can make up a lot of ground tonight because there are 7 rounds in this draft. We're getting 2 of them tonight. Kevin, just starting off here tonight, who is a team that you think could make an improvement immediately stepping up, and who are some guys that you're looking forward to see come off the board? I mean,
listen, there's a lot of talent. That's what this happens when 15 picks go by and there's no defensive player coming off the board. I look at a couple of playmakers early. Cooper DeJean is obviously someone where I think he probably should have gone in the 20s. He hasn't gone yet. Braden Fisk from Florida State, another Seminole. I know I have to be fair and shout him out. I thought he had a really high motor and tested really, really well. I think that the teams I'm looking for are the teams that had bad day ones and need to really, the Falcons, I want to see the plan. I think that a lot of times we look at the first round in a vacuum and we say, oh, well, they didn't do this, they didn't address that. Wait to see what the plan is. Day 2 is the plan. We get to see, are they going to go out and address that? You look at what the Lions did last year, where they go out and they get a running back, and then they get a linebacker, and everyone says, what are they doing? What are they doing? And then, by the way, they get Brian Branch. And that's the kind of plan I like to see unfurl. So if you had a bad day 1, I want to see redemption today.
Yeah, that's the thing for Atlanta. I'm looking forward to seeing. Are they still going to be able to get their pass rusher, right? And also, either with the second-round pick or the third round, finding that secondary guy to pair up with some of those guys. If they have A.J. Terrell, Jesse Bates III, who made the Pro Bowl, had an awesome year for the Atlanta Falcons a year ago. But pass rush is a massive need, and it has hampered this football team for the last 3 or 4 years. So look for them in the second round to make that a point of emphasis moving forward.
And you know what we're going to do tonight, Kevin? Since you got one helmet over there, I actually brought a mini Falcons helmet from home. So here's what we're going to do. And you get to be the arbiter, okay? So if it is a big brain, a good pick, we will hold up the big helmet. If we don't like the pick, we can hold up this smaller, even though I think my helmet's kind of nicer. So we're going to roll with that. Spencer, what's on the top of mind? What do we got?
There is an opportunity, by the way, to do some fundamental things. That's what you're supposed to do in the draft, and you are supposed to take building blocks. Everybody went and got luxury goods in the first, round. I don't blame anyone for that. There were a lot of people who needed quarterbacks. There was a run on those, run on skilled players, but a glut of offensive players at the top. It's time to go ahead, get your Cooper DeJeans if you want. Go ahead and get your Kool-Aid McKinstry's if you want corners to secure one half of the field. It's time to go ahead and take a chance on some of these linemen who weren't the obvious top, S-tier graded linemen, but guys who will be 5- and 10-year contributors down the line because this league runs on beef. You can go get some. You can get someone like Kingsley Suamataia.
Yes.
You can get these guys who may be underrated. They may be unheralded. But they're going to be fundamental to this.
Give it to me one more time. What's the name?
Kingsley Suamataia.
I love that. When no running backs and linebackers go in the first round, that means there's value. Guys like Edrin Cooper. There are guys, Junior Colson we talked about, there are guys who in another era would be first-round picks, and they are available at 40. They will be available at 50. That's where you take the value.
And so more generally speaking, too, since you bring that up, that was something I wanted to talk about. What to you does that say about where we're at currently in the game and how much value is still there in those positions? Because it's not like they don't matter, depending on who you ask.
Yeah, so I think, first of all, you have to look at contextually. It was not an amazing year for those positions. But on the other hand, some of those teams, that would had those needs, they got addressed in free agency. Linebackers and running backs hit free agency. Quarterbacks do not hit free agency unless it's Atlanta, but they went a couple different routes there as well. But wide receivers, skill guys, really elite guys, they don't really hit free agency. So you have to kind of contextualize what that looks like. But I think overall it just shows it's a passing league. It's a 7-on-7 league. That's how they view it, and it's been trending that way for a decade. This first round, I think, confirms that. That when first round picks are about ownership. It's about a GM telling an owner, hey, we've got a plan for this. And I think that a lot of times that means quarterback, keeping the quarterback upright and giving them elite pass rushers. It does not include running backs. It does not include linebackers.
100%. And, the clock just started here for the Buffalo Bills to kick us off here. HD, I want to ask you, as our receiver, we've talked about how loaded this class is. And there are still, I'm looking at the names now. We have got a lot of guys left. Keon Coleman pops out here for me. A.D. Mitchell, Ladd McConkey. Who do you like for the Bills in this spot?
It's two people for me. It's A.D. Mitchell or it's Keon Coleman. And here's what we got to understand about the Buffalo Bills to start off. When Joe Brady took over as the offensive coordinator, they had an identity change. They were able to run the football 10 more times per game and also a total of 40 yards more per game as well. That also allowed James Cook at the running back position to get more touches in the run game, but not just there, but also the pass game. I think they're going to live in 12 personnel this year. That's 1 back, 2 tight ends, and 2 wide receivers. And you're going to see Dalton Kincaid be at the forefront of that. And when you pay a quarterback like you pay with Josh Allen, you say, hey, I understand we need another receiver, but make it work regardless of the circumstances. And I think with Joe Brady taking over last year, he said to himself, you know what, let me take some of this pressure off of my quarterback and run the football more. And the game that pops in my mind is the Dallas Cowboys game with Josh Allen barely threw the football. So you've seen them. They seen something on tape that they really liked versus Dallas defensively. They took advantage of it, and they didn't force it to make Josh Allen have to beat the Dallas Cowboys. They ran the football and did it effectively.
That's fundamentally sound. That's what a smart person would do. They have Josh Allen at quarterback. I'm not saying Josh Allen's not smart, but what does Josh Allen like to do? Drop nukes, drop bombs, okay? So they need somebody who's going to be able to get downfield in a hurry to validate all of the attention that run game is going to, because we say, oh, well, they're going to run the ball. They're going to become more conventional. They're going to be a safer, more conservative. No, their quarterback is Josh Allen. It's never happening. So they need somebody who can get down the field at light speed. A.D. Mitchell's right there.
Yeah.
I think they're going to pick 2 guys, though.
Yeah?
I think either it's going to be with the 33rd pick overall, the first one in the second round, or they're going to draft another one or trade for one within another team.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's what I think.
That's an interesting pathway. I mean, I just, not to harp on this, I'm just so frustrated that they did not take a pick yesterday. Like, everything seemed to be so lined up for them. And any quarterback like Josh Allen would benefit from the same type of receiver that Patrick Mahomes would. So a fast guy who can run routes. Harry and I talked about this earlier today.
Yep.
It's not like Xavier Worthy just runs go routes. Like, he can run routes. Josh Allen could have benefited from that. So I think the patience here in a year where you should be all in is very frustrating to me.
It is confusing, especially, Kevin, to your point. I mean, you are trading with somebody that you are supposed to be competing with.
I will never understand it.
I mean,
like the gist of the trade, in my opinion, the mindset of Buffalo and what they wanted to do overall, I understand. I just would never understand who they did it with. And that's the Kansas City Chiefs.
So it's a mix of that, HD, and I think the confusion for me kind of started off with the Stephon Diggs trade, too, because I understand, like, that's been a rocky road, whatever. They were always going to get rid of him at some point. But also, then you still traded him to Houston. Like, even that one, I personally kind of thought that was a head-scratcher.
Let me touch on that one, though, because we've heard the rumblings the last few years with Stephon Diggs. Yeah. And what you can't have when you know you have your franchise quarterback, you can't have him confused going into the season over and over again. And I understand Stephon Diggs was so valuable to your football team, but I thought it was best for the Buffalo Bills. Also thought it was best for Stephon Diggs. Now, you don't make that move if you're Brandon Beane without playing A, B, C, or D. You cannot make that move without having a plan in place. And I think we're going to see that plan start today.
You also don't do it if you don't have your quarterback at least very secretly sign off on it. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah. The Aaron Rodgers thing a couple of years ago, that was a different deal. There's no way you trade Stephon Diggs without calling Josh Allen first and saying, hey, by the way, we're thinking about this. So there's a plan in place. I would just love to see it.
What we're saying is that we really would want to play Monopoly with the Buffalo Bills management, right? Like, can I have
Brandon
Park
Beane.
Place? And everyone's like,
Brandon
don't
Beane,
give it to
no.
Dad. Dad's going to win again. That's what we're saying.
We're about to find out what the vision is here for Buffalo. I want every team. I want everybody to have fun tonight. Would I be upset though if somebody made a more questionable in some people's minds than the Atlanta Falcons? No, I wouldn't be upset by it at all. So if the Buffalo Bills want to take my boy Michael Pratt out of Tulane, which I will say would be a great backup to Josh Allen. Michael Pratt is one of the toughest players in this draft. Whatever team gets him is getting a good backup quarterback. It's not going to happen here. It's going to be a wide receiver, I think, right? I mean, like, would we collectively be stunned if this is not a wide receiver?
Before the Buffalo Bills think about taking a quarterback in Michael Pratt, they better think about taking receivers and secondary guys.
Again, this is the Atlanta talking out of me. I need somebody to embarrass themselves tonight, with all due respect. Anyway, so that's where we stand. Again, Cooper Beebe, good name up here. I'm looking at Mel's best offensive lineman. Hopefully we get one of them, you know. So I think, look, a lot of teams, there are still so many great players left in this draft. You see Jerzon Newton right there. Talk about a guy with a motor, Chris Jenkins. Cologne's boy. Braden Fisk, somebody that you were talking about as well. So, look, man, to me, I know we had a lot of fun yesterday, and we did these picks live, but this is where the fun begins. You just heard the chime. Let's see who the pick is
chime,
going to
baby.
be. Who's it going to be?
Here we go.
Do we have it? We don't have it yet. They're going to play with us, man.
It's a
They're gonna play
quarterback.
with this. Michael Pratt.
Yeah.
Hey, and Mike's my guy, man. Michael Pratt, he's a good dude. He's a good dude. But no, man. Look, if I were the Bills, I would go A.D. Mitchell right here.
They went Keon Coleman.
They went Keon
All right,
Coleman.
hey, man, Keon Coleman. HD, what do you got for me? I know you love Keon Coleman.
I love Keon Coleman. He showed the versatility too, being a punt returner. Now, he's not going to be a guy that's going to be shifty and fast. He run a 4.61. Probably one of the reasons why he moved down to the second round. But you're going to get someone that's a bully at the catch point. Who's going to win, not the 50-50 balls. That's what outsiders call us. Insiders, we call it 100 balls, baby, because it's going to be the receivers every time he goes up and catch the football. But I love his body presence, how demanding he is. He's going to win his one-on-one down the football field. He has that basketball background when he was at Michigan State, played with Tom Izzo. So I like this pick. Cold weather area up in Buffalo. When it gets cold, you want that bigger body wide receiver. So I like this pick for the Buffalo Bills.
If there's anything disappointing me, he disappeared for stretches. Maybe he was a little bit hurt in Tallahassee, but he disappeared for stretches. Having said that, he did not test particularly well. However, he was very good at a new drill called the gauntlet, which is basically measuring how fast a guy moves while catching balls. That's, within the last couple of years, the Combine has introduced it. So Coleman was really good this year. You know who was really good at it last year and also didn't test very well? Puka Nacua.
That's right.
It is a measurement of how good a football player you are. Keon Coleman is a good football player.
And you say that, and Spencer, you'll know where I'm going with this. There are some guys that we watched last year, I mean, just every year in college football, where it's like, hey, man, like, I don't care what a dude's measurables are. That dude can play ball, and Keon Coleman was one of those guys.
I think that's where I differ with the naysayers or haters when it comes to Keon Coleman because, caught that. Because, he didn't test well, but I think he passes that dude test. Like, if you're coming from the college side like me and you go, oh, man, Keon Coleman, that guy's a monster. And they go, well, his 3-cone wasn't that, and he ran a 4.61.
What do we call a player like Keon Coleman?
What, that dude?
That
boy bad.
Yeah, no, that dog.
That dog.
There it is. That dog. We're going to throw that back?
Go.
Yeah.
That dog.
We can do that. Contains many dogs.
They like the pick here. We've got a B.
Okay.
YouTube poll on the Keon Coleman.
That's right. That seems right.
Do you think a B too low, too high?
No. I think it's perfect, right? You're talking about a guy that can go up and snatch the football, be a physical presence. We know Josh Allen, like you mentioned earlier, he's going to be able to throw it 50, 60 yards. And I'm thinking about this one play in particular, the Kansas City Chiefs versus the Buffalo Bills, right? With Stephon Diggs, your number one guy, he goes up and he drops a ball. That could have been a pivotal moment in that game versus Kansas City. Well, in my opinion, if that's Keon Coleman, a guy that's 6'4", that lives on footballs like that catch is going to get made.
It is. And I tell you what, one thing that I love about Keon Coleman real quick that I saw, I was one of the only people to see it because I was in the Florida State facility the day of the playoff selection. Okay? And that was a pretty ugly scene. It was not great, as you might imagine. One of the most frustrated players, and when the reaction came out when the pick was announced and it was Alabama, he was one of the most frustrated people in that room. And it's a room of, 90, 100 guys, and, some cared more than others. He was one of the ones where, like, he couldn't believe it. So, like, this is a dude that you want on your team because he loves ball.
Yeah, I think this is the other thing I would say, though. I will give some credence to people who might doubt this, because we were just talking about how Josh Allen really needs a bombardier. He needs somebody who's going to get down the field. I don't know if Keon Coleman is that guy.
He's not.
I think working across the field, working the middle of the field, that's definitely something that I can see Coleman doing consistently at the NFL level, developing the technique, becoming even smarter than he already is, and yes, competing physically one-on-one with NFL-grade defenders. Separating from them is the issue.
I'd like to drop a nugget here, which is that
A nugget?
I had Brandon Beane on my show last month, and I said, we do a thing called one rep back. And with GMs, it's what would be the scouting report, the eval, the pick that you would love to have back at any point in your career. And Brandon Beane said, I would have loved to have seen Puka Nacua coming. And I think that's an interesting thing, because you think about how he didn't test well, all that stuff. I think this is a pick with trying to find a guy who's good with the ball in his hands, who's an alpha, and maybe doesn't show up in a lot of places.
100%. We've got the Chargers selection here. Obviously, they lost a couple of wide receivers. Do we think that
Wouldn't surprise me. They moved up. They traded with the New England Patriots, so it wouldn't surprise me if they went wide receiver here.
And we will be getting to Seth on that trade here in a bit, but we're going to make sure we get the pick first. Kevin, is there somebody that you like here for this pick?
Anybody who's fast and can work here. And by the way, you're gonna have to downfield block with Harbaugh.
Well, what do we have it? Ladd McConkey from the University of Georgia.
That's a good one. Spencer, give me what you got on Ladd McConkey, man. We have watched a lot of Ladd McConkey over the last few years.
Ladd McConkey, this is a compliment. I want to be very clear. This
Love
is a
when
compliment.
sentences start that way.
This is a compliment. He's so irritating. Oh, my God. He is so irritating to play. He's always open. You don't expect him to get open, and he's 3 yards past your guy.
Yep.
He's faster than you think he is. He is stronger than you think he is. He has been productive with different quarterbacks. He has been all over the place. Take him. Yeah, sure. Chargers, you just stole one, because we were talking about how you got to get a skilled player who could potentially stretch the field, a guy who I think is going to be even better technically as he matures as a pro. Just elusive. I hated playing against this guy, which means you should draft him.
Yeah, what I love about him, you can line him up outside. He can win his one-on-one matchup. You can line him up inside. As you've seen, he just catch a screen and took it to the house. But a route savant. You talk about getting in and out of your cuts, out of your breaks sharply, getting downhill, making defenders miss in space. But at the top of routes, it's all about getting your chin over your toes. You see right here, stemming the DB, pushing them vertical, giving them that little wiggle at the top, then separating across the football field. And not only is he making the catch, he's able to make the catch and score a touchdown, which is pivotal in the National Football League.
Speaking of big stars who've been on my show, Spencer Hall was on last month, and we talked about just the guys who, as college football fans, we watch and we say, oh, just take that guy. Don't overthink it, just take that guy. Ladd McConkey is maybe the captain of that team, because you're watching SEC defenses, and he's always open. Why are we overthinking this? Why didn't he even slip to the second round when you think about it? He was just consistently beating SEC secondaries over years.
Yep.
We're talking about Stetson Bennett, like not elite quarterback play.
Yep.
This is special stuff. He's going to make a lot of plays and a lot of money at the next level.
100%. And, a lot of people were in on that Brock Bowers and his injury over the course of the year. A lot of people slept on when he was not in the lineup. That was a different offense. But somebody who is in our offense is Seth Walder. We're going to get to him about those trade details. Seth, what do you got for me?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but this is another cheap trade. Look, 9 out of 10 times you make a trade in the NFL draft, you trade up. I'm an analytics guy. I'm going to be panning you for it. But this one was cheap. Just like with the Worthy trade, this time we're in round 2, but I look back over the last 5 years, this is one of the cheapest trades that we've seen. They just moved down from 110 to 137. You're going to get a premium position, a guy that maybe was on the fringes of the first round, wouldn't have made to you, fills a need. Like, if you're trading up, this is exactly the kind of trade that you should be making. If you're the Chargers, it's fine for New England, but you're not really gaining a whole extra lot of value to make this move.
Seth, we appreciate it, and we just had another trade that we will get back to you on. But first, looks like the Atlanta Falcons have moved up, right, with Arizona. HD,
Get the helmets ready.
So yesterday I heard
Big brain, little brain.
rumblings. After the Atlanta Falcons picked Michael Penix Jr., they were trying to move back up in the first round in the teens to draft a defensive player. particularly a pass rusher. So now you see them in the second round moving up to try to probably get someone on the board. And this is what we were talking about earlier, right? A lot of people didn't like their first round pick. Look what they're doing right now. They're moving up to try to see if they can get a guy that can rush the passer or someone in the secondary. I love this move by the Atlanta Falcons. Terry Fontenot, head coach Raheem Morris. They're doing what's necessary because they have needs across the board.
And you saw some of those needs there just now on the screen, edge, cornerback, and wide receiver. I would be with you, hoping to see some defense here. Kevin, any predictions before we get to the pick here?
Well, going off of what Harry Douglas just said, Cooper DeJean, Nealon maybe from Western Michigan, who's the best edge right now off the board. Newton would be great on the interior of the defense. So I think there's a bunch of options if they want to go defense.
I think Cooper DeJean would play really good in town. Spencer, what do you think?
Cooper?
Yeah.
I think Cooper brings a lot of people together.
I think so, too.
Yeah, that's my guess. I will also say this. The Falcons, go look up the last time that they had double-digit sacks by a guy. Go look it up.
It's Vic Beasley, if I'm not mistaken.
Vic Beasley.
And he led the league that year.
That is correct.
I was
it has
probably
been
in
a
college.
minute. Yeah, double digits.
It's been a
That's the
minute,
last
and
time.
it's about time. So you know what? Whoever this young man is that the Atlanta Falcons select here, obviously I'm objective here. I'm a journalist, please. But I wouldn't be mad if he ends up being the next great pass rusher. Ain't that right? I mean, HD, you know what I mean? Like,
No, I understand because, listen, your back end ties into your front end. And if you can't have guys that's able to get to the quarterback, it's going to affect your guys in the secondary. I don't care who the hell you have back there. You can have Revis Island. You can have whoever is one of the top corners all time. If you can't get guys to go rush the passer, guys aren't made to be covering for 8 or 9 seconds long. So I think it's very pivotal that your front end matches your back end and your back end matches your front end. Those two things go hand in hand with one another.
You got thoughts on that, Spencer?
Your front end needs to match your back end.
Oh, yeah. That sounded, yeah.
Anyway, but no, your point, though, you are correct because, AJ, I will say, though, because you talked about Jesse Bates earlier, we've got A.J. Terrell. Like, there's talent back there, but there's only so much that they could do if the quarterback's got 15 seconds back there.
On my radio show, Freddie and Harry, we do Love Friday. I guess that was a little Love Friday-ish, huh?
Welcome to Love Friday.
Hey, we're always having a loving time up here. You know what I mean?
All right, we got the
It'll
chime.
be an
We have
even
chime.
more loving time if this is a good pick.
Harry,
I'm
get
hoping
your-
for the best.
get your
And
hand on a helmet.
Yes, as a reminder to everybody, if it is a good pick, Kevin Clark has the big brained helmet. If it is a good pick, I have the small brain helmet, which is honestly all too appropriate. I love my university, but, you know, to each their own. All right, so hopefully, touch for good luck. 83. Boom. There we go. That's good, Pat. Come on. Please be something good. I mean, hey, Spencer Rattler, who sent out that tweet?
Oh.
By the way, shout out to you. The person, I'm not on Twitter that much nowadays,
the Falcons
but
should draft another
Oh,
quarterback.
boy.
my
Harry
boy,
Lyles,
Jason
get
Fitz,
Oh.
I'm with that pick. Defensive tackle out of Clemson.
Hey, someone that could pair up with Grady Jarrett. We know he's a guy that's coming off a ACL injury who was very dominant before he got hurt. Listen, you got to make sure that your defensive line could be dominant. When you think of Clemson and the Tigers over the last, 7 years?
At least.
They've had decent defensive linemen that can rush the passer very well, wreak some havoc so those linebackers can be able to get downhill and run through gaps.
Yeah, and if you know, he is one of the pillars of that defense that carried Clemson. He was that guy who, this is a great clip if you're watching, just get out of his way. Get out, like a guy who was really good at sorting through traffic. And by sorting through traffic, I mean pushing much larger men out of his way. A guy who I think when you look at what Clemson has become, that is their prototype now. They are no longer an offensive juggernaut. So if you were looking to just take somebody for the interior who was going to make his presence known, this is a great pick.
That's a nice way of saying this is what Clemson has become since they stopped getting good quarterbacks.
Yeah, offensive coordinators.
Yeah. Unfortunately, as much as I would love to make you guys feel better, this feels like a reach. 68th on the ESPN big board here with Mel Kiper, 8th best defensive tackle. Could have gotten him later.
So this is
It's unfortunately a Harry Lyles helmet situation. Unfortunately.
Hey,
all
man.
due respect.
all due respect. I disagree with you, brother, but you know. I want to give you something. Give you something.
See, here's the thing, though. Also, in those draft rooms, if you're these general managers, you're these coaches, you got to take the player that you feel like is best for your organization. Now, me personally, I would have took Newton
Yes.
before I took Rook. That's just me personally. You talk about a guy that was the Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year. Not only is he stout and using his hands and moving a man from point A to point B against his will, from a pass rush standpoint, too, I think a guy from an interior defensive lineman he was pretty good doing that as well.
Real quick, let's get over to Seth, who's got the trade details. Seth, what do you got for us?
Listen, I hate to side with Kevin, but when he's right,
Yeah,
he's
buddy.
right, okay? Listen.
Unreal.
All right, so firstly, the trade is more standard. They paid more than like what the Chargers just did. It's kind of like you give up like a 5th-round pick of surplus value. But here's the thing. It's a reach, like Kevin said, and according to the draft day predictor, there was a 90% chance that Aurora would be there at 43, the Falcons' original pick. You're just throwing away value for no reason. 90%.
Would you listen to the draft
but
day
I will-
prediction machine,
Hey,
fellas?
man, listen, Seth, I know you get a lot of crap from people on the internet, man, and I've been off Twitter. I'm going to get back on just so I can join them, and I'm going to hate on you, man. You know what I mean? But
You should just tweet right now at him on
honestly,
camera. We'll
I
carry
got
it,
the
just
computer
crack
in
on
front
the
of me,
phone.
you know? I mean, but in all
At
seriousness,
Seth
the
Walder.
mentions.
At Seth Walder.
yeah,
if you need to-
for everybody in the YouTube comments, since I am currently running this ship right now, I need you to, on my behalf, go get that man.
I admire the Falcons stretching this much on both picks.
I mean, so I will say this though, and so you, Kevin, you
That's
mentioned
flexibility.
where he was at on Mel's board and things like that. I will say, and this is not just because it's my team, genuinely. Like I feel about this way about all 32. The most interesting thing to me about this draft is how differently we all could see one player. I will say that. That's not me defending this pick. That's not me saying it's
but
right.
That's kind of siding with the only team that fell in love with him was the Atlanta Falcons, and they were picking 10 picks later. They needed to trade up to do this. If you feel like if they had solid intel that somebody else was going to fall in love with him, that's one thing. But it doesn't seem like they did. It just seems like they got impatient for a player that was going to be there anyway. I don't know how much value they're getting out of the first 2 days of this draft.
Seth, do you have anything to make me feel better about this?
Well, let me say this first, though. Honestly, when I seen the Falcons trading up, I thought they were going up to either get Braylon Trice,
Right.
to get Newton. Those are the two guys that I had in mind. Now, I am going to trust Terry Fontenot. I'm going to trust the head coach and Raheem Morris and see what they are able to get out of this pick. But I thought they were going up to get 2 other guys.
You know
I
what?
really did.
You know what? They're not boring us. I'll give that. Shouts out to the Atlanta Falcons. We're not bored. This is
Home cooking, baby.
With Belichick retiring, we were going to miss out on who in the draft was just going to sort of start the vibes-based draft, right? I like that guy. I'll take him. Well, every single spreadsheet has him 10 spots lower than this. Who cares? I like him. We were missing that. And the Falcons just stepped right in. They didn't need to hire Belichick, right? They already have somebody like him in the building who's making these decisions. So, yeah, good for them. I'm not bored.
What you got for me?
You
Kevin?
could have come out with both of the players they have right now with much more draft capital. Much more. You could have
agree with
traded down from the Penix spot and still gotten them, and you could have stood pat and still gotten our defensive tackle.
I don't agree with that with the Penix. Not with the Raiders having a glaring need at quarterback. I don't think he would have got past the Raiders.
James Palmer also had a report about, I think it was the Raiders, and there were a couple other teams that were supposedly looking to get him at that spot. But we'll see. The Commanders are on the clock. The pick is in. Obviously, they had the number 2 overall pick, got Jaden Daniels. Does anybody feel strongly about a direction that they should go here with this pick?
Well, I would say this. I love the direction that they're heading in with their new front office, with their head coach, Dan Quinn. He's intentional about who he brought in the free agency. When you look at the defensive line guys that were with him in Dallas that understands that system, you brought over Tyler Biadasz at the center position, Bobby Wagner, who played for you when you were in Seattle. I just like the direction that they're going in. And don't be shy or don't be sensitive to the fact that the quarterback that they just got, Jaden Daniels, who won a Heisman Trophy winner, if he's a lot better in year 1 than people expect him to be.
And there's credibility with that team. That was part of the reason they signed all those Cowboys guys. This is not going to be a disaster year 1 in Dan Quinn. They're going to have actual players who are going to raise the floor very quickly. They're not going to win the division or anything. Oh, by the way, the division is terrible. But they're going to win a bunch of games this year, just like you said. This quarterback, Jaden Daniels, is ready to win now.
Spencer, you had a thought there?
Do we need to protect Jaden Daniels? Do we need to bring in some additional meat for him? Okay, some beef to place in front of him. Or does he need some help in the form of a skilled player, right? Because we still got some on the board there, too.
Well, but you have Jahan Dotson, you have Terry McLaurin, you have 2 guys.
Do we need that? Do we need another skilled player?
If it's one, it would be tight end, but later on.
Okay.
I'm not picking a tight end here in the second round.
And I'm asking
But they have I believe, 2 second-round picks.
I'm leading that because if you were going to worry about one thing with Jaden Daniels, it is the Wile E. Coyote factor.
To your point, Spencer, the Washington Commanders are like a dirty carpet. There's a lot of stains, and you got to wash it more than once, man. Like, they might need new skill guys. They might need some more linemen to protect that young man because, they're getting a lot of that bad out of there, and it feels like it's going in the right direction, right? I mean, it seems like with him, with Jaden, they've got some draft capital here. They can make some moves. Hopefully, this is one of the poorest run franchises in all sports.
Their biggest need was owner. They fixed that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a huge
they
one.
swapped out the owner, and now we start the process of getting basically they could take anything but quarterback here.
So they do have Zach Ertz. I'm just not looking at Zach Ertz as being a guy that's going to be there for 2 or 3 years, right? He's going to be able to be there for Jaden Daniels this season, but I'm talking about moving forward. You might want to find a guy at the tight end position to kind of replace him.
A security blanket.
Yeah.
Another security blanket, which a young quarterback really likes.
It never hurts. But I love the direction that this franchise is going in after just, again, so many years. Kevin, you mentioned it. It's like there's many things that you could fix with a team, whether it is roster-wise, whether it is coaching staff. It is hard to change ownership. And if you have bad ownership, you are just sort of stuck in that. And they finally got out of it. And so it feels like an opportunity. I love this pick, Jerzon Newton. HD just gave me an ooh, what do we got?
Listen, it does not surprise me because Dan Quinn, a former defensive line coach, he's going to make sure that his front could go get the passer, the quarterback, right? Can be disruptive. That's what we've seen in Dallas. And it was very unique because the days that they went to the Super Bowl with the Atlanta Falcons, you've seen that defensive line wreaking havoc. You've seen that defense flying around. Then he went to Dallas, got the defensive coordinator job. That defense was horrible before he got there. What did they pride themselves on? Sacking the quarterback, getting takeaways. I love this pick for the Washington Commanders. I think both sides of the ball, offensive line, defensive line, that's where everything starts when it comes to your offense or your defense.
I don't think Dan Quinn is the absolute answer at head coaching, but if I'm a defensive lineman, I want to play for Dan Quinn. Right now, Newton should be the most excited guy in America because Dan Quinn's going to figure out exactly what to do with him. He's going to get in the backfield all the time. He's going to eat space. This is a match made in heaven. Yeah. He's going to do nasty things to quarterbacks.
They have 2 guys, though. They have Jonathan Allen. They have Deron Payne. So this is just adding depth to that defensive line so you can have that wave. Hey, go get them, boys.
And he's known to be a motor guy. I mean, that's the type of guy that you want.
Yep.
This is fascinating to me because I think Newton is also, his timing is perfect because not only did he get to Illinois at the right time when Brett Bielema was starting to actually get talent in there, additionally, he's coming into the league at a time where you come in at what, he's 308, 6'1", right, where we might be like, I don't know, he could be like a biscuit or 2 light, right? Like he could be a little bit lighter, but that elusive, quick pass rushing defensive tackle. Thankfully, we have a generational talent who has been the model now for, go ahead and take him because it'll work out because we've seen an Aaron Donald.
The best compliment I heard about his game, we hear a lot of wide receivers get compared to like basketball players. Somebody said he gets a lot of second chance buckets, a lot of second chance sacks because he has that high motor.
I think that generally Dan Quinn's defenses in Seattle were at their best when they had a genuine pass rush rotation, and that's what we could be seeing here. The big boys getting to rest and getting to eat when they're on the field.
Yes, and you look at these offensive additions here for the Commanders. HD, you mentioned Zach Ertz. Austin Eckler, that's a big one.
Being paired with Brian Robinson Jr.
100%. Kevin, real quick before we get to the Patriots pick here, curious your thoughts on that Cliff Kingsbury addition.
If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all, is what Harry Douglas said yesterday. No, I just think I looked at that list there. I like the 2 linemen they added, but I'm not overly impressed with Ertz, with Eckler, with Cliff Kingsbury. I just think that there were better options out there. I just don't know. When I look at Cliff Kingsbury in Arizona, I just didn't see enough to say this guy has an NFL playbook. He needs to be guiding another young quarterback. I didn't see that. I don't agree with the hire. I just felt like they left meat on the bone. And also, by the way football is set up now, if you do a good job with a young quarterback, you get a head coaching job the next year.
Yeah.
People would want that job to coach Jaden Daniels. I felt like they settled for Cliff Kingsbury.
Perhaps. And HD, we've got another wide receiver here, a guy that we got to see twice in person last year, Jalen Polk.
Yeah, they're probably going to show a highlight with him against Oregon at Washington, catching a football in the right corner of the end zone. Well, there's going to be a guy in a checkered colored jacket that's camcording that touchdown, winning off the line of scrimmage, straight line. He can play in the slot. He can play outside, a little bigger guy, strong hands. Not as fast, but he's a guy that can get open. That's what you want if you're the New England Patriots, to be able to provide for your quarterback.
Is this the dreaded possession receiver tag? Are we
Yes.
going to say that like that? And I don't mean that. I'm not damning with faint praise here. Or
Not a blazer,
no.
not a
a
speedster,
blazer. Like I think,
but
this
can
is
get open.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't think he's a technician yet.
Yeah.
But he's the kind of guy who, yes, I think he is going to be the guy who is a reliable catch. I think he's going to do good work across the middle. I don't know if he's that field stretching kind of guy, but this right here, that's what you want him to do. You want him to go ahead, post up against smaller cornerbacks, and dominate.
He shows up to work and gets the job done, Kevin.
It's been a long time since the Patriots actually hit on a receiver. The floor here is really high. Drake May is going to this connection is going to feed families. It is going to have a lot. If you're one of those fantasy leagues that are points per reception or whatever, this connection all day long because he's going to catch a lot of passes.
And here's the difference, right, between catching the football in college for most guys and getting to the National Football League. You're not going to be wide open. No. You got to be able to catch the football with guys draped on your arm, hitting you, pulling you, tugging you. You got to make those contested catches frequently and often. I've seen that a lot from Jalen Polk in college, along with Rome Odunze. So the Patriots, I think they got a good guy.
The other thing is playing off schedule with Drake May. He extends those plays. They break down. He can do that. We saw that at Washington, how many times, 6 or 7 second type of play that Michael Penix was able to find those guys, both those guys downfield. I think this is a match made in heaven.
I think remember when Jalen McMillan went down with an injury, Jalen Polk really stepped up in his absence and made plays for the Washington Huskies and Ryan Grubb in their offense.
I like this side effect you get when you get a receiver who doesn't have that sort of natural burning speed, right? They get really good at working where they can, i.e. in a phone booth, in a fist fight with the DB. So Jalen Polk is that kind of dude.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of these 3 guys that obviously helped Michael Penix get drafted at number 8. We've got some YouTube poll results for you. New England Patriots select Jalen Polk. Oh, we got an exclamation point. We're excited tonight, baby. What would you grade this pick? The crowd is saying B, and then we're kind of split between A and C. 83. What do we think about the poll?
Yeah, I like the grade of a B. I really do. You have a guy that's 6'2", about 205, who's a little bit a bigger body, a guy that can go in and catch the football, absorb the contact. You want to have phenomenal players around your young quarterback. You took Drake May, although I believe that he's not going to play this season. He's going to be able to learn, but moving forward, you're going to have these 2 guys together, and I think it could be a match made in heaven.
Absolutely, and we've got the Titans on the clock here. The pick is in real quick, but HD, another team that you had played for in your career. This is a team that was one of the most active in free agency. They've made a lot of additions, including Calvin Ridley, among others. What do you think they need to go with here?
They went with an offensive lineman in the first round. They got Snead in free agency. They got Calvin Ridley as well. It wouldn't surprise me if they went defensive lineman here.
I completely agree. That Cincinnati team that Brian Callahan came from, they understood the skill positions, take care of the skill positions, take care of the line, take care of the quarterback, but then they also had nasty pass rushers. That completed it. I think they go defensive line here.
Before we get to this pick, Kevin, how much better are the Titans now compared to when their regular season ended?
They have a quarterback-friendly coach, and I don't think you can put a price on that. And they understand modern offense. I talked to Brian Callahan at the owners' meetings. He said they're going to use Calvin Ridley very similarly to the Jamar Chase role. We sort of understand what that looks like. Treylon Burks, just he got unlocked in this offense. I think it's been a long time. I thought Mike Vrabel was a phenomenal coach at what he was able to do. He was always able to get more wins than the roster gave him, but the quarterback position was never really maximized after Arthur Smith left, and I just felt like it had gotten a little stale. Brian Callahan's going to come in, instant offense, instant success, instant communication. He's one of the best communicators in football. I think it's a great hire. It's going to take a couple years, but the track is correct.
And it feels like very doable in that division, does it not, Spencer?
It does, and also don't sleep on Will Levis. Don't honestly. Do not sleep on the continued development of. It's just such hate for the banana eating Will Levis, the guy who does eat a banana.
Don't he put it in his coffee too?
Yep. Yeah. No, mayo in the coffee.
Mayo.
I don't think he does it anymore, though. I hope he doesn't.
If he thinks it gives him an edge, he will. He's an athlete. You know.
That feels like a good way to lose the locker room.
Yeah. In Tennessee?
Well, I mean, again, maybe not outside of the locker room, but,
No, I mean, I think Will Levis, as long as Will Levis continues to mature, that is a code word, by the way, for don't try to do too much. Don't try to do too much. You're not that dude. Take what you got.
He has a big arm. He uses it.
He has a big arm, and he needs to use it a little bit less.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, man, but, he's It was working for him until that Miami game. Boy, that.
Oh, you know what? It wouldn't surprise me if this is Kool-Aid McKinstry.
That would be a good pick
it
for
would
them.
not
They also need a linebacker.
Continuing to shore up that secondary.
Could we go linebacker here as well? I mean, again, this is a team that has greatly improved. Maybe not greatly. That could be strong, perhaps, but you know,
There's
you
some
could
credibility there that wasn't there a couple months ago.
Yeah, 100%. Tavondre Sweat, baby. That is a good one. All right, so now in English, give me that.
Oh, Space Eater.
Love it.
Being able to be paired up with a guy that they gave a ton of money on their defensive line, this is going to be amazing. Now, one thing I do know about Tavondre Sweat, I know a lot of people there in Texas, if it's one thing he needs to work on, make sure you keep that weight down and his maturity. When you have a Jeffrey Simmons on that defensive line, he's going to be able to grab him and tell him and show him what it's supposed to be like to be a pro at the NFL level. But I love this pick in the Space Eater. Big guys need loving too. Let the belly hang outside the shirt.
Harry, which Nashville restaurants are about to have massive profits?
All of them. every hungry, all of them.
Yeah, I know. We're talking about his size. An extremely athletic 350, if you will. A guy who was so athletic that Texas used him in goal line package.
Yep.
They would line him up at fullback for blocking on red zone possessions. A guy who can move at that size. He honestly, if he's just there and just eats space and takes up blocks, that's enough. If he gets a little bit of rush on the quarterback, that's a bonus.
And I'll tell you what, he passes the name science too. You know about my theory.
No, go on.
His last name is a verb, sweat, which automatically makes you at least a little, your potential is greater. There's a bunch of rules. We might have to get to them later in the evening that I will,
Look,
educate you on.
here's what's unique about this pick too. You have a guy in Jeffrey Simmons that is going to demand a double team.
Mm-hmm.
You have him in the game along with Tavondre Sweat. Now you have two guys that you must double team. That's going to allow these linebackers to be able to shoot these gaps, make plays inside and out. But you have a guy in Harold Landry III who's looking to have a phenomenal season. So I like this pick by the Tennessee Titans.
We've got the Rams trading into the 39 spot that the Panthers originally acquired from the Giants for Brian Burns. Kevin Clark, any initial thoughts here on where the Rams might be trying to go here?
Well, Peter Schrager guaranteed offense in the first round, then they go to Jared Verse. I think that was just an accident. I think Jared Verse fell. And so I would piggyback off of Peter Schrager and say they probably want some offense here. If they were that desperate that they were leaking that a couple of weeks ago, I think that the Rams go offense here.
I would not hate to see it. They picked Jared Verse in the first round with the 19th overall pick. Is there anybody that you would go with in particular here that you like?
I mean, A.D. Mitchell's
He's
still there.
still sitting
yeah,
right
there. That's what I was
tight ends
leaning.
there. I do like, by the way, that
I'm going secondary if I'm the Rams.
Really?
I'm going secondary.
defense.
I'm going secondary.
Defense does win
I
championships.
do like the Panthers getting more value for that Brian Burns pick, by the way.
Yeah, that seemed necessary.
They need some draft capital.
Because that Brian Burns was surprising, I think, for all of us. But this is a Rams team. Obviously, back end of Matthew Stafford. Puka Nacua looks like he's going to be one of the great wide receivers in this league for years to come.
But he tested poorly.
He tested poorly.
Hey, I mean, I tested poorly, and look where I'm at, baby. I'm right here. So, hey, Braden Fisk, ya boy, KC.
Whoa.
What are the Rams getting here?
All right, he's a guy who was at Western Michigan and took a leap up. We talked about the two types of portal guys. Some are P5 to P5, but this was a G5 to P5. And I think that he immediately acclimated to the level of competition at Florida State. He was always in the backfield. We talked about it yesterday with Jared Verse. He now has who's going to be his teammate in Los Angeles. They looked at each other when Jordan Travis went down and said, it's time to play winning football. He was the guy in the backfield on huge third downs in the ACC championship game. It felt like an NFL game. That ACC championship game felt like an NFL game. He was the guy who was always in the backfield when it mattered. Tough, tested really well, a little bit undersized, but the Rams can work on that. He can hit the weight room, hit the cafeteria. Great restaurants up there in Malibu that he can get fat on. So I love this pick. I think he's a winner.
Yeah, I think he's a guy. He's quick off the ball, high motor, pursues the football. But you look at what the Rams have been able to do hitting on draft picks. They got Jared Verse, but previous to that, Byron Young, Kobe Turner, who were two guys that I think combined with the two, they had 17 sacks last season.
Seth, do we have a good trade yet?
This is a really tough trade for Los Angeles. I mean, they basically saw a shiny thing they wanted, and they gave up a ton to do it. I don't know if you saw the compensation. This includes a 2025 second-round pick. They're not advancing that pick. That's just to trade up here. This is taking, Spencer and I talked about this before the show. This is putting a huge bill on the credit card, and it's going to come due next year. The problem is, it's the future now. It's going to be the present soon. I guess they are thinking they got to go all in right now while they have Matthew Stafford, but the cost here is exorbitant. On the flip side, good for Carolina. Like you said, take that Burns pick and turn it into something more. This helps them in the long term.
Interesting. So we've got I'm going to hide the Falcons logo here. We got a small helmet.
I just want to say how much I'm embracing the hypocrisy of being so mad at the Falcons for mortgaging the future, not understanding value. And when the Rams do it, I'm like, wow, they are studs. Good for them.
Well, their general
Good
manager,
for them.
Matt Snead, came from the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, and also they won the Super Bowl doing this exact same strategy a couple of years ago, and they'll probably somehow do it again because Sean McVay is a master.
Hey, Seth, when we talk, that's all very intelligent, well put about putting it on the credit card and everything. You know what 90% of Americans are going to say about that? I ain't worried about that.
Yep.
Not yet, no. I ain't worried about that. I'll pay it later. We're going to ball now.
Yeah, speaking of ball now, the Eagles have moved up to the 40 spot, jumping over the Commanders. So we will be hearing from Seth again at some point or another. But does anybody have a hunch here as to where Philadelphia might be going?
I know I love where they went last night with Quinion Mitchell.
Yeah.
A ball hawk pass defense was a necessity. It wouldn't surprise me if they went secondary or linebacker here.
Is this a Peyton Wilson spot?
Yeah.
Is this
Ooh,
yeah.
that would be
Again,
nice.
My test for whether this is a Howie Roseman pick is this. Do I go, ooh, that's good, right? Like, yeah, they got that guy. Yeah, this feels like a Howie
Cooper
Roseman
DeJean
spot.
too, though.
Cooper DeJean.
Cooper.
Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Listen, the Eagles have never shied away from doing wild stuff like going cornerback. I wouldn't be surprised by anything here.
Hey, I mean, that would be nice, but
I think it might be. I think it could be Kool-Aid McKinstry, y'all.
Interesting.
I think it could be a great pick. I mean, I'm honestly surprised he's still on the board, but I know people were, had their injury concerns with him, but.
Well, you know the only team to give up more pass touchdowns than the Philadelphia Eagles last year? The Washington Commanders. So it's a glaring need. They were able to get C.J. Gardner-Johnson back, but I think you can never have too many secondary guys.
I think we're all in agreement here that Philly will nail this pick. It feels like they're going to nail this pick.
Also, we do have to keep in mind that the Eagles selected basically all of the Georgia Bulldogs last year. Mm-hmm. So, are they going to try to continue to do that? Be Athens of the North?
Well, I don't think right here, no.
Probably not, but you can't count it out. That's that's all I'm saying. We've seen a lot of bad decisions so far through 39 picks. We can make it 40. Who knows?
Flexible decisions, not bad decisions. Remember, the
Sure,
Falcons,
of course.
The Falcons are just flexible. That's why they stretch.
You see Cooper DeJean there on Mel's best available. I think that would be a great pick, and I also think the city of Philadelphia would love him. And throwback player because he's still returning kicks.
That's right. We don't see that much.
That's why he's
anymore.
a throwback player?
Both guys.
don't see guys doing that.
Kool-Aid McKinstry too, though.
Yeah, as well. Both dudes were real smart too. Like if Philly does something bad here, I will be shocked. If they do something dumb,
How shocked?
Immensely shocked.
What about when they retain?
Stunned.
What about when they retain Nick Sirianni?
When they retain Nick Sirianni, I love this about the NFL because y'all do this all the time. And you're like, well, I know this coach and this. If you're just kind of an outsider coming up from like college and looking at this, or just somebody who's casual, you look at these guys like English soccer managers. You're like, fire him.
Yeah.
Fire him. Hire someone else. It's
Yeah.
fine. You can replace him. It's fine. That's not true. That's not true. But it feels like that sometimes.
It's getting easier to do that. Let's look at the best available here. Do we have that lined up here? Look at this. We've got Cooper DeJean, obviously we just mentioned. Edgerrin Cooper. There's Kool-Aid McKinstry. There's a lot of something that Spencer and HC, you'll know what I'm talking about here. I've seen so many people call him Adonai Mitchell, which is fine. That's his name. Mm-hmm. We called him AD for the last 3 years,
that's
bro.
what I call him, AD Mitchell.
Every
AD
name
Mitchell.
there is an
In fact,
unbelievable
can I
name.
request that? Can we get his
Man.
government name off there? Can we put AD Mitchell
DeJean,
in the graphic?
Edgerrin
We
Cooper.
might not be able to do that.
TJ
but
Tampa.
TJ Tampa's
TJ
incredible.
Tampa.
Come on.
Oh my God.
That's a
Tej.
detective show.
Tej.
AD Mitchell.
Yeah.
You know what he would look great in? A Falcons uniform.
He would.
He's right about that, but they need they
No,
have
it's
other
not
needs.
happening. Yeah.
It's fine. This should be an interesting pick. Chris Colon, our producer in our ear, says Cooper DeJean would be a good pick here. I'm very interested as to why his reasons would be that. We call him B-Rabbit, by the way. Anyways, I think it'll be interesting here with Philadelphia. Obviously, last year, rocky road, to say the least. Obviously, Kevin, not the biggest fan of Nick Sirianni, but they proceed to see another draft here. And they're obviously hoping to hit on this selection. I was a big fan of their first-round pick, personally.
I thought last year, Darius Slade, James Bradbury, those guys underperformed, especially for the way they were compensated. A glaring need, and I mean glaring, to the 10th power, is shoring up their secondary.
Yep.
You have to do it. You have to do it. I'm going to say it one more time. You must do it.
And there it is. Cooper DeJean, who we haven't listed as cornerback. A lot of people think he is an NFL safety. Do we have any thoughts on that?
Not fair. Not fair. They'll be like, oh, he's 200 pounds. He should be a safe. Let him play corner.
I think they should let him play
no
corner.
reason he can't play corner. He was an incredible corner.
Why does everybody want to move him off of corner? Is there a reason for that?
Spencer just said it's his weight.
Yeah.
It's his weight.
Well,
That's the only factor.
I'll tell you
His
why. Because he doesn't have the hips, and he's not as fluid with the hips as we see other corners in this draft. But when you have a guy that can be the jack of all trades, that can move inside, that can blitz off the edge, that can play in the slot, do a lot of different things, you move him around. They also have another guy in their secondary like that, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. So you can do a lot of different things.
Swiss Army knife.
A little bit of
Hey, let me tell you something. There is nothing sneaky about this man's athleticism, okay?
A man who swears he could beat Caitlin Clark one-on-one. That was his big pre-draft news. Was he was like, I've heard that word.
That is the confidence of a corner. Some of y'all got to stop asking them crazy-ass questions, but that is the confidence that you want in your corner. Kevin, what do you think about this pick?
I'm not leaving him one-on-one with a true number one on no island. I'll tell you that right now.
Is this about Caitlin Clark still?
No. I'm talking about Mr. DeJean.
All right, so I think that this is a good pick. Howie Roseman understands positional value better than anybody. He eats in the trenches. He drafts trenches over and over and over again, and when he gets tired of that, he either takes a quarterback or he takes secondary. He understands what the reason for the draft is, which is cost-controlled four-year guys where you're not going to get positions addressed that are expensive in free agency. This is a great example of it. He finds these values. I love this.
And you say the key word there, value. I mentioned yesterday, sometimes that makes me cringe, but for a guy that if he did not break his leg, he probably would have heard his name called yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys a question. Justin Jefferson, you gonna leave him on the island with JJ? Just answer my question, guys.
Wait, with
With
Cooper?
With Cooper?
Yes.
With Cooper DeJean?
I wouldn't leave anybody on an island.
Yeah, that's the
with
problem.
Justin Jefferson.
But you're answering my question, though.
Yeah, I may have just answered your question.
That's
If
what I'm
you move
saying.
it-
I'm not going
but-
to be in a hurry to put him
By,
outside.
by the way, I think there is a flip side to this. I can bright side this, okay, because I'm an optimist. Take him. He's versatile enough to play the kind of multiple roles that DBs have to play in the
That's
league
what
now.
I'm
Yes,
saying.
and
Yeah,
he went
so I think
he went
that's-
40. You don't at 40. You're not like I'm going to shut down Justin Jefferson here. You're just looking for a guy who can be a starter, who can contribute and play really well. If you're drafting him at 3, that's where you say you're putting him on an island with JJ.
Well, that's my point from Jump Street.
Yeah.
I'm not drafting him to say, hey, I'm moving guys from outside so he can go outside. I like him being inside. I like when they go to dime package, he playing dime. You're never going to have too many defensive backs.
I've
Would
got a
you put
different
this
flavor
guy
for
on
you
an
here.
island with JJ?
Kool-Aid
Would you put-
McKinstry
yeah.
going to the New Orleans Saints. Your boy, HD.
So I like Kool-Aid. I don't think anyone played more man coverage than he did. He's a guy that has the ball skills, former wide receiver, played in high school with Bo Nix, too. I really like this pick for the New Orleans Saints. I like it, but it's bittersweet for me.
Is he old too? Like Bo Nix? Bo Nix, like class of 2010. No, I love this. We understand what the program he's coming from and how good of a defensive back you have to be in order to get through that program. The Saints, to me, are a mess. They're just always trying to be mediocre every single year, but this is the kind of guy where if he hits, he can change that defense pretty quickly.
A guy who passed the test of did you really aggravate your peers? Were you the kind of guy that other players when interviewed said, I hated playing against that guy? McKinstry's not flashy. He's not going to be the kind of like jump off the page twitchy. He is always in the real place. He passes like what I would call the Derek Barnett test. Derek Barnett, a defender who, when you looked at his film, you go, I don't know how you got in the right place, but you're always in the right place. That's Kool-Aid McKinstry, a dude who is really smart, really smooth, and I think he's only going to get smarter because the work ethic is off the charts.
100%. And, talking about being in the right place, Seth Walder is in the right place right now,
that's a
baby, because he
segue.
always is. Seth, give us the details on this trade here because the Saints moved up here.
Okay, we got 3 trades in a row, 3 very different prices, and this is kind of an interesting situation. Let's start with the Eagles right in the middle, okay, because they actually didn't give up very much, the equivalent of a 6th-round pick worth of value. So I think they used 40 on DeJean. It's really like they spent 40 and a 6th. You can justify that, right? This is a guy that was supposed to be there for them at 22. He falls to 40. We gave it a 3% chance DeJean was going to make it that far. That's palatable. You got a kind of standard 2nd-round trade from the Saints. They're always throwing away their late-round picks, the Saints. They cannot hang on to them. And this one, but again, you're getting a faller. I think it's a little bit of a trap to always believe a faller is a guy that should be a 1st-rounder because other teams passed, but still, it's kind of a medium trade, and that's just so contrasted with what the Rams just did, throwing away a 2nd-round pick to get 1 spot ahead of those guys. So good trade for the Eagles. I wouldn't do it if I were the Saints, and sort of a mess for the Rams.
Seth, you got a good giggle there out of Kevin. Kevin, what are we thinking?
The Saints have many credit cards. They have many mortgages.
They certainly do.
They do. I had a guest
relatable.
on a few years ago, and I said, how are the Saints able to manage the cap like this? And they said, mafia accounting. And I'll leave it at that.
Interesting. Hey, here's a pick that I like. Kamari Lassiter.
Ooh.
Going to the Houston Texans. That is a great young addition to this team. Spencer, give me something on Kamari Lassiter here. A guy, obviously, again, we watch a lot of SEC football.
Yeah, just your typical hyper-aggressive, hyper-physical SEC cornerback, the kind of dude that Kirby Smart always seems to end up with. You can see that. Good instincts with the ball, definitely physical with his receivers. Some opponents who face the Georgia Bulldogs year in and year out might say he was holding. I only say that because I hate losing to them continuously, but Kamari Lassiter contributed to that on several different occasions.
It feels like, HD, I think you'll know what I'm talking about here. When the Falcons had Robert Alford, he was always extremely physical and good for one really just untimely pass interference, but all the other stuff that he did was worth it.
Yeah. Former teammate of mine, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
That's right.
Very athletic, very instinctive. Lassiter is play recognition. That's one of the things that's at the forefront for him. Very aggressive of getting the ball out. Very aggressive.
So if you've ever heard ATC, an air traffic controller, go like, hey, you're coming in too hot, Kamari Lassiter. Coming in too hot, all right? Like tends to speed into the pits over the speed limit. Yeah, a guy whose aggression can sometimes get him in trouble. That's why I like him. Yeah.
2nd team all SEC, started 29 games the last 2 years for a really, really good defense, obviously. Explosive athlete, smooth athlete. I think this is a really safe pick.
I think so too. And the Eagles, are just sitting in the war room right now, just throwing papers that a Georgia Bulldog has gone off the board that they did not acquire.
Never got him.
Especially one, again, a defensive back that Kirby Smart had his hands on. So we've got the Cardinals on the clock. It says the pick is in. We've got some time. Does anybody feel strongly about where the Cardinals should be going here?
Lassiter went to the Houston Texans, right?
Yes.
So I want to stay with them for a second because I think right now when I look at the AFC as a conference, I have the Kansas City Chiefs, I have the Baltimore Ravens, and I'm safe to say that the Houston Texans are my 3rd best team in the AFC right now. I love everything that D'Amico Ryans has been able to do, Nick Caserio as well, bringing in talent there. I love the pieces that they brought in defensively and offensively. They went and got a guy at the running back position, Joe Mixon. You went and got a guy, Stephon Diggs, who has the playoff experience. Joe Mixon has experience beating Kansas City in an AFC championship game. He actually knows what that feels like. Not many people can actually make that claim or feel that way. So I love the moves that the Houston Texans have made this offseason.
This time last year, the Texans made me look like a clown because I said, why are they accelerating the timeline? Why are they trading for Will Anderson? Why are they trying to win now? It makes no sense. They're such a barren roster. It's not going to work. They not only win immediately, but if things went right, they could have won a few more playoff games. And this year, they're going to be a Super Bowl contender, a legitimate Super Bowl contender. And the reason why, Harry, is because true franchise quarterbacks don't wait. They don't wait. And we look at these young quarterbacks in year 3, and we go, oh, they just need time. They just need a number 1 receiver. No. C.J. Stroud is a franchise quarterback who just said, you know what? I got Tank Dell. I got a couple offensive linemen, whatever. I got a makeshift defense. I got Denzel Perriman starting at linebacker, whatever. Let's go to the playoffs, get on my back. That's what happens, and they're accelerating the timeline now even more because they saw that last year.
Well, they understand the window is right now, right?
Yep.
When you look at C.J. Stroud, the next 3 years, he's going to count $30 million versus the cap. That is nothing for the Houston Texans moving forward.
And we've got a YouTube poll here, and I'm going to get to Spencer Hall here in a second. But are you surprised A.D. Mitchell has not been picked in? I'm glad we got the A.D. in there. 68% yes, you can include me among those 68%ers. Spencer, thoughts on A.D. Mitchell not being picked yet, but also I know you've got some Houston Texans thought as well.
Yeah, I don't understand why A.D. Mitchell has been taken off the board. It can only really, I think the only explanation might be that that's not the kind of receiver that they feel like their quarterback needs at this point. Context might explain some of it, but he is phenomenally talented. Additionally, I have a question for the crew. When did the Texans get this smart? I know it happened sometime in the last year and a half, but they went from like regular Squidward to handsome Squidward in a matter of like 18 months.
I think you have to flip that. C.J. Stroud made them look smart.
I know,
now
but
they're just doing everything right.
Yeah.
But I mean, a lot of the times these franchise-changing quarterbacks, they move a franchise in their direction. I mean, Patrick Mahomes changed every facet of the Chiefs organization. Every facet. Got the owner to spend more money, got him more aggressive. That tends to happen when everybody sees a proof of concept with the quarterback. So I don't know if it's Nick Caserio overnight saying, I'm a great GM now. It's more about knowing what to do in this spot.
He played a part in it, and yes, C.J. Stroud is a major part in it, but also hiring the right guy as a head coach.
Absolutely.
Who is a former player within that organization
100%.
that understands everything that those guys are going through. And I can't help but think about their playoff game versus the Browns, right? When you have a linebacker comes to the sideline, they had the tablet. Hey, I need you to jump this route. When Joe Flacco does this, break on it. Got to pick 6, win and thank this coach for the insight.
83, before we get to this pick, you mentioned that the Texans are 3rd in your pecking order with the AFC. Is there anything that they could do tonight or even just before we get to the regular season to jump Baltimore? Because I do feel like a lot of people feel like that gap is kind of close.
No.
Nothing they could do.
Nope. Show me during the regular season.
Yeah.
Show me that you can beat them on the field. You played them twice last year. You lost to them twice. And in that playoff game, you talk about the rush yards for Baltimore. They really got the best of the Houston Texans in the second half. That was a close game at halftime, but Baltimore found a way to break through, and it was the rushing game, the run game. So that's why you see all these moves on the defensive line as well for the Houston Texans.
100%, man. That AFC, man, it's a doozy.
Yeah.
Is it not? So, you know, a great pick there by Houston. Obviously a team that builds up. HD, you mentioned also D'Amico Ryans taking a guy like that for a defense and sort of building that the way that he sees it. I mean, he was on one that, again, made that team really great. The Cardinals pick is in. We've got Max Melton, cornerback out of Rutgers here. Anybody got strong thoughts on Max Melton?
I like him, a 4.39 guy. He played at Rutgers, so you know the history of secondary guys that come from up that way. I played with a guy in Logan Ryan, the McCourty twins. I played against them, played with Jason McCourty when I was in Tennessee. But you talk about a guy that's instinctive, he's fluid, can change directions, very physical, gonna go get the football. I was looking forward to calling their bowl game versus the Miami Hurricanes, but he sat out of that one. But the coaches talk very highly of him. Looking forward to seeing him in the Arizona Cardinals uniform.
And do you feel like this, in terms of, you know, what the Cardinals are trying to accomplish here? Obviously, the big shiny pick is Marvin Harrison, but you like the direction at least that they're going here?
Yeah, because look, they have a lot of needs, Arizona, right? And that's why you try to get as much draft capital as possible.
I love how gently you said that. they have a lot of needs.
They have a lot of
There's
needs.
a reason they were picking as high as
They
they
drafted
were.
3 separate positions already within the first 2 rounds.
Yeah.
So that tells you everything you need to know.
Max Melton is a great athlete. His brother, Bo, obviously is already in the league. I think this is a solid pick. And like you said, the Cardinals need, with the exception of quarterback and playmaking wide receiver, which they addressed yesterday, obviously quarterback is set. They could have used anything.
Another little retro thing here to go with Cooper DeJean, a guy who can play special teams. So, like, don't sleep on that. Coaches, first thing they will tell you, be like, hey, start contributing on special teams.
Yeah, there's some other retro things about Cooper DeJean. Raiders here, the pick is in. Spencer, you love their Brock Bowers pick.
I'm the only one who liked the Brock Bowers.
You're the only person that liked the Brock Bowers. The team that he went to, we all love Brock Bowers. Jackson Powers Johnson out of Oregon. His story is actually very cool. He took on his stepfather's last name. And so that's where the hyphenated comes in here. But his coming from Oregon, again, HD, this is a team we saw multiple times last year. And this was somebody that helped Bo Nix
I was just about
become
to say
a
that.
top 12 pick.
Yep, you protect Bo Nix. Now, I think his strong suit is pass blocking because that's a lot of what Oregon did.
Yep.
But you talk about offensive line-wise, the head coach, Antonio Pierce, they want to win the line of scrimmage. That's why in free agency they went out and got a Christian Wilkins last year. They drafted Tyrese Wilson. They need him to come along. You have Max Crosby, but the trenches, Antonio Pierce is going to focus on that. I love the move for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Earlier in the draft process, somebody told me that he might be the safest pick in the draft. Now, we always overrate as a media. We always say, oh, you can stick an interior lineman in there. He's good for 10 years. If that was true, he wouldn't be going in the second round, right? But I think this is an immediate contributor who's going to play a bunch of years. He's not going to make mistakes. Played a lot of football. I'm in on this guy.
Wouldn't be true if it were center, right? Like, I think we sometimes sleep on how individualized and how sneaky difficult the position of center on the offensive line is. You have to be a very particular sort of dude. You have to be really smart. And I think, Harry, you're totally right. If you want to see testament to the kind of production that having a good center can do for a college football team and beyond, this guy, that guy.
I played with two special centers, man. Todd McClure, we call him Mud when I was in Atlanta. He's in the Falcons Ring of Honor, but also Ben Jones when I was in Tennessee. Georgia guy. Ben used to walk around in pregame with his shoes off, no matter if it was 80 degrees or negative 16 degrees, in which we had a game at Kansas City. But the center position, they make a lot of calls, especially when you have a young quarterback, can let you know who the mic is, where the offensive line need to be sliding. So there's a lot of onus on centers that a lot of people don't even understand when it comes to the game of football.
The quarterback of the offensive line.
Kevin, I want to get your thoughts here real quick before Green Bay makes their selection. This is a team that a lot of people are hot on because of the way they ended the season.
Including
Jordan
me.
Love. Yeah, so, I mean, play GM for me here. Where would you go?
Well, they addressed offensive tackle yesterday. Everyone was saying maybe it was a reach. I don't think so. The Packers understand value as well as any team in football. I would maybe go defense here.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, there we go.
Linebacker out of A&M.
You want to talk about value?
Yeah.
No one's drafting running backs. Nobody's drafting linebackers. They go out and they get probably the best linebacker. I don't know how you would view Junior Colson in this scenario. This is an off-ball linebacker who can play. He's tough. He's physical. He's old school. I think in another era he'd have gone a lot higher, guys.
So I really love this pick. When I watched his tape against, who's the quarterback at Alabama?
Jalen Milroe.
What's his thing? Let a naysayer know. This linebacker right here let everybody know. There are multiple of occasions where he was running down Jalen Milroe.
Yep.
And we all know how hard he is to tackle in the open field, whether he's running an option or zone read or scrambling trying to make plays. But time and time again, I seen him one-on-one with Jalen Milroe and took him down.
I think he's got the kind of problems you want out of a linebacker, where if you say, well, what are the knocks on him? Or you go, well, sometimes he's a little too aggressive. Okay, we can work with that, right?
And that's the only knock I have on him, right? He flows when he sees things, and sometimes can get him in trouble, but you can work on that.
Absolutely. You got a lot of happy cheese heads right there. You know, is there a place where Packers fans just go to get their cheese heads?
Is
that a thing that exists?
There's a fascinating story to be written here.
You had one as a kid?
I had one as a kid.
So did I.
We need to bring one out.
I did not, because I hate
Might
cheese.
still be in my parents' basement, honestly.
Yeah, it's somewhere in there.
Yeah, Spencer,
known cheese hater.
hates cheese with everything in them.
You lactose?
No, just don't like it. Just don't like it. That's
I'm lactose, bro.
Okay. Oh, yeah. What's up?
When's the last time you gave cheese a chance, Spencer? When's the last time you gave cheese a chance? Do you eat pizza?
He's like,
yeah,
you do eat pizza.
He's like,
I do eat
stop.
pizza.
What?
Because, because that's not even, come on. It's barely cheese. It's mozzarella.
It's
right?
only
And
cheese.
And I tolerate
It's
it.
only cheese.
See,
If I can get it,
I used to be the same way.
I usually do.
I used to be the same way. Gloria Lyles could attest. I used to be the pickiest eater, which I will say.
Have you seen me? I'm not a picky eater.
I would not just sit down and eat cheese on its own. But all right, we're getting off track here. We have a trade. The Colts are trading pick 46. Can we bring in my boy Seth Walder in? Seth, what do you got for us, man?
Yeah, this is a pricey one. Look, the Colts here are trading down with the Panthers. The Panthers are giving up basically like a very late third-round pick of extra value, okay? And so I think people ask all the time, well, why is it the analytics are always saying trade down, never trade up? The honest answer is overconfidence by GMs to be able to pick, player A over player B over player C. And when we look actually at the results of how players perform, based on each draft slot, we see that the difference between, say, pick 46 and 52 or 53 is just not very much. And the extra chances that you're getting, the extra bites at the apple, these fifth-round picks that you throw away, every once in a while, those guys turn into a Puka Nacua, and when you're giving that up, that's not nothing. And if you're doing it for a running back, that is extra interesting because running backs, certainly we pan the value, the analytics folks, pan the value of running backs, and it is shown that running backs taken earlier in the draft, they don't tend to pan out the way that other positions do. At least it wasn't a first rounder, okay? At least it wasn't a first rounder, but they did pay a premium to move up here.
You hear Seth identifying himself, you got the analytics folks, you guys are a you people.
I could not believe that.
Anyways, we've got our first running back off the board, Jonathan Brooks.
Well, it's like the Borg.
Right? HD, give me something on Jonathan Brooks. I know you've got a relationship here with the running backs coach of Texas.
Yeah, he's one of my best friends, man. Grew up with him, played Little League football. Smooth operator, doesn't have the wear and tear, the burst, lower body strength, and was really looking forward to him having a full year. Really thought he was just getting started. But this is a young man, that's going to make a football team very, very happy. I know the Dallas Cowboys are probably up Poop Creek without a paddle because this is a guy that they probably want to take.
Jerry Jones said they wanted to take him.
Yeah.
All right, so for the Panthers here, they needed everything.
Sure.
And this takes the pressure off, and I think a lot of times we overrate it, but I think in this case we're not. This takes the pressure off of Bryce Young. You just hand the ball off to Jonathan Brooks over and over and over again whenever he gets in a bind. The reason Bryce Young looks so helpless and almost on the verge of being broken is he was getting teed off on, and there was no help for him. This is going to be a safety valve over and over and over again. I like this pick.
Yeah, in combination with the Xavier Legette pick, it's fascinating to me, too, that,
Two
these are
offensive weapons.
two easy answers, right? Not just offensive weapons, but guys who are, I'm going to throw the ball 3 yards so you can go 8, right? I'll throw you the ball 8 so you can go 16. I think this is gradually accumulating easy answers for Bryce Young.
I was just with Bryce Young's father in Detroit. We were doing a panel for the NFLPA, and we were just talking about the team and the direction, and he was really looking forward to this draft, to seeing what they were able to get offensively. I know right now he's sitting at home happy as hell that they have Xavier Legette and also Jonathan Brooks to be able to take a lot of pressure off of his son.
I'll tell you what, one thing that the Atlanta Falcons have gotten right the past couple of years is have a Texas running back.
That's right.
Alleviate as much pressure as possible off of your quarterback.
Yeah.
Hey, Bryce Young, you're getting a good one there, man.
If you're the best running back in Texas, you are a dog.
Yes,
you are a dog.
You absolutely
know how to
What kind of dog, Spencer?
A dog. That dog. As in
Mighty dog.
Your chest.
Tommy dog.
Many types
Doggy
of
dog.
dogs.
Atomic dog.
It could be Snoop Dogg. You're a dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Bryce Young has some dogs now in Xavier Legette and Jonathan Brooks. We have the New York Giants on the clock. Speaking of teams that need a lot, HD, if you were the Giants, where would you go?
Anywhere offensively.
Yep.
I'm with that.
I love the first round pick that they had, Malik Neighbors. Previous to that, I said to myself, if I'm a fan of the New York Giants and I bought a ticket to go watch a game, I wasn't going to watch any offensive player. Now that you have Malik Neighbors, they can continue to build on their offensive prowess and weapons they could add for Daniel Jones, in which I'm hoping that he can finish the season. When you have a neck injury and also you tear your ACL late in the year, I don't know if that seems too promising moving forward.
We've got a YouTube poll here. Are you surprised it took this long for the first running back to be picked? We've got a lot of smart people who said no, 61%. So, we appreciate all of you participating in the YouTube chat. We need a poll. Can we do like a 1 to 10? In fact, let me get a 1 to 5 and a 6 to 10, which the 6 to 10, we're just going to take it as a 10, on Spencer's jacket. By the way, which, we have a just beautiful variety of clothes up here.
You can
you
see.
know,
I mean,
some of
you
us
got
very
to
good.
come all the way
Yeah.
around.
Oh,
You gotta get
baby.
the Rainbow
I mean,
Warrior for it.
Very
Yeah.
good, done by Home Field Apparel. Very good.
Jeff Gordon,
obviously,
99, baby.
Atta
Some
baby.
of us, when we bring out the blue, obviously in the tie, I am very
You know
boring
how to- you know
casual.
how to rhyme.
Hey,
That blue,
you know
you
what
know
to
what
do.
to do.
And then Kevin's got all, the perfect flavors. I should have gone, honestly, something closer to what you're wearing. But,
I agree.
yeah. But Kevin, I will tell you this, man. Like the Atlanta Falcons, I can and will do better. I'm a big Falcons owner.
You have to do it next year. Is the
Yeah,
thing. Just like the
100%.
Falcons, you get to wait a full calendar year. I will say on the Giants, I'd go defense here. Actually, they've got some holes. They obviously got Deontay Banks this time last
Secondary.
year, and so I'd maybe go secondary. Maybe go linebacker. Junior Colson is available. I think something like that. They addressed skill guy yesterday. I think at this point you go defense and
Well, they
figure
can still
something out
use
there.
O-linemen now.
They always need that. Well, they keep missing on them, so
Oh, yeah.
that's a problem.
And that's kind of hard to do, percentage-wise. There's analytics about that. We'll have Seth figure it out.
Seth Walder, break down the miracle of the Giants constantly whiffing on.
Yeah, I
Big
could tell
school
you that's
offensive linemen.
hard to do.
They just only have one good thing, which is their defensive line and pass rush, and then they just spend all their money just only adding to that, and then that's it. That's all they do.
Yep.
100%. Well, you see here they acquired Brian Burns from the Panthers. That was a good move. As you mentioned, Malik Neighbors, good move. You got a guy that'll put butts in the seats now. And Kevin, you mentioned defense. There's a couple of Michigan guys that they could go with here, whether it's Colson or a guy that I like, Mike Sainristil, who
Yep.
One of my favorite players in the draft.
Right. I mean, another guy that we saw multiple times last year, really talented player. I'm not certain off the top of my head what he tested, but he passed the field test. That is for damn sure. And so the Giants here are going to be making their selection, a team that there's a lot of teams it feels like you've really got to try to put a dent in your problems, just to be very plain about it. This is one of them. Tyler Nubin out of Minnesota. There's your defensive player, Kevin. A safety. Seems like a good way to go.
I like it. They need a lot. And I know we sound like a broken record with these teams who are picking on the top 10. There's a reason. But I like this. Just keep stacking secondary guys. And listen, they're on the edge right now. They're on the vibes of 2 years ago are basically gone. This could go south very quickly. I think you fill out the roster, address your needs, and go from there. I don't mind them going a little more immediate needs.
They lost Xavier McKinney.
Yep.
He's now with the Green Bay Packers, so now you replace him with another guy. I like Tyler Nubin for Minnesota.
Yeah, and they did add John Runyon. Generally speaking, Kevin, just because of I felt at one point with Brian Daboll that this team was going in the right direction, especially 2 years ago. With we saw everybody was getting real hot on like Dan Jones. Oh my God, he's great. Well, no, he's a little bit more controlled, and it feels like that is sort of what Brian Daboll's been known for. Got away from that last year. Obviously, he wasn't healthy, but. Right now, where do you feel like this team stands? Is this momentum moving a little bit forward? Are we still sort of standing still, or are we going back?
It comes down to one guy. There's a reason the Giants were pursuing a quarterback yesterday and decided against it. Reason they were pursuing Drake May. And so I think in general, this comes down to, is Daniel Jones the guy from 2 years ago? I don't think he is. I think this is a walk year for Daniel Jones. You do the best you can, and then you pursue another quarterback this time next year. I do not believe the vibes are improving because I do not believe Daniel Jones is improving.
Yeah, and we will see if Tyler Nubin adds to that defense. Again, safety out of Minnesota. Good pick for them. We will see Jacksonville. Our friend Richard Johnson is certainly on the edge of his seat.
Right
is he
now,
not, Richard?
he's seconds away from a coronary.
So what do we want for Richard here, Spencer?
Oh, just don't embarrass him. Hope. Yeah.
Calmness, zen.
Take a deep breath. You
Another
you
day.
just said something about the Giants where you said, hey, man, do the best you can.
Do the
That's
best
not
you
what a
can,
fan
buddy.
wants to hear, but it's sometimes.
Try your best, little guys.
I mean, these are better days than what we've seen out of them. It could be worse.
Oh, yes, it could.
It could be a lot worse.
It might get worse.
It might get worse.
And it might get worse.
Harry Lyles, the one rule of Jacksonville Jaguars franchise is that it can always get worse.
Yeah.
It can always get worse, and it might.
I think there's a few of us that feel that way about certain franchises and teams.
Mason Smith, I like this.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
That is a great. Hey, listen, man, you can never go wrong. I don't care who the coach is down there in Baton Rouge. You can never go wrong with a defensive tackle out of LSU, can you?
No. And he's a guy who, had some injuries.
Yep.
I remember he was supposed to play against Florida State, I think the last 2 years. He missed those games. But I think for him, being able to understand that he could be dominant every play and playing like it. I don't think that was always the case when he was at LSU, but he's a guy that has the size, he has the athleticism to be dominant every single play. And I think in Jacksonville, those guys are going to push him a little bit.
A big potential upside pick here, right? Which is fine for the second round. A guy who I think some of his, I don't want to say struggle, but like for his size and for his skill set, did not display the kind of production that I think you would want or might expect from him. I think some of those factors, given LSU's mess on defense last year, I think we can give him the benefit of the doubt here because he fits the part.
Yeah, he didn't test as well as a Byron Murphy or somebody like that, but he's still athletic for his size, for over 300 pounds. I don't hate this pick.
I want to go to Seth here really fast because we have a poll, I believe. Seth, what are the analytics on this one?
Who is voting in this poll? We got 51% of people are down on Spencer's jacket.
Hey, man.
What kind of opinion is that?
Analytics are officially over, baby. It is over.
Some of y'all got too much to read.
The eye test has won out, Seth Walder. The eye test has won out.
Yeah, the measurables, those numbers are...
Math is done.
No respect for the Rainbow Warrior.
Unbelievable. We should have skewed that so it doesn't add up to 100.
Guys, Cincinnati.
I think, I saw it.
A.D. Mitchell.
Oh, boy.
That's beautiful.
A.D. Mitchell, you have T. Higgins.
Yep.
Wanting to be traded.
Yep.
You go ahead and get you a guy like A.D. Mitchell. You can figure out if you can trade T. Higgins or not.
Yeah, I mean, and again, if you're going to be making that type of replacement, there are a lot of guys that are worse than A.D. Mitchell.
This isn't.
They might go another route though. They might go defense.
I mean, if they got AD here,
that would be.
They might go a guy like Braylon Trice, right? Trey Henderson asks for a trade too, so.
Yeah.
That is
true. They go D-lineman.
I mean, I guess this will be very telling about what we might see out of them in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So, but it would be nice to get another weapon there for Joe Burrow, assuming, again, T. Higgins is going to be outgoing, even though I believe there it is, Chris Jenkins out of Michigan.
Ooh.
I like that pick.
I like that too. I really do like that pick.
I do too. By the way, this is the guy who, when he was at Michigan, you can read Bruce Feldman's Freaks list that gets published in The Athletic. This is not just a guy who was on the Freaks list. He was the Freaks list. A guy who they have a machine to measure the amount of torque that somebody can put on a blocker. And Chris Jenkins, they had to stop him. He just maxed it out. Like they couldn't put enough weights on the thing. A strong prospect.
Well, I love second-generational professional athletes, and we know his father was a dominant force when he played in the National Football League at the defensive line position. But also pairing him up with Sheldon Rankins and B.J. Hill, you talk about adding depth on your defensive line. I thought that was one of the things that Cincinnati needed. Now they have that with a guy like Chris Jenkins. He understands how to win, winning a national championship, and not losing much while being at Michigan. I love this pick for the Cincinnati Bengals.
It's a big one.
Yep. Trey Hendrickson asked for a trade the other day. I don't think they're going to grant it. Even if, and by the way, even if they took A.D. Mitchell, they would not have traded T. Higgins. I think they would have made him like a Tyler Boyd replacement. Mike Brown does not do anything he doesn't want to do. That's his MO. And so, but I think that this just adds the defensive line there. Sam Hubbard is a dog. I just think there's a lot of talent there. What the Bengals tend to do is take productive players from big name schools, and this is that.
Yeah, and
Safe
they don't like
picks.
spending money that they don't want to spend either.
You're right.
That is correct.
Especially Mike Brown.
I've noticed.
I love their linebackers, though. When you look at Logan Wilson, Jermaine Pratt, Davis Gaither, young secondary, I thought those guys made tremendous strides last year as well.
They did. And we've got the Washington Commanders back here. Anywhere that we feel that they should go in particular? I feel like they're doing pretty good so far.
Fine.
Yeah.
Which, again, feels weird given this franchise's history, but it is a new day. And look at who it is. Mike Sainristil. Here we go.
Yeah, this is,
Dog!
Yes.
And I got to tell y'all a story. So I just met his mother and him, and I told him on Wednesday that he is one of my favorite, might be the favorite player in this entire draft.
Wow.
Him and Michael Penix might be 1 or 2 or 1A and 1B for me. But this young man, a former wide receiver, moved to the secondary. So reading route combinations, he can blitz off the slot position. He can play safety. He can play corner and go outside. So you can use him in a variety of different ways to be able to get a lot of production. And he's a national champion as well.
100%.
A guy who just sort of matured with every game.
Yes.
When you watched him.
Yes.
A guy who got a knack for timely plays when he wasn't completely up to speed as a cornerback.
That part.
And then got better and still had the knack for making the play when it needed to be made. The kind of guy who, if you talk to Michigan fans, occupies a special place in their pantheon of players, not just for moving over from a position, but for setting the tone. I think he's the kind of guy who on a roster will set the tone, is hyper competitive, super physical, and most importantly, I think you see guys who play 98% of a play or 99% of a play and they could get by on talent. I don't think Mike Sainristil is an untalented player, but he puts effort through 101% of the play. That's not a cliche.
If he was bigger,
yeah,
I promise he would have went yesterday.
Yep.
Sure.
Yep.
Day
Yep.
one.
Size is the only challenge there.
Here's what I like about this pick. There were all sorts of reports, and there was evidence that Washington was going to be an analytics team, that Adam Peters was coming in as GM. He understood that. They hired some basketball guys. This is a culture pick. Like, this is a culture-changing pick.
Yep.
This is about toughness. This is about understanding coming from a winning program, a guy who helped change the culture within his own defense, toughness. This team got so tough. When you just look at, just map out the Ohio State games, you'll see the toughness that happened here. And so I think in general, this shows me that Washington understands what they want to be. Dan Quinn is not going to settle on this defense. I like this pick.
I very remember vividly, HD, we were in the press box at the Ohio State-Michigan game. And I think it was in the third quarter, you were like, he just made himself a lot of money.
Yep.
Like,
And
between that game.
I thought he did it too in the national
In the national
championship
championship as
game,
well,
going
yes.
against that wide receiver core of Washington.
Yep.
But
Yep.
I'm looking at the theme here for the Washington Commanders, and you take Newton and you add him to a defensive line with Deron Payne and also Jonathan Allen. I'm looking in the secondary. Last year they took Emmanuel Forbes, right? Now you go with a guy like Mike Sainristil.
Yep.
I like what this Washington Commanders football team is going. Ladies and gentlemen, do not sleep on them.
Yeah.
Do not sleep on them. I'm telling you right now, they might be able to creep up on some folks this year.
This pick. This is a guy who time and time again did the things that people said he could not do. So if you take a look at his size and you say, "Oh, I don't think he's big enough to play the position," come back in a year. Dude's got immense potential.
He does. And it is a team, at least these picks, the thing that I like, whether it's Jaden Daniels, Jerzon Newton, or Mike Sainristil, these are all guys that were really just, they weren't guys that were like, oh, we like their measurables, they're going to be a high draft pick. Like, no, these are proven dudes that put up numbers on the field. Before we get to the Steelers pick really quickly, I'm looking past the camera here at Seth Walder, and it looks like we've
BS.
got some more analytics over here,
BS.
Seth. What do we got?
Can I tell you the thing about this poll that really stands out to me is you've got Harry and Harry. It's like they need no introduction.
Yeah, I'm
Spencer,
really
NASCAR
surprised
guy.
by that.
Kevin Clark next to
I'm really
Spencer.
surprised by that.
And that,
That
that's
phrasing.
really, we all have, there's good picks, bad picks here.
Hey,
in the
I'm
draft.
identified as being next to Spencer.
People
At least you're on the poll.
People have gotten me in
thanks,
HD confused.
Oh, yes.
Which,
Two Harrys.
They both think we played in the league. I just look good
One's
coming
dark,
off the bus.
One's dark skin, one's light skin.
Right. Which, how come we didn't get those qualifiers on our names?
Actually, it'd be funny if it was
Light-skinned Harry,
Harry next
dark-skinned
to
Harry.
Harry and Harry next to Harry. Yeah.
Spencer NASCAR jacket.
NASCAR jacket. That's right.
Wow. Unbelievable. I'm
Jacket
still
is-
upset that
jacket is
25%
fine,
of
though.
people
I've
did not
never
like the
seen
jacket.
this. It manages
Yeah.
to offend everybody on the panel. Also, how did it go? 52% were against Spencer's jacket. Then he also wins.
We changed their minds.
This is the problem with politics in America.
Yeah.
We just don't know what we want.
I think this is survey design. We need to redesign this.
I think you're a star, bro.
I am a star. I mean,
should have
this
stopped the
jacket's
count.
the star. I'm just trying to live up to it.
There we go.
There we go.
It's a great jacket.
I know.
Wonderful jacket.
Cozy, isn't it?
HomeFieldApparel.com. Yeah.
It ain't bad. Steelers, though, here, I know who I have in mind. A.D. Mitchell.
Yep.
Right?
You traded,
Please pick
you
him.
traded Deontay Johnson to get Dante Jackson in the secondary with the Carolina Panthers. I understand you have one wide receiver right now. I would think you would need another one.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't. The thing about A.D. Mitchell is, even though he's 6'4", about 210, none of his game, in my opinion, says physicality. And when you talk about the AFC North, you have to have some of that physicality about you. Also, their offensive coordinator, Arthur Smith, that's what he preaches. Physicality. That's just not A.D. Mitchell's game. But I would like to pick if they were to choose him.
I would like him playing across from George Pickens.
Yeah.
That would be interesting.
Look
We've
at
got a
Nick.
Field Yates tweet here. Nick Saban on new Commanders cornerback Mike Sainristil. This guy may be pound for pound the best football player in this draft. That is some high praise, man. How do we feel about that?
Oh, you hit that pound for pound thing, though? This is short guy
Yeah, pound for
solidarity.
pound.
This is short dude.
That's high.
Yeah.
I don't care. That's high praise.
It is high
Extremely
praise. But it is short dude solidarity, too. That's Nick being like,
For sure.
hey.
Yeah, there's a qualifier here that's
Just
pretty
because
big.
he's 5'8" and
sure.
a quarter doesn't mean that he does not have that dog in him.
I think he's the jack of all trades, man.
Yep.
I really
Yeah.
do. I really do.
I mean, do you know, like,
That's one of the reasons why I really fell in love with him as a football player.
one thing that he reminded me of, okay, and I'm not saying physically that they bear any resemblance to each other, but in terms of that versatility, all right, a little Minka Fitzpatrick-y. I know we're not doing the comparison game here, but I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he has that same kind of versatility. That's why Nick loves him.
Well, we did not get A.D. Mitchell for the Steelers. We got Zach Frazier, the center out of West Virginia. A good pick. That is a team that, first off, Garrett Green is going to be a quarterback that you need to watch for next year at West Virginia. And part of his come up this year was because of Zach Frazier right here. That Mountaineers team took leaps and strides. Spencer, you know damn well they were trying to get Neil Brown all the way out of
Trying to
there.
get him
and
out.
y'all could
Yeah.
not, baby, because he had a plan and it showed up this year.
Yeah, people mover, an absolute people mover, which is not something you always see at center. Sometimes you see centers as guys who are cerebral and then manage to make their block and move. Now, this is somebody who can get to the second level, who can move, as you can see in this clip, you know, doing the hard work of the movers there, getting you from point A to B. I like it.
And we see a theme here with the Pittsburgh Steelers, right? You look at last year and you combine it with this year's draft. 3 offensive linemen, Broderick Jones last year, Troy Fatanu from Washington in the first round this year, now Zach Frazier at the center position. They're going to be physical at the point of attack. Arthur Smith is going to make sure of that, ladies and gentlemen. I promise you. Don't ask me how I know, but I know.
And you see right here, this notable centers that the Steelers have drafted. They don't really miss.
No.
So, it's hard to argue against this one, at least in my opinion.
Day one starter. Day
Yeah,
one
there
starter.
you go.
Day one impact player. This is I like this.
Yeah. Do you want a center who can pull? You want a center who can pull like 10 yards to either direction laterally.
And they
He's
showed
one
the
of those
highlight
guys.
of him limping off the field there. I mean, dude was doing everything he could to be out there at every single moment.
So it would not surprise me. The Steelers last year, they were 13th rushing the football in the National Football League. It would not surprise me if the Steelers are top 5, top 6 in 2024 rushing the football.
Arthur Smith.
Yep.
It would go a long way for them because they've sort of just been in this weird space, right, where it's 8, 9, 10 wins. Let's look at some of the best available here. A.D. Mitchell, we still got his government name up on there. T.J. Tampa, Adisa Isaac as well out of Penn State. Malachi Corley, that is somebody that I really like. HD talking about wideouts, and then of course Roman Wilson as well, who honestly I'm not necessarily surprised that he's still available, but surprised people aren't higher on him just a little bit. Anybody stand out there? Any teams that we got coming up? Obviously, Indy, Washington, and Cleveland are the next 3 picks unless somebody trades out. Anybody stand out there as a destination or a fit right there?
I wouldn't be surprised if the Colts took A.D. Mitchell. They have a wide receiver need.
Yeah.
Even though they signed Michael Pittman, they have Alec Pierce. I think when you have a quarterback in Anthony Richardson, you have Jonathan Taylor, you would like to get him more weapons.
Mm-hmm. And also, by the way, we already talked about Josh Allen, like in the long ball. You know who could throw the ball through the roof if he needs to?
I think his name is Anthony Richardson.
That is correct.
yeah.
That is
Ding, ding,
correct.
ding,
So
ding,
if you get him a detonator who can go down the field and take the top off the defense, just a nice little thing to have.
Yeah.
It wouldn't hurt. I have a lot of optimism for that team. There it is, A.D. Mitchell.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Anthony Richardson. You're going to enjoy
Bing
that.
bong.
Yeah. This is by the way like a potential true like boundary receiver, right? Like a guy who is going to play out there, a guy who is going to be one-on-one and make one-on-one wins. That is what I think. I know that he has some untapped potential at the collegiate level. That's the kind of thing where I look at what you can do in the pros and the kind of skill, the kind of innate skills he has, and say, yeah, well worth the wager. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's one of these guys that, obviously started off his career at Georgia, as you're seeing here with the highlights. You're going up against some of the best players in the country every day in practice, so you got to grow up quick. Ends up at Texas, had a great year last year, and this is a guy, too, HD. He's got 5 games of college football playoff experience. Like, this is a dude that has not only gone up against, like I said, great guys in practice, but he has played in some of the biggest games in college football over the last few years.
But also in those big games, he has come up big for his football team in massive ways. You talk about his leapability. You see right here with this touchdown catch, being able to track the ball over his shoulder. We've seen that live and in person when he went against the Alabama Crimson Tide. When his quarterback threw a football, and I said to myself, I don't think that's a good pass, but A.D. Mitchell made him right, being able to track it down and score a touchdown. So I like this move for the Colts. I thought it was also a need.
The Colts are going to be very good this year. And I don't think anybody sees it because Anthony Richardson was out last year. They were 10th in offense with Anthony Richardson missing, 12 games, something like that. With Gardner Minshew in there, they almost made the playoffs, for God's sakes. They're going to be really good. They have a lot of talent. Chris Ballard can draft. Shane Steichen can scheme it up.
That's who I believe in.
Yep.
Shane Steichen. When you have a head coach that's also your play caller, was with, if I'm not mistaken, Justin Herbert. He was with Trevor Lawrence, if I'm not mistaken. No, Jim Bob Cooter's with Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
But you also look at Philadelphia, what he was able to do there. I really like the mindset that the Colts are heading in, or they actually have right now with their football team, with their young quarterback who's coming back to play.
And the YouTube chat likes the pick, 71% A. Kevin, as you were saying?
Yeah, and I was going to say, look at how few answers the Eagles had when Shane Steichen left. And so I'm thinking this Colts team, I do a list of who can win this Super Bowl every year, and it's like 15, 16 teams. The Colts are on that list because of the ceiling, because of Anthony Richardson's breakout potential. You mentioned the athleticism and how he can throw the ball through the roof. If he pops in a way that I think he can, this team could take off very quickly.
Absolutely.
We want ways to stretch the field. Okay, we want ways to go ahead and put people out of their schemes and off their assignments. Okay, nothing better than speed and the threat of a running quarterback with an existing running game going through the running back. I love that stretch. I love that it makes things so hard on defense.
Without a doubt. I mean, if you are an Indianapolis Colts fan, you should be excited. It's a great time to be an Indianapolis sports fan right now. Colts making moves. The Pacers, are they up right now? That game's probably over now.
Yeah, I think they
Pacers won. Thank you, Cologne. And you've got Caitlin Clark. So great times. Washington Commanders are back on the clock.
On the clock
too.
again for a third time in the second round. This team, they're impressing me by the pick. They really are.
I mean, what kind of – so, HG, let's do this. What kind of ground can this team make up? Because when I think of the NFC East, and you guys correct me here if I'm wrong on any of this, the big thing with the Cowboys has been, well, they've just been sitting on their hands this offseason so far.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Eagles have a lot of work to do, even in just seemingly – I still feel like they have to get things back together. It's almost like I feel like they have to just get back out on the field at this point. The Giants, huge work in progress. But again, HG, to your point, like it feels like the Commanders are, in a way, gaining ground here through the draft.
Let me say this, and I don't want people to take this the wrong way. The Washington Commanders have an opportunity to do what the Houston Texans did last year.
That's large.
They really do.
That's a large statement. But it's a good class so far.
And it's because of the quarterback position. Mm-hmm. They're doing the other part, adding the pieces around, right? Trying to fill holes that they had probably the last few years. But the fact that you got your quarterback in Jaden Daniels, and there's a reason why you took him second overall before you took Drake May, it's because the immediacy, in my opinion, to win right now. If they wanted to win right now, I don't believe Drake May was the guy, even though he has a chance to be very, very good down the line. But you have a Heisman Trophy winner. You have weapons offensively. You're building this thing out on the defensive side where you needed the most help. You brought in some offensive linemen. I think the Washington Commanders have the potential to be what the Houston Texans were last year.
Sneakily, the comparison holds up because that division in the NFC East is going to be bad. Yeah. The Cowboys are going to be in free fall. The Eagles, I don't think, have very many answers. I think that division is up for grabs. I don't think it's going to take much. Jaden Daniels is ready to win. He obviously had explosive numbers against SEC defenses last year. They were second only to Joe Burrow in the history of college football. So we know immediately, well, he's going to be able to work downfield with the weapons he has. So I don't think it's going to take much for them to win a handful of games, and then all of a sudden you're in that mix. I don't think it's going to take a lot of wins to win that division next year.
Kevin, you mentioned something that I think we should expand on a little bit. You talked about the free fall with the Cowboys. What, in your estimation, is going on, or is there a plan? Do you see a vision?
No. First of all, I don't think that the all-in comment is any sort of guidepost or Rosetta Stone, because I think Jerry Jones just says things. I go to these press conferences at these owners' meetings where Jerry Jones is talking. You can kind of take a snippet of anything he's saying and go, oh, that was a little weird. And then you just got to kind of move on from that. So I wouldn't read too much into the all-in thing. What I would say about it is they've never shown the willingness to go above and beyond in roster construction. What I mean by that, we have a chime here. What I mean by that is they just don't go out and get the free agents, don't make the big trades. They just draft really well and hope for the best. And I think that the best teams augment good drafting with huge swings in free agency and trades. They've never done that. There's a reason they can't compete with the elites of the world, and it's because of roster construction.
So, do we feel, and Benson will hear from Kansas State. Give me what do we got here with the
All right, 6'3", 250. Here's why he's one of my favorite tight ends in the draft, because he's an athlete. 40-inch vertical jump, broad jump, one of the highest in the NFL this year at the tight end position. And I think that you talk about Jaden Daniels and the explosion. Getting an explosive tight end who can move down the field is a really good security blanket this early in his career. And so I think that I go by, and this will be in the second and third round, this will be a theme. I bet on athleticism, and this guy is an athlete. And it doesn't take much as far as coaching to get that guy right.
We had a conversation earlier about the Washington Commanders and a position that Zach Ertz plays that they could potentially go and get better at. I don't know, it was a great philosopher who brought that up. I don't know who it was.
So we like the pick.
Love the pick.
I do like this pick too, because he's a versatile tight end who is still physical. Kansas State makes a lot of hay by moving these guys around who you're not necessarily sure whether they're going to be blocking or whether they're going to be going out on a pass route. Okay, they do a lot of that to sort of mask some of the deficiencies that you might have trying to recruit to Manhattan, Kansas, right?
Yeah.
This guy did that, but at a premium. He was good wherever they put him. He did whatever they needed to do, and he made loud noises while it happened, right? Usually with the other guy making the noise because he was blocking him that hard. I like him a lot.
Guarantee you
Adam
Ohio
Peters.
State and them are going to try to replicate that
man.
with Will Howard.
Yeah,
He's very intentional.
Intentional.
In what they need in filling the holes on his football team. I love that about him.
I love what we've got there. We've got a YouTube poll, Washington Commanders. We've got a B and teetering on an A here. So HD, it feels like the people are with you here. A lot of people loving where the Washington Commanders are going so far.
I'm just going to say it again. Watch out for him. And don't be surprised if they do what the Houston Texans did last year.
How come they didn't identify the Commanders as being next to the Baltimore Ravens? I thought that's what we do in all polls now. We just say people are next to other people.
He is salty about
that is technically
being next
true.
to
That is true.
That is true.
Spencer with the NASCAR jacket.
I can get you one of these. They're gonna have. Listen, if you find out like some of the stuff that they've got coming down the pipeline,
Go look at that Miami collection, brother, and
I have some.
Oh yeah.
soothe your soul. Cleveland Browns, the pick is in. This is a team last year. Obviously, Joe Flacco was the big story towards the end of it. They moved on from that, understandably so. Deshaun Watson back in the picture. What do we think that this team ought to do here to try to, well, it's right there. Michael Hall, defensive tackle out of Ohio State. That is a pick that I like. Again, HD, it's a person that we saw multiple times this year, very disruptive. And somebody that honestly it feels like fits what the Cleveland Browns are trying to do defensively.
Yeah, I also like this too because they needed depth at the defensive tackle position. That was a need. They were able to bring some guys back, Shelby Harris, Dalvin Tomlinson. But you want to make sure you have the proper depth to be able to rotate those guys. We've seen how dominant their defensive line was a season ago. You have Myles Garrett. You're always going to have opportunity to do that. Zadarius Smith. But you want to make sure you have depth so you're not blowing guys and overusing them, I should say.
And it's a great pick anytime you could keep a guy local, or as local as possible.
Sure. Yeah. You always want to keep the great Browns tradition going. All the wins they've had. And
Every last one.
No, listen, you can't go wrong with those Ohio State guys. I mean, it's the only thing about Miami. If the Dolphins just only took Miami guys for 30 years, they would have won a couple Super Bowls. Like Ohio State and the Browns, kind of the same deal, right? You can't go broke on those kind of guys. He's one of the youngest players in the draft. I don't even think he's 21 at this point, or just turned 21. He's a lean guy. Needs to add some weight, I think. But I think this is a really good pick. He's a very quick player, and I think he's a quick study.
I know who's going to know how to use them correctly. That's going to be Jim Schwartz
Yes,
as the
sir.
defensive coordinator.
Sure is, man.
He'll
And
definitely know how to use them the right way.
And you talk about, and I guess this is a question for you, HD, as somebody who obviously you're skilled enough to be drafted, so that's one thing. But for you as a player, when you go in as a rookie, it feels like there are going to be a lot of guys around him that could teach him a lot of things to just elevate his play very quickly.
Well, that's the difference between young guys being able to thrive early and understanding how to be a pro, or young guys being left out to dry and running wild. And a lot of people wonder why at a certain point they weren't able to reach their potential, right? Who you have in front of you as veteran players, they really do matter. And I don't think the position doesn't matter. It's as long as you have a guy or guys there to guide you in the proper direction so you can be a pro's pro.
Also, like all Ohio State players, has the advantage of this being his second professional football team that he's played for. Because, boy, that environment, it is in a college technically, but in terms of their approach to how they do basically everything, it's real serious.
I just heard they're about to redo their football complex. And when I just went in there not too many months ago, it looked perfectly fine to me. They're about to redo it.
It's a statement as to where we are at in college football. You know, someone builds a big spaceship, you need to build a bigger spaceship.
Yeah, they're going to get a bigger spaceship.
Very few NFL teams would choke against Michigan.
Yeah, you know, that is the Browns?
I mean, maybe.
Maybe.
Depends on the quarterback play.
Yeah.
I'm sure people in the YouTube chat are going to love
Yeah.
that.
Disclaimer, we are not saying the Browns would lose to a college team. We're not.
You can direct all complaints to @by Kevin Clark on
Yes.
Twitter.
Next to Spencer Hall.
Yes, next to Spencer
and
on Twitter.
Spencer Hall.
Next to Spencer Hall on Twitter.
This is a very interesting team here, the Miami Dolphins. You know, I just want them to keep going speed. I know they're not going to do that. But Patrick Paul, that is a good pick, man. Those Houston Cougars, I know they didn't have the best year last year, but that is a team that has been pretty good the last few years about knowing how to pick them, and this is one of those guys.
Yeah, no shirt underneath the jacket.
Shirt. We have another
I was about to say,
lineman.
I was about to say, I don't know much about Patrick Paul, and then I saw him without a shirt on, and now I know everything I need to know, Spencer Hall.
Yes.
Apostle Paul, what?
Patrick Paul.
Oh,
Yeah, generally
We
regarded.
can call him Apostle Paul. That's fine.
That's true. Because look, he's handing out blessings left and right on
There
this
he goes.
footage. Patrick Paul, a project tackle, a guy who a guy who is definitely not polished, raw, but the potential is literally and figuratively massive.
Yes, and it feels good that you could help Tua Tagovailoa a little bit. Does not hurt.
well, I think that's the most important thing. You got to protect the franchise quarterback, and we've seen with the Cincinnati Bengals, with Tua, early in his career, if you don't do that, you're going to be on the bad side of that as a franchise, and you don't want that, especially when your quarterback can deliver the football all kind of different ways to your arsenal of weapons.
And I know I was joking about picking speed, and they haven't done that, but they're picking dudes because they got a guy, Spencer, that you were talking about yesterday.
Dude.
Chop.
Yeah,
right?
Chop.
And then we've got Project Pat with no shirt on. So
This,
we're
by the way,
setting the
does
tone
this-
in Miami, man.
I was going to say, like, in terms of tone setting, does this not sort of feel like the Dolphins being
Hey.
like, hey, you think we're just the little speed guys who run up and down the field and get bullied?
Hey.
We'll go get a guy named Chop.
Which, hey, they needed that.
We'll go get
And then we're going to bring in Apostle Paul.
Right, yeah.
Apostle Paul.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We'll get a guy who takes his shirt off, and just wears a vest and looks tough. Like, I'm not saying they didn't need it, but, I see what you're doing there.
That is 100% what this team needed. And, man, they picked the way that Mike McDaniel dresses. Does that make sense? A little bit?
A little
Kinda,
bit,
yeah.
yeah.
It was more speed, but now there's more
You know
flash.
what I like about
Yeah.
him, though? He's authentically himself.
Yeah.
He doesn't try to be someone that he's not.
Yeah.
And his players, his coaches respect him for it.
Yeah.
I don't know where they're going to play him. I don't know much about this player, but Teron Armstead has not been healthy in a long time. And I think this is a sort of succession plan as far as that goes. Or at least even this year, he could play 8-9
Certainly.
games.
No,
So if he's a project, he needs to...
We need to get that
We need you for
project
September, pal.
underway.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Well,
They
with the name
definitely need
Apostle Paul, I know one thing he knows is the Bible.
Yep.
Yes, and it looks like the YouTube chat is happy with this as well. 39%.
Let me just
Paul.
tell you, YouTube chat, you guys, you're saluting a lineman pick. This is advanced level fandom. You're all handsome and brilliant, all of you.
All of you. And 12% D through F. I mean, we combined it for a
72% say
reason,
A or
man.
B.
Yeah. Yeah, because
it's a
they're
good
handsome and
pick.
intelligent. All of them.
Now, I do want to switch gears here because we were talking about the NFC East earlier,
Yeah.
and the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. Now, assuming they don't trade out of this, they're finally going to add somebody to this football team. Kevin Clark, I keep coming to you as my GM. What would you do in this spot if you are the Dallas Cowboys?
You know who doesn't have a GM? The Dallas Cowboys.
Well,
So what are you coming to me for in the GM? Like,
'Cause somebody's gotta
they
do it, damn
weird
it.
stuff all the time. They had to take away the draft card that said Johnny Manziel because Jerry Jones so badly wanted to take him. They wanted to take.
That would have been so entertaining.
They do weird stuff. They don't operate like a normal franchise. So when we say what,
Because they're not a normal franchise,
because
Kevin Clark.
what we say,
they're the Cowboys.
they don't. Let me tell you something. I don't think the Dallas Cowboys care about winning, because if they cared about winning, they would change, and they've showed no desire or aptitude to change in the last 30 years. If they want, nothing changes if nothing changes, Harry Lyles. People probably yell that in exercise classes that we're all in, even though obviously he exercises a lot more than we do. But you're
Like
giving
a
me a look,
serial
Harry
killer.
Douglas.
No. I'm just wondering for Dallas, do you go linebacker here or do you go running back? You still have Trey Benson on the board.
Well, it sounds like they're going to sign Zeke Elliott again, which I don't know.
I don't think that stops you from drafting a running back. It better not.
There's an owner there who probably thinks Zeke Elliott's got a lot left in the tank. I don't know.
But I think that same owner is also crazy enough to be like, you know what? I'll have two.
He might. He really might.
Yeah, why not?
Imagine the doodles he's got going on right now.
or you still have a guy,
Imagine the
Marshawn
doodles.
Nealon, who's on the board, a guy that can play, defensive tackle or be an edge rusher. He has that versatility.
Yeah. They need to do something. They have got to do something because they have not done much of anything.
What I think is exciting is whoever gets drafted here, especially if it's a defensive player, this time next year will be getting coached by Bill Belichick, which I think is awesome. And it's a very exciting
The irreplaceable
night for
Mike
Mike
McCarthy.
I actually buy into that.
Me too. That's the
they should've done
situation
it
when
this
you
year.
have a lame duck coach, right? Like a guy, the contract is ending, and most likely it's not going to be back next year because the Dallas Cowboys are not winning a Super Bowl, nor do I view them going to an NFC Championship
Again,
game.
this is why the pros are
man.
fun. It's
January
like, just fire the
1996 was
coach.
the last time we
get
seen
another
them in that light.
Yeah.
Just fire the coach. You can get
I
another one.
mean, it's, again, I would have done that, and I'm shocked Jerry would not do that. Even though I will say, though, man, like, if the Jason Garrett tenure taught me anything, it is that for whatever reason, if Jerry decides that he is loyal to you, he is going to try to stick that thing out.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
And so, Mike McCarthy,
Until your contract
buddy,
runs out.
you took the right gig, man, because it might stink being you every Monday, but whew, the check is going to clear.
You want one booster in your life if you're a Tony Romo that loves you as much as Jerry Jones loves you? Like, just amazing.
100%.
Here we go. We're going to go all in.
Yeah.
Yes.
But we
And
also
here-
got to pay Micah.
And here are some of the most level-headed people in the league, these Dallas Cowboys fans. Spencer, I mean, we saw this dude playing. Was that a guitar? I couldn't really
Looked
tell.
like a ukulele.
Was it a ukulele?
I think it was.
I got to
a
give
uke.
Cowboys fans some credit now. They always believe that they're going to be able to contend for a Super Bowl.
Yes.
I don't know how in the hell they figured that out, though.
And this is our best poll of the night. What grade would you give Cowboys fans? Honestly, we should have put A, B on like just one as the top, and then we work our way down, because I guarantee you 61% of that 62 is an F. Seth, can you confirm that for me real quick?
Real takeaway is 19% of our viewers are Cowboys fans. That's the only way this is happening.
We apologize to 19% of
Did
you.
we
kind of.
geolocate this quiz to the Philadelphia metropolitan area? That's what this looks like.
But you know, I have a soft spot in my heart for the city of Dallas. Dallas has treated me
100%.
well every
Hey,
time I have
they-
been down there.
every
So,
single
you know,
time.
shout out to the city of Dallas being
Yes.
so, wonderful to
Yes.
people like Harry
100%.
Douglas IV.
I mean, it would be something if the Cowboys were just outright inept, but they're not. There's this weird curveball that's the owner, and then there's people who know what they're doing and are pretty good at their jobs, right?
Man.
Because they're pretty good. You can make jokes about playoff collapses, fine. Those are totally valid. But for the most, they put out a pretty good football product most of the time. And then there's moments like the draft where somebody else grabs the wheel and we're off the road.
Well, also moments like, while he was at the Senior Bowl and he brings up Bill Belichick when no one asked him the question anything about Bill Belichick. When you just said that, Mike McCarthy is your coach and you believe in him.
We're on the road.
No one
Someone
asked
grabs the
you
wheel.
about Bill Belichick, but you brought up Bill Belichick's name.
We're getting off here.
And there's a lot of things that you can say about Jerry Jones, okay? And a lot of people say that he runs a circus. Can I, right here? Right here? Give me my camera. Give me my straight shot. Thank you. He might run a circus, but he built the best stage for that circus because Cowboy Stadium is still the best stadium in the United States.
You mean AT&T Stadium?
AT&T Stadium. It is the best stadium in the United States. So if you are going to run a circus, you've got the best venue for it. I will give him that. Everything else is up for debate. You know what's not up for debate? Marshawn Nealon.
Oh, yeah.
Harry Douglas, you called it.
Yeah, when I look at him, my notes on him, athleticism shows on tape, can drop in coverage, can play both sides of the football. Better when standing in a two-point stance, heavy-handed, initiates the first blow. I like this because of the versatility, right? Can go to the defensive tackle position, different techniques across the line of scrimmage as a defensive lineman. So a guy with some versatility as well.
Harry Douglas, you are the king of the three-cone of the 2008 draft. Marshall Nealand, among all defensive ends this year, had the best three-cone at 267 pounds.
And it must be great.
And so I think he can change directions. He's an explosive athlete. I really like this. He's no Harry Douglas in the three-cone, but very, very few are.
Very few are. And this is a young man, playing in the MAC. You are used to playing during the week. So if you're telling this man you just got to show up during the weekend and play some football, buddy, he will do that for you.
You've already had a day job. Playing in the MAC is a day job, right? You work Wednesdays.
Yeah, so what an upgrade for him.
Y'all are hilarious.
Playing for the Dallas Cowboys.
Man, you turn on the TV, Mac's playing on like Monday at 3 p.m.
Man's going to work on a, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and man, now you get to play in that beautiful circus tent.
Listen, you got a kid's birthday party and you want Ohio and Northern Illinois to show up, brother, write the check and they will do
They're
it
there.
on Thursday at 4 p.m. after school, if that's what you need.
They are 100% there. I believe we've got a YouTube poll on the pick, which, again, not a lot of Cowboys fans in our vicinity. Can we go to Seth on this one? Do we have Seth right here?
Yeah, look at this one, guys. I'm curious what you guys think. We haven't listed Dallas with receiver as a need, and I think that they could use another guy. Brandon Cooks is obviously there, but I think on the way down, and that offense is going to need a little more pop. Like, are you guys with me on that?
100%. 100%. And, I mean, look, there are going to be times where YouTube poll, I trust you guys more than others. They don't like that pick. Are they being haters, HD?
So I'm trying to figure out, what pick did they want?
That's a good question.
Because you're talking about a football team from a defensive perspective that went up to Buffalo and literally got ran through. You played the Green Bay Packers in a playoff game, and Aaron Jones had his way with you. So now you're getting a player that can play a lot of different techniques on the defensive line that can help you in that capacity, but you're upset about it. I don't get it.
I'm going to sound like a streamer here. I'll be like, hey, chat, listen, chat, we need to talk, okay? Because sometimes you got to draft the big dudes, okay? And sometimes those big dudes, you need that. And it's never going to be as satisfying as drafting a wide receiver. Because guess what? All the footage of wide receivers, we can cut it to make it look like you're like, it's all touchdowns. He just ran the touchdown play. And then you get to the guys who actually make this game work, and guess what they're doing? Belly flopping over each other, getting kicked, scratched, thrown around, right? You need those, okay? So chat, what I need you to do, next time one of these big dudes comes up, show him some love. I need you, what do you think about that pick? We love it. Bring snacks.
Bring snacks.
It's pretty good. Seth, you got one other thing over there for me?
No, I was just, you were asking who else you could pick. I mean, Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin, somebody like that. I just feel like, all the points you're saying make sense, but maybe Dallas's path to victory is just score more points, then let Micah Parsons do work on the other side.
Score more points.
Well, I would say this. Well, the problem with that philosophy, I don't think any team is going to win the Super Bowl in today's game without being balanced offensively. And for the Dallas Cowboys, they rely so heavily on Dak Prescott. They're so one-dimensional. And you've seen that when it came to third and short, when it got down to goal line situations, you didn't see the Cowboys like the pass when they had Zeke and they were able to have that thumper for third and short, fourth and short goal line situations. So I think for them, you have to get a running back.
Yeah.
To be balanced on offense, if you're even thinking about, a Super Bowl, I don't think you can be one-dimensional in today's football and say, hey, we're going to go to win a Super Bowl that way and go outscore everybody.
Well,
I just don't.
It appears Jera might think that is Ezekiel Elliott.
If he was good once, he's good forever. That's Jerry's mind, right? Like, he's just the loyalty is...
Like beef jerky.
It's admirable in some parts. I don't know if you want that for a running back with a lot of mileage on him.
But I also said, right, you have to run the football. You also have to have the ability to stop the run.
Yeah.
That's why I like this pick. So now you have another guy that can contribute towards stopping the run, which was a big problem with the Dallas Cowboys, not just last year, but the year previous to that as well.
So who's winning the arms race currently in the NFC East still? Are we still how are we ranking this division so far?
So I have Philly. I'm not going to put the Commanders ahead of the Dallas Cowboys until I actually see it.
Yep.
Right? So I'll go Cowboys 2, and then I will go the Washington Commanders 3, and then the New York Giants, they stand no chance in hell. I'm just being honest.
That's
fifth out of 4.
That's
Tough
real.
but fair.
Yeah.
Tough but fair.
That's why everybody has showed up here tonight. We've got about a minute before the Tampa Bay Buccaneers send in their pick. They won the NFC South last year, which, I mean, anybody could have done that.
Did the Falcons do that?
No, Spencer.
Okay.
But for this team, they re-signed Baker Mayfield, re-signed Mike Evans. What direction do we think that they could go here?
It might be Braylon Trice. Because one of the things I know about Todd Bowles, he loves pass rushers. And they're never shy on drafting pass rusher after pass rusher after pass rusher. That's why they have the ability to go cover 0, because they believe that their guys up front are going to be able to get to the quarterback along with the blitzers.
Kevin, how far ahead is this Buccaneers team compared to everybody else in your estimation in that division?
Are you asking the non-Falcons fan
Yes.
here? I think that they still have the advantage going into this year. I think that it's close. I think the Falcons could have taken a step forward yesterday, and I'm honestly not joking with you guys.
Well.
But I really do think that the Bucs are going to be good this year, and they just got better.
They
Chris
did.
Pass
Chris
rusher
Edge.
after pass rusher after pass rusher.
Wave on
Man.
wave on wave.
Todd Bowles is not going to be shy in drafting guys that can go get the quarterback. That's always been his MO as a defensive coordinator, as a head coach.
Yep.
And they're going to continuously draft guys that can go get the quarterback.
Solid player. Broke out later in his career, according to PFF. 86 quarterback pressures the last 2 years, 17 sacks, almost nearly a 20% pass rush win rate, which is very high.
You know, I would guarantee you that Nick Saban has lost sleep since he retired because he had Dallas Turner and Chris Braswell.
Yep.
And, I mean, they made the playoff, but we know that's not their standard. But that you just, for all the players that defense is producing over the next few days, that they couldn't get a title out of that one. Because, I mean, we were talking about it before the SEC championship game because Ladd McConkey was not healthy, Brock Bowers was not healthy. The fact that they had Dallas Turner and this guy right here, which is why that team went into that game so confident, won it, ended up making the playoff. This Buccaneers team, Michael Penix, buddy, you are going to see this young man right here.
Well, here's the thing. This guy ran a 4.6, 8 sacks, 3 forced fumbles last year, sets the hell out of the edge in the run game, but he has that speed, right? Whenever you can run a 4.6 and you're an edge rusher, I think that's pretty doggone good.
Yeah, I would call him an elevated goon. He's an elevated goon, right? In that he's extremely strong and he does all of the things he needs to do violently, but he does them very intelligently.
Speaking of elevated goons, Javon Bullard.
Baby.
You hear, so if you're sitting at home, you have heard a lot about how if Marvin Harrison had not gotten hurt against the University of Georgia, Ohio State would have beaten them. This is the young man that took him out.
Back to the phrase coming in hot.
Yeah,
Yeah, Javon Bullard. Yeah, there we go.
look at him.
Look at him.
He looks friendly.
Right there.
Yeah, he looks friendly, but he does not play like it, does he, Spencer?
No, a couple of things are going to jump off this real fast, real smart. Again, we are in the Kirby Smart profile. When he gets to the point of attack, plays like a safety of yore, i.e. a safety before the rule changes. I think he would have thrived in that era. He also thrives in this one.
A very good tackler, closing speed, instinctive, aggressive, tackling the football. But if you're trying to block him and stop him from tackling the football, it's a great chance that he's going to run through you and run you over.
Did we find another code word in there, by the way? When we say closing speed, is that another way for saying? Is that another way for saying
Human
honk?
missile.
Honk?
Ball hawker.
Yeah.
All right, so safety is a weird position to measure passer rating against, but PFF has him at 34 passer rating against last year. That just shows you how good he is when the ball goes in his direction. Brian Gutekunst cannot get enough to Georgia Bulldogs who are athletes. I think we can see that now.
Yeah, and you look at here, their defensive back depth chart. I mean, adding him to some of those names, Jair Alexander, obviously, Xavier McKinney, hard to go wrong there. We just got the Texans pick in it is Blake Fisher out of Notre Dame. You know, as a very broad brush here, I'll let you guys fill in here, but it's hard to go wrong with an offensive lineman from Notre Dame.
Yeah, I just think, when you have a franchise quarterback in C.J. Stroud, you want to make sure that you have the proper guys in place. I think their offensive line is decent enough to go with the guys that they have, but you can never have too much depth, especially when you're talking about your franchise quarterback being protected moving forward.
Again, this is the pick is C.J. Stroud again. Every time we pick a tackle, every time we pick a lineman, every time we pick a tool, right? It's that we selected C.J. Stroud again in that we just bought him a nice accessory.
It really is, man. And you got to feel good about what the Texans have done just all offseason. I mean, this is a team, you've got it right here, their new look offense. You mentioned C.J. Stroud, Joe Mixon, and Stephon Diggs, 2 key additions. Tank Dell. A lot of people saw how good he was last year. I still think he's got another gear, man. Like, that is a guy, I told you. Like, these Houston coaches were huge on guys like him. Marcus Jones was another one. And then you see Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz. This is a Houston Texans team, HD. You were singing their praises earlier. It just feels like they keep making good decision after good decision.
Yeah, I think they have 3 number 1 wide receivers because Nico Collins really stepped up when Tank Dell went down. But Tank Dell was the number 1 before he actually went down. I think it was 11 games in which he had over 700 yards and really balled out, that guy that can take the top off the defense. So what do? You add Stephon Diggs to the mix. So they're only going to get better and better. And like I mentioned earlier, that offensive system, which is that Shanahan system, in year 1, you're trying to figure things out, right? You're getting acclimated to it. Year 2 is when that offense really starts to thrive because the quarterback he understands exactly what you're trying to do, why you're calling it, to a full circle moment. But not only him, it's the offensive players as well. So, and Stephon Diggs, he had a glimpse of it as well when he was in Minnesota. So it's not like the offensive system is going to be foreign to him as he's trying to learn the nuances of it now.
Are there enough footballs to go around? That's a nice problem to have.
It's a great
when you
problem
say,
to have.
When you say, I have 3 wide receivers who are all going to be a little unhappy because I can't throw 3 footballs on every single play. Could C.J. Stroud throw 2 in one play? I would not put it past him. He's that skilled.
I'm going to loop in Seth Walder here for these poll results that we've got, and also any other Houston Texans thoughts you might have.
Well, I just love that you and Harry both were loving Tank Dell. I'm completely with you, and so are the numbers. Like, we have these receiver tracking metrics that measure players' ability to get open, make the catch, generate yak, and it's judging every single route that these guys run. And both Nico Collins and Tank Dell ranked in the top 10 last year. So I think everybody is sleeping on them. And when we say 3 number 1s, I don't think that's actually hyperbole, or at least the numbers don't either.
I love that. And this is a team, too, I thought, HD, when we talk about the additions that they make in Joe Mixon and Stephon Diggs, you're adding, I know some people are questioning, like, hey, like, how much do they have left in the tank, yada, yada, this, that, and the third. That's fine. This, outside of those 2, this is a very young team. And so to add guys that have been there, have played the game at an incredibly high level, I still think is pretty valuable.
I think when you look at this team and what they did last year in the draft, it was the Detroit Lions and also them. They hit on their first 4 draft picks. Guys that played meaningful roles within their football team a season ago. So what do you do with a young team that you have? You add veterans to it. That's why you go get a Daniil Hunter, a Danico Autry on the defensive side, Al Shire at the linebacker position. You bring in a Joe Mixon, so Stephon Diggs. You adding that veteran presence and guys that have a lot of snaps in them to blend it in with the young players. And I can't wait to see them. Now, their schedule is going to be a lot harder this year. But I'm looking forward to watching Houston play.
The team was probably too young last year. I mean, if they had more veterans, maybe they could have gotten even better. Can you put a tangible example of what veteran leadership does, even in year 2 of a C.J. Stroud, of that kind of team where they're trying to figure out how to win one more playoff game than they did last year?
So I'll give you an example. In 2008, I was drafted in the same draft class that Matt Ryan. So we had Matt Ryan as our first-round draft pick, Sam Baker, Curtis Lofton, myself, a lot of guys that played a lot. We went to the playoffs that first year. So that next year, we go get a Tony Gonzalez. And we see how valuable a Tony Gonzalez was to our team. So what did Tony teach a lot of us? How to take care of your body, right? While the defense is going up against the offensive scout team, hey, guys, why are we standing around? Let's go catch more balls and let's be active in doing it, right? So you're always working and grinding. And then on the defensive side, you have a guy like Asante Samuel. Who comes out to practice before everyone and works on his back pedal and how he's getting out of breaks. It's little intangibles like that can make a big difference in a young team with these older guys showing them how to really be professionals.
And we've got up here, obviously, we talked about one of the players they added was Stephon Diggs. These are some other departures that the Buffalo Bills had. Gabe Davis, as well as Mitch Morris going to Jacksonville. The Buffalo Bills are about to make a selection here, but before we get to that, I just have to say, it is so validating to hear Seth's numbers say that I am right and that HD is right. Because I simply am going off of what a coach has told me, multiple coaches have told me, and to hear that your numbers agree, Seth, I am back on your team, buddy. It might not be that way the rest of the evening, but we're in the same boat right now.
Don't bring the coach into this. Just say, you watched the tape, you grinded the film, and you came away with the same.
Hey, I'm honest, man. I'm about sourcing. I'm not like a super tape grinder. Like I can, but it's not my strength. I try to play my role, which I can get guys on the phone and so be like, Coach, what do you think about this guy?
Well, now that we're aligned, I think Atlanta NFC South champions. Kevin's wrong in this case.
Hey, thank you.
Speak on it.
Speak on it, baby. Cole Bishop here is the pick, safety out of Utah for the Buffalo Bills. HD, I really like this pick, especially because what we saw out of that Utah defense last year. I mean, we are talking about a team that we were basically just asking them, hey, can you guys score 21 points a week? You'll go undefeated. And as you guys saw, they could not do that. But Cole was one of the reasons that this defense was so dominant last year.
Yeah, 4'4" guy in the 40, 39-inch vertical, high mortal guy. You can count on him. He's going to be in the right spot, make plays when you need to make them. He's not going to be, anything spectacular, but he's going to do what he's asked to do.
He absolutely is, and it's going to be a big addition for this defense. You mentioned that this was a need of theirs that they needed to go to. This lady looks very happy about that pick. Honestly, she might just be happy that she's on screen, aren't we all? Kevin Clark, how do we feel about what the Buffalo Bills have done thus far?
When you showed that departures graphic, I want everyone to know, because on Twitter sometimes they say it's not real. The salary cap is real, okay? They had to get rid of those guys. Right, I mean, we got into that, but Mitch Morris having to leave, Gabe Davis not being able to be retained, Stephon Diggs is a different bucket, but they have to go cheap. They have to go young and build around some of the pieces that they prioritized. Cole Bishop, when you talk about the aging secondary they had a tandem of safeties who were studs for years, and they got expensive and they got old. Cole Bishop is the heir apparent to that. I like this move for the future. I don't know how good they're going to be this year, but I like the succession plan here.
Do we like them more than the Jets still?
I like everybody more than the Jets, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Just making sure. I know some people at this company are hotter on the Jets than others. I'm personally not one of them.
I have noticed.
But no, okay, that's all fair. Speaking of interesting teams, the Detroit Lions, a team that is moving in the right direction, is back on the clock.
Yeah.
What do we like here?
I know I like their first-round draft pick.
Yeah.
Right, I really
Love
did.
it.
And Terrion Arnold, because this team was very intentional this offseason to, and there you go, another corner, right?
Yeah.
They're addressing the need.
Yes.
Played a lot of zone coverage. He's a guy that, can get handsy at times, but I just like the pick. He's going to be able to learn from a lot of guys in that room to become a professional guy and be able to understand what it takes in the National Football League as a cornerback. And, that's one of the things that's hardest for corners coming into the league. You can't be as handsy in the National Football League down the field like you can in college. So I think it's a learning curve for a lot of guys, except for, the top-notch ones.
Without a doubt, and this certainly, Kevin, addresses a need that the Lions had.
The Lions last year, 27th in passing touchdowns allowed, 29th in yards per attempt allowed. That was their Achilles heel all year, was the passing defense. And they got good enough for them to compete, but it wasn't good enough for them to win a Super Bowl. Okay, we saw that in the fourth quarter against the Niners. Having said that, they just went out and they said, we're just going to stack bodies in the secondary, and we're going to fix this right now. They are tired of looking at that pass defense. They're fixing it right now. I like this.
It is, and we have a list here of the Lions cornerbacks on their roster. Carlton Davis and Amik Robertson, both with 12 apiece last year. They got Emmanuel Mosley on there as well. I know we're a year into, I guess we're more than a year into us being like, okay, the Lions have something going on here, because we all sort of saw the vision at the end of 2 years ago, and then obviously last season, the success that they had. But it seems like, Spencer, that this team, we have been talking about all this hope for the Commanders. This is a Lions team that has been bad as long as everybody in this room has been alive.
Yeah.
And they have this train on the tracks and going full speed.
Yeah, and where he fits in is interesting to me, because as a corner, we don't see him in the first round, so obviously we go, okay, well, why not? Well, you don't see it because he doesn't have that kind of burning quarterback speed. That
4.5 guy, 4.51.
He's a 4.5 guy, which again, we get another question from that is, okay, well, why are we talking about him in the second round if he's a 4.5 guy? Okay, because dude is just great at defending people. Okay, and he's good at
Physical,
good at making up for his mistakes.
Yep.
Right, like has pretty good recovery skills. I don't want to say he's like a recovery bandit who's always great at it. He can be beat, but he's very good at hiding a lot of his flaws. And again, I think that can sometimes make you a day one starter in the NFL because you understand, you're like, okay, listen, I'm good, but I'm not great.
Yeah.
And that means that I'm going to know my role. This feels like a very Dan Campbell pick in that respect because we've done this with other Dan Campbell draft picks where we've gone, well, he doesn't have this or he's not quite that. And they've all proven us wrong
It
thus
appears
far.
the YouTube chat likes it, and the pick for the Baltimore Ravens also came in just a second ago. Roger Rosengarten out of Washington. I will tell you all this. This Washington team won the Joe Moore Award, which is the award for the best offensive line in football. So if you're getting one of those guys, you're going to get a pick. Before we get into that pick, I want to go back over to Seth here for a second because we've got the poll on the Ennis Rakestraw Jr. pick. Seth, what do you got for me?
Well, I just think what Kevin said about stacking corners is so important because maybe more than any other position, we just see players who are so variant from year to year. And so you get a guy like Carlton Davis who has had some really good years and some not so good years, and you don't know what you're going to get. So if you just invest in multiple people, then you're just increasing your chances. Rakestraw and Rosengarten, by the way, were two guys who had fallen quite a bit. These were both fringy first-round guys we thought going into the draft. I think Rakestraw, I just looked, 18% chance that he would make it all the way to the Lions here. And Rosengarten was another guy that fell, had an outside shot at the first round. Maybe not in reality, but that's what we thought going in.
And I think for Rakestraw, you look at him and you say, okay, what's the possibility? Why was he able to drop? And you look at the 4 games being missed because of the groin injury, the 2021 tear-year ACL. But one of the things I do know about the NFC North, you're going to have multiple corners, multiple DBs on the football field because what the Chicago Bears have done. They have 3 number ones. Because of the best wide receiver in the National Football League and Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and company. Because of what the Detroit Lions have. Because of what the Green Bay Packers have. So all of those teams in that division, you better get great in your secondary or have a multiplicity of different guys that can play on the football field at one time because you're going to have to go dime. You're going to have 5 DBs on the football field to be able to be effective. You look at Green Bay, and it's not just 2 or 3 guys. Green Bay, they're 5 and 6 deep at the wide receiver position. So corner is a necessity in the National Football League, and I love what Detroit is doing.
I want to talk about Roger Rosengarten for a second. I do a segment on my show called Badasses, and I ask when we have a player, I say, who's the most badass person you've ever been around in football? And Roma Dunze was on my show last week, and he said, it's Roger Rosengarten. The stuff he played through, the toughness he had, he was always a gamer. I feel like that's the best test of whether or not a guy can play is what do your teammates think of you. Roma Dunze did not hesitate. The biggest badass he's ever been around. The Ravens just got him.
100%, and that high praise from Roma Dunze. If he thinks you're good, you got to be all right. Speaking of all right, we've got great here on the clock. The Kansas City Chiefs, their selection is coming up. The pick is supposedly in. What do we think that Kansas City should go with here?
Might be an O-lineman.
Yeah, I can see that. I think that they could add some depth on defense as well.
There we go.
There it is.
Yep.
Spencer.
Yes, Kingsley Suamataia.
There you go.
Yes,
Atta
Kingsley
baby.
Suamataia out of BYU. Can I sell you on alignment with one fact before we see an ounce of footage, and it's this. He is a boxer. If you have a chance to take a guy who you go, well, his skill set may not be totally refined and his technique might need work, but he's been boxing since he was like 6. That's Kingsley Suamataia.
Yeah, you guys, you want somebody with some fight in them, and if you have been boxing since you were 6, that seems like a recipe, a pretty good recipe.
It seems unnecessary when you go, oh yeah, look, you're already offensive lineman sized, and by the way, we're going to make sure that your dad taught you how to have hands from the time you were in elementary school.
Also, the versatility right here.
Yeah.
Every snap at left tackle in 23, every snap at right tackle in 22. So if you are the Kansas City Chiefs, you got you a good one.
Via PFF, 701 pass blocking snaps last 2 years, 2 sacks allowed.
Yeah, because they were afraid of getting beat up. That's
Hey, I tell you what,
Please,
I don't
sir.
need, I don't
Please,
need
sir,
Seth
don't
to
hurt
go
me.
into the math on that. I know the math on that. That is good.
And also for a team that lost Donovan Smith, right?
Yeah.
You lost one of your tackles. You got to add another one to replace him. You better protect your franchise, in which your franchise quarterback has won 3 Super Bowls in the last, I think, 4 or 5 years.
6.
Galad have mercy.
Yep, we've got it on the board there. 63-20 record the last 6 seasons. Must be nice, man. Only team to win the division each year. You know, the Chiefs are doing something that should be almost impossible to do in football, because if we do this, like, I mean, imagine it's like dog years, okay? I did not know a world in which the Atlanta Braves did not win the division until I was in high school, man. Like, there are kids that I mean, bro, there's
And
kids
you
that might get
know
into
this.
middle school. There's kids that might get into middle school, and the Chiefs might not lose the AFC West.
I know.
That's nuts.
I know.
That is absolutely nuts. Kevin Clark, am I going crazy?
Well, it's different because the Chiefs won more than one title, so it's a little different.
It is a little bit different. All right,
Yeah.
Kevin, you're lucky you crossed that desk. All right, well, who's your baseball team?
I mean, I have the New York Yankees now right in my backyard.
You have the New York Yankees now, but you rep what college? University of Miami?
Yeah, the University of Miami.
So, okay, so
5
we'll
national
put you in
championships.
proximity with the Marlins.
5 national championships.
What have
flash
you
one?
done for me lately?
Imagine paying $140.
We gave it a hell of a go in the Pinstripe Bowl.
Imagine paying $120,000
Oh, I called that
in
game.
tuition
Trust
to
me,
watch
I
a
know.
6-6 football team.
Not good.
Georgia State University
You
produced
tried.
Ludacris.
We tried. We did barely try. We did not try. We did not try.
Just
Y'all had a lot of guys
Yeah.
out, though. To your credit. A lot of guys didn't play in the game.
It's
Yeah.
okay.
Some
It's,
of them
it's
were
all
on the
love
field.
over here, you know?
But Rutgers
somebody's gotta
also physically imposed their will.
Imagine tuning in. I would do 20 minutes around the Pinstripe Bowl, but we have people who actually care about the NFL
I mean,
draft right
listen, there is plenty of ball game left, as they say. We could go in on the Pinstripe Bowl. I mean, you know, we're waiting for the 49ers pick, so if you have any Pinstripe Bowl thoughts, I'm not going to stop
Phenomenal venue playing at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah.
That was my first time ever at Yankee Stadium.
Sure.
When I just did that bowl game, and unbelievable. I was blown away.
Yeah, once I saw how it was going, I had a bunch of Kona Big Wave and checked out. So, yeah, I don't have many memories of that.
That's okay.
It sounds like you managed the game well, though.
Yeah,
which is
once I saw
more
it was
than you can
cold,
say
and I
for your
said, I'm
head
going
coach.
to
Yeah.
get a
Yeah.
huge bucket of beer.
And, you know, some people try to tell you that bowls don't matter anymore. And yet we just talked about the Pinstripe
The memories
Bowl
I
for 5
made.
minutes.
In the middle of the NFL draft.
In the
Yeah.
middle
We
of the
did
NFL
that.
draft, you know, like we are truly a show of the people. And, you know, we just talked about the Kansas City Chiefs. We have the Super Bowl runner-up here, the San Francisco 49ers, on the clock.
Weird. Can I say weird draft so far for them? And I just
For
based on
sure.
one-
Expand on that for me.
Ricky Pearsall.
They took Ricky P. Okay, they took Ricky
Pretty
Pearsall.
Ricky.
Who, Pretty
That's what they
Ricky.
call him.
Yeah, Pretty Ricky,
Pretty
a.k.a. Ricky P,
Pretty boy
a.k.a.
doing pretty good things, making pretty good change.
Yeah, exactly. The
Yeah.
Arizona State Thriller himself by way of Florida. This
I love
is, this is, I think, one, Ricky Pearsall will be a good professional receiver, all right? I don't know if he was necessarily the need for them, like the primary need for them.
It surprised me.
I mean, it surprised you. It surprised me a little bit because I think he's a good player. I don't necessarily know if he was first round. So it felt E9C bit reachy to me. So what they do here is intriguing to me.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the 49ers have made questionable first-round picks before. Trey Lance comes to mind. But they have made up for those faults in the same draft.
Well, let me say this. The reason why they were able to make up for it is because when you're able to hit on guys from round 3 through 7,
Yep.
and they have, when I mean Pro Bowlers and starters that they were able to hit on from rounds 3 to 7, it covers up missing on a guy that you moved up to take 3rd overall. It really does. Because most people get fired for misses like that.
Kyle Shanahan has a lot of say in the drafting in that organization. And
I think that's a nice way of saying it.
I think that he's in a bit of the Belichick zone where Kyle, the coach, makes up for Kyle.
Not a
the
bit.
GM.
That's a, say it the way it's supposed to be said.
Yeah.
Sounds like you've got something to say, Harry Douglas.
He makes the decisions.
No, but he also
Francisco.
bails out his bad decisions.
Yep.
He bails out his bad decisions, which is, you know, there's something to be said for that.
Hey, you can shoot yourself in the foot as long as you put the Band-Aid on, right?
Yeah.
He wanted Trey Lance, and he made the Super Bowl with wasting that pick.
That's right. Hey, man, you know, it's not about a straight line necessarily. If you're zigzagging, as long as you still get to the end, you're in business, which is why we gonna be all right.
Well, they actually
You have to
they
sing
actually
that
had an
song.
opportunity
sure
to win the
do.
Super Bowl this past year. They literally had an opportunity to do
They sure did.
so.
They did. Still a stacked roster here. Still a lot of optimism, obviously, for this team. Casey, you mentioned it. I mean, Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
As long as you've got him on your side, typically that works out for you. I say typically for no reason in particular. But they have selected here, Kevin, another one of your Florida State Seminoles, Renardo Green.
Yeah, this entire secondary had a lot of good players. I thought we mid-round picks. Jarian Jones, a transfer, I believe, from Louisville. Jordan Travis, also a Louisville transfer.
Yep.
But this is a guy who played a lot of football. Obviously, 5'11", 186. I think that this Florida State defense, and I mentioned with every pick, they figured out how to be great as the season went along. They fell asleep in a couple of games, but I was really impressed with the way they were coached, the way they developed, the athleticism. Mike Norvell, and this is in the portal and with high school recruiting, has a standard of athleticism that you really see that shows out. You are not going to get a bad athlete from Florida State University.
Hey, he's got the standard of athleticism, and he has the pocketbook to match that standard of athleticism, does he not, Spencer?
Yes, sir. Also just understands how to put together a roster in the transfer portal era, I think, better than most coaches. And more than that, I think you saw this with the versatility that Renardo Green displayed when he was at Florida State, is a dude who is going to make it work. And I think Renardo Green is very much that kind of player. I think he's going to make it work. He's going to fit in whatever scheme that you're going to need because he has played all over the place. He's played different positions. And because I don't think at Florida State they recruit anybody who's not just going to be like, yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
I got it. Renardo Green, you need to play safety, cool, right? You need me at nickel, cool. I can do that.
Well, see, I think it's important that your third corner is a guy that's not going to get picked on a daily basis. And I think that's the case for a lot of these teams. So when you look at Shavarius Ward, in which I think was an amazing pickup in free agency a few years ago, and then you found Lenore, you hit on him. I believe he was a 5th-round draft pick, another one of those guys that we're talking about.
Yeah.
And now you add Green to it, you can pretty much bank on that. You're going to get Hufanga back, who got injured last season. So I really like what the San Francisco 49ers did with this pick and adding that third corner that they can count on.
I will say it's a bit of a reach. It's a bit of a reach respective to where he's supposed to be.
We have started the third round here, and we have a trade. The Panthers have traded out of the first round, or the first pick of the third round, excuse me, and the New York Jets are now on the clock. So GM Kevin Clark, I come back to you.
New York Jets GM.
Who do we have here? Since you are the GM of all the teams that, you know.
I appreciate that. Unlike the Cowboys, the last team you named me GM of, this team has 2 GMs, Joe Douglas and Aaron Rodgers.
So that makes you a third?
Hopefully, if Aaron Rodgers is, his FaceTime is working, he can get this call in. I would maybe try to go offense and just see what this looks like. They were pretty set on defense last year. I think you just start stacking pieces on the offense and see where it goes.
Let's go, Jets. Hey, man, let me tell y'all something. I know this is my second time hosting. I am not greeny, bro. Get that off the screen, okay? Let's go over to Seth really quick since we've got a trade. Seth, what do you got for me, man?
Yeah, this isn't like too bad of a trade up. Obviously, anytime you're giving away a pick to just move up 7 slots, it's not going to be great. But I'm thinking receiver for the Jets. I don't know what you guys are thinking. I mean, they have Mike Williams, obviously Garrett Wilson, but Williams is fragile. They need a long-term solution. There's a lot of good receivers left in this draft, or at least a few. So I feel like receiver is what would make the most sense after building offensive line depth earlier.
I like the train of thought here. Seth, HD, as our resident receiver, where would you go here?
I'll probably go with receiver, too. I really do. When you look at Aaron Rodgers, when he was able to win a Super Bowl, right, back in 2010, you look at all the guys he was able to throw the football to. You had a Donald Driver. You had a Greg Jennings. You had a James Jones. You had a Jordy Nelson. And that's where Aaron Rodgers is the most comfortable, right, when he has that plethora of weapons to be able to get the football to. And that game in 2010, when they came to the Georgia Dome, wasn't too pleasant.
No.
What happened?
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Hey, we got our lick back, though.
Maybe put a Band-Aid on it.
I don't think a Band-Aid covers that one.
Nope. Sure doesn't.
No, it certainly does not. But this, again, is a really good receiving class in HD. You and I were kind of talking about it earlier in the week, just going through the list, and I could pull up Mel Kiper's big board here.
I'll tell you.
And talking about some of the guys that they have available.
You still got Jalen McMillan. You got Troy Franklin. You got Jerry Rice's son, Brennan Rice, Roman Wilson, Javon Baker, Tez Walker, Malachi Corley. I talked to his strength coach the other day, and he said, man, he hasn't seen a receiver with the football in his hands that cannot be tackled like this young man.
Yeah, and just to reset here, want to welcome you all to round 3. That is a beautiful overhead shot of Detroit, Michigan, the Motor City. It has been a very entertaining draft here. The first couple of rounds for many different reasons, some better than others, as some folks at this desk would attest to. But nonetheless, we're having tons of fun. I'm Harry Lyles, along with Harry Douglas, Spencer Hall, and Kevin Clark. We are going to take you through one more round, gentlemen. We still feeling pretty good?
Papers
I'm
in
feeling
order here.
great. I'm just getting started.
Man, got more papers than Usher.
Yeah, man. Papers.
Different kind of papers, though. Different kind of papers. These are analytical.
You want
These aren't 420, even though that's passed already, y'all. Not those kind of papers.
And Usher was singing about divorce. Anyway,
Yeah.
Spencer Hall,
Yeah,
feeling good?
I feel great, man.
Good, man.
Yeah.
Looking good, too, by
Thank
the
you.
way.
I mean,
we need to
that-
can we rerun the poll
No,
on the
we
jacket?
can't. We
by
can't.
the way, since
The
we've
moment has passed.
Anyway,
Bingo.
Malachi
Here we
Corley,
go.
there we go. A wide receiver for the Jets out of Western Kentucky, which I can tell you, Bowling Green, wonderful place. Kevin Clark, what do you got?
Yeah, number 1 in yards after catch out of any wide receiver in this draft class. And this, to me, feels like Robert Saleh trying to get Deebo Samuel type. Like, that's what it is. Good with the ball in his hands. I really like him. I think especially with Aaron Rodgers throwing to him if he's healthy this year, I think there's going to be a lot of potential here.
His strength coach told me he is the strongest in the weight room that he's ever seen a wide receiver. And Jason Veltkamp has seen a lot of really good wide receivers.
Has he seen you?
Yeah, but I wasn't a weight room guy until actually he got there.
Wasn't a weight room guy.
Yeah.
Not until he got there.
What wide receiver led the nation in missed tackles forced? That man. That man
That's my
right
guess.
there.
That's
But
my
he's,
guess.
he's physical, contact balance, ball skills. He said he's very, very intelligent, a great communicator.
High school cornerback, recruited as a cornerback, which means he likes contact.
Oh, yeah.
Also means he's gained some weight. He's and can continue to get stronger.
Yes.
So he eats weights.
Yeah, eats weights, lifts weights, is weights.
Some of us do. I'm painting with a broad brush here, which is fine. I enjoy doing it, though. I will say this. Throughout Aaron Rodgers' career, the receivers that have always turned out to be great, not every single one of them, but many of them, have been from non-Power 5 and lower than FBS schools.
Thank you.
Money.
Yeah.
That pick is, I know it's the Jets, which makes me, hold my breath a little bit. But strictly because this man went to Western Kentucky, I'm all in.
I love getting a receiver off of the non-Power 5 pile.
Yes.
Like this is where I think you need to go and grab a receiver. Let's go ahead. Let's give him the board. I'm going to go ahead and put it Malachi Corley. This is the future value pick
There you
for
go.
1,000-yard receiver in the pros.
Wow.
Who comes out of nowhere. I'll shoot my shot.
All your fantasy football heads out there, you heard
Yeah.
it from Spencer Hall first. That's going to be a guy that you're going to end up picking up on the waiver wire at some point. Anyways, Arizona Cardinals, speaking of teams that are having good drafts, interesting drafts, depending on who you ask, obviously, they are back on the clock. This is the damage that they're going to do. Trey Benson out of Florida State. That is a pick that I certainly like. That is a guy that
You went about
runs hard.
forced missed tackles.
Yeah.
He's a
Start
4-3
there.
guy, too. And he has that burst, but I love the fact that he's versatile and has the soft hands, can be a pass catcher out of the backfield, but can win in that open field, right? When you need your running back to go take it the distance, Trey Benson has the speed. He has the explosion to be able to go do so.
Doing it against the University of Miami, too. And look, there's Florida.
University of
Florida.
All
Got
right,
any
Louisville,
Louisville
you're up
highlights?
next, buddy.
Got any Louisville highlights? Come on.
Look at that.
ACC
I'm going to
title
go
game.
for 3.
Look at the.
Oh, back to Miami. Okay.
Oh, look at that.
Look how he ran.
How about this
Wow
via
against
PFF?
Miami and
0.
Florida.
How strong is he? 0 career fumbles. 0. 317 attempts.
You need somebody that's going to protect the football. That is for sure. I like what the Cardinals are doing here, man. Like, you're giving Kyler Murray weapons, which he has needed.
Listen, you have
especially after you lose
needs.
Hollywood Brown.
Across the board. So
Yeah.
I think all of their picks have been all around.
We talk about
around the board.
A little like happy side effect of playing in the sort of offenses that we have in college now is that also with Trey Benson, low mileage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Low mileage.
that
Did
matters.
not see, I think, as many touches as he might have gotten in another era, which is going to benefit anyone who picks him up, i.e.
He also would not be going at 66 in another era.
Yeah.
So it's value pick.
Different time, Back in my day, anyway.
Back in my day.
No, I like the pick. I like what the Cardinals are doing. And hopefully that is a team, again, that is on the rise. I am honestly just so interested to see what Kyler Murray we see next year. Because we've seen the really good, and we've seen the not so good.
Yeah.
Kevin, if I were to put you on the spot here, I'm putting you on the spot here, which version of Kyler Murray do you think that we see next year?
I think we see an okay version.
Okay.
And I know that seems like a cop-out, but we know what he is right now. It's going to be about the situation. I'm intrigued to see the Marvin Harrison connection.
Yeah.
And how much that unlocks him. 3-5 in games he started last year. Obviously only played 8 games. Has not played 16 games now since 2020. I think that's the thing I want to watch alongside how the chemistry with Marvin Harrison develops. It's about staying on the field and staying consistent.
It is. And talking about consistency here, we're talking about a team that we've been high on tonight. The Washington Commanders going with Brandon Coleman out of TCU.
Offensive line, making sure you're protecting your guy in Jaden Daniels. We talked about Washington so far. I love all 5 picks that they've made so far in the draft. They had 1 first-rounder, 3 second-rounders, and now a 3rd-rounder. But you got to protect your franchise guy.
Yeah, Spencer?
A dude who the only knock on him is you go, okay, hey, you are a developmental prospect with massive physical upside. We keep saying this a lot in the 2nd round.
That's what the 2nd, 3rd round is for.
Yeah, that's
huge guys who can move and will eventually learn how to block at the NFL level.
Yes, but also strong and mean and likes to throw dudes around. Really likes to throw dudes around. So, thumbs up. Again, chat, approve this pick because beef equals wins.
Yeah. Beef, mean,
Yeah, it ain't glamorous, it ain't pretty.
all of that stuff.
I'm doing this for Mike Golick Jr., okay?
Now, more importantly, Spencer, we have talked about re-upping the poll, and I'm going to toss it to Seth to let us know what the results are.
Like, it's okay.
This looks like
47. This is not good.
This is like stuff in the ballot box. The answers changed. They're all fun. They're all like good or positive. You know, I remember when half the people in this poll all said they didn't like Spencer's jacket. Like we didn't forget about that. Okay, they're still in here somewhere. It's just mixed up.
You know, the most impressive part about this poll, I appreciate the 23% of you that said you don't know facts.
You know what? That's humility.
Because,
that's
hey,
great.
you know, there is something that a lot of people don't have, and it is a self-awareness. If you have that, that is honestly half the battle in life.
That's trading down in the poll.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah.
Brandon Coleman did not allow a sack and 429 pass rush snaps last year.
Hello.
Hey.
Yeah. I have an important research request. If we can get somebody to look this up for me, please. I know I have the internet, the full repository, but I'm having difficulty finding it. We had a Kyler Murray question. What kind of Kyler Murray are we going to see? Someone find the release date of Black Ops.
Thought about it.
Black Ops.
Thought about it.
Right.
Spencer,
Cold
you
War.
are hilarious, man.
Find that. If the release date is middle of the season,
Yeah.
I think you'll be able to chart it in his performance, and it'll go up. Because my theory is that Kyler Murray, let him game.
Yeah.
Let him game. Let him
Yes.
play as many video games as he wants. His performance went down when they made him start watching film. All right, I think the compulsory film watching isn't what you want.
Yeah.
He clearly gets stronger the more he's exposed to video games.
All the great ones play Call of Duty. I know I do.
Yeah, let him.
You know, and I think I'm pretty great.
Yeah, I think your performance has gone up since you played.
You
a
also
ton of
said
stuff.
you don't grind film.
So what
maybe-
happens if you don't play video games?
So, all right, so here we got another poll here for you. YouTube poll results. Who is the steal of the 2nd round? Cooper DeJean, 42%. How do we feel about Cooper DeJean being the steal?
That feels fair. Fair.
I gotta say, framing
I need
wise,
to
it's
look at
always
it
the
more.
guy who dropped the most that wins his poll. Like it's always the guy we thought was gonna go 20
Yeah.
who ends up in the 40s. Like it's all based on mock draft. So for me, it's always gonna be. It's kind of like how I said Xavier Worthy was gonna be the best player in the draft in 10 years. It's like a common sentiment. It's gonna be the guy who goes to the best home. Geography is destiny in football.
I'm
Spencer-
not going to jump it right now. I need to let it breathe and
I
let it
completely
digest
agree.
before I make that decision.
But are Cooper DeJean's stats in this particular poll padded for any particular reason?
I do not know because I cannot know for sure. I did want to follow this up, though. The actual answer to this is whatever 10-year starter at guard
Yep.
ended up here.
Yes.
Okay, that's the actual boring answer, right? Or the third.
Jackson Powers Johnson in Vegas, mayor of Vegas.
Right,
for the next
right.
10 years.
Right. Like or the-
Holding court at Paris, Las Vegas for the next 10 years. Let's
Yeah,
go.
you want that 320-pound guy who's like, hey man, football bought me a lot of trucks.
Yep.
Right? Like
Yep.
that's the guy who's actually the steal
Yes,
of
sir.
this.
You know who it could have been? Michael Penix.
Could
And well, it was the 2nd round.
It could have been, but he went.
Went 8th overall
Yeah.
to a team that paid another
unfortunate.
quarterback $90
We
million.
no telling what
That's
it could have
enough
been.
out of y'all now, all right?
He started it. He started that.
It's only going to be
I
so
was
many
trying.
times
This
I
is
take
a
it.
no Penix zone
I'm
for
between
us.
Let y'all
you
know right
two,
now.
so just let me know.
Look, man, you got to laugh through it, okay? I had to do it. That's my one and only Falcons true dig for tonight. I'm going to leave the rest of that to those two over there.
It's me. It's just me at this point.
Yeah, you picked at it.
I know. I
Yeah.
did. You have to, because it's a thing. We'll just
see.
I'm gonna leave it at that.
What do I think
So
the
Patriots
Patriots are to go?
something that has not been a thing recently is the New England Patriots, and they are on the clock. You see that they're 29-38 in 4 seasons since Tom Brady left.
That's not good.
It's not good. It's not great, and it doesn't feel like. I mean, obviously, there's optimism after last night. Doesn't feel like they've gotten that much better. We'll see if they do with this pick. They are another one of those teams, Kevin, that it feels like they have every need in the world.
Yeah, they addressed quarterback yesterday. I think Drake May is awesome, and I think he's a culture changer. And I think they're going to be very, very good. Alex Van Pelt, as an offensive coordinator, I think is pretty good. Gerard Mayo has the capability to be a really good head coach if the Crafts don't interfere too much, which we'll kind of read the tea leaves on that one. I think they're trending in the right direction. I think they're gonna have a pretty good draft haul. And Elliott Wolf, son of Ron Wolf, understands value in this draft.
Yeah, and that is a big if the Crafts let him cook, which by the last name I know is Cheese, but
Yeah, no. By the way, I like now that we've got NFL bloodlines in GM, right? Like, yeah, I trust him. He's the son of the GM. He understands this implicitly.
We love Nepo babies here.
Love it, baby.
We love Nepo
not
babies
a lick of
here.
nepotism involved. He earned that on his own. I am certain of it.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's questionable.
I will state that, but I guarantee you, somebody has gone like, well, I trust me. Did your dad come home and just like lay out the spreadsheet and was like, I don't know what we're gonna do about CB4. What are we gonna do?
Yeah, it's tough to say. But there's a lot of great players still available for New England here. I personally would still try to build the weapons around Drake May. Because I know there's still a lot of work
I try to keep him upright. Do not fail him.
Remember,
Mac Jones was a good quarterback as a rookie, and all of a sudden they started to fail him through various means, one of which is giving him Joe Judge and Matt Patricia's offensive head coaches, but also he didn't have time to throw, he didn't have the weapons. They failed him. He could have been a better quarterback than he ended up being.
Yeah,
Give Drake May a chance.
Giving him Joe Judge and Matt Patricia, man, that was an episode of Jackass, if I ever seen one. I mean,
I'm Mac Jones, and I'm playing in the New England's offense.
I second that one. I really do.
That was tough sledding there, but you know what's not tough sledding? Caden Wallace out of Penn State is the pick for the New England Patriots. You kind of called it there, Casey.
Yeah, big guy. Little bit of a reach, older player. He's over 24 years old. We're going to see a lot of that in this draft. We're probably going to see him more and more as we go into the third, fourth, fifth round picks. Just guys who are ready to play now. The thing that I think impressed a lot of people, because he played a lot of football, I was looking at his PFF numbers. Aiden Hutchinson shut him out. Jack Sawyer shut him out. He went up against a lot of good defensive ends, a lot of good edge rushers in the Big Ten, and he shut them out.
I mean, Spencer, a pretty boilerplate general truth is if you play on the line, either side, in the Big Ten, and they call your name on a night like tonight, I mean, you can hoop.
Yeah, you can ball. And furthermore, this is an important pick because Drake May is the kind of guy who, even in college, was going to get himself out of trouble, but also get himself into trouble because he wasn't able to set his feet. Anything that you can do for the thing that I think is probably most crucial in his development, stay put, get confident in your protection.
Plant your feet.
Plant your feet.
Get rid of the ball. All three quarterbacks at the top need to get rid of the ball quicker than they currently do because the front sevens in the NFL do not allow for ball padding.
No. Yeah. Seth, Walder, give me some thoughts, man.
Just to Kevin's point about this being a reach, 80% chance that Wallace was available at the Patriots' next pick, 103. So, it could be worse. Is reaching in the first round is one thing. We have less clarity, less information here. We're in around 3. Maybe other teams were going to take this guy, but that's not an ideal sign. I do agree with the general sentiment. Like you gotta build out this line though, for sure.
I mean, this is though where the Patriots would have like taken a former lacrosse player in former drafts, right?
Yeah.
That's where this is where Bill would start getting freaky with it. So like, I don't know. I have no critiques with this just based on prior history.
This pick has never played organized football before, but Bill Belichick saw him at a lacrosse camp at Johns Hopkins and really likes the way he moved the stick.
You know who's not a former lacrosse player? Junior Colson. Actually, I don't really know that. He's probably not.
I mean, possibly. Where's he
but
from?
Linebacker out of Michigan, another Chris Cologne special here. This young man can absolutely play. Seems like a really good fit for the Chargers. And oh, by the way, his current head coach now is the one that was his head coach back on January, I believe it was the 12th.
Junior Colson, who again, we've been talking about him as a retro pick because in another era, 20, 25 years ago, I think this is a second or first rounder, a cornerstone defender in the national championship winning scheme. Big, smart, in many ways a prototypical linebacker from another era who I think probably, you know, again, I like the pick. I don't necessarily know. I don't know whether he has. I think he can be baited, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Opposite of a reach. Opposite of the reach.
Opposite of a reach.
Opposite of a reach. He was a late first-round pick on some boards, probably a top 40 player in most boards. The one worry I had was Harbaugh overdrafting Michigan players. That has not happened.
Yep.
He's not mortgaged the future for anything. This is a good, sound decision to get him in the building. He is a culture-changing type of guy. He's going to understand. And you know what's interesting? Harbaugh's been out of the league for a long time, so you can't do the normal thing where you trade for a guy at your old destination who's going to be able to teach guys how it goes.
Yeah.
Junior Colson's going to be able to teach guys how it goes in the Jim Harbaugh system.
And you mentioned that he hasn't reached for anybody. Schefter just had the tweet up there that showed that, hey, some of his guys had already gone, and there's still plenty of these Michigan men for him to choose. So, you know, we will see how that goes. It's obviously a pretty good crop.
Yeah, also, by the way, just to continue a theme, this is Harbaugh picking only the most rock-solid, fundamental, red meat football type picks, right?
Junior Colson's going in the RV with Jim Harbaugh.
Correct. Junior Colson is not missing a tackle.
No.
Junior Colson is hard hat football, which makes him like, again, a little bit of a throwback, but Chargers fans, that's what you're going to see.
100%, and we have got more poll results for you. I am going to send these over to Seth. Seth, what do you got?
I agree with what Kevin said in the fact that they didn't reach for Colson here. Like, this is well past probably where we expected him to go. The other thing I like about this, in agreeing with the poll, is that at this stage, when we get into the third round, the positional value stuff really shrinks. So in the beginning of the draft, yeah, you want to be taking your tackles, your corners, your receivers, your edge rushers, and there's a lot of reasons not to take linebackers. Once you get to this point, though, everybody is all kind of much more, or the draft is much more efficient. So it's just way better if your team is taking linebackers at this spot.
And we have a cornerback off the board in Andrew Phillips out of Kentucky to the New York Giants. How do we like that, GM Kevin Clark?
I don't know much about him. Spencer Hall can probably wax poetic about Mark Stoops right here.
I can, because this is, if you want to know what you get when you get a Kentucky defender, is you are getting, not an insult, you're getting Costco Iowa football.
Jeez.
Maybe the weirdest phrase
I'm so
gonna
glad
use
I
tonight.
teed you up on that.
Which is this. You're going to get active perimeter defenders, okay? And this is what Andrew Phillips says. He is extremely active. You're going to get guys who overperform their recruiting rankings. You're going to get a team that is going to be very physical at the point of attack, which Andrew Phillips, as you can see, clearly is, okay? A guy who will manhandle a receiver. So I like the value at this pick. Attitude. Nasty attitude.
And it's something that team could certainly use. And to your point, a Mark Stoops coached player, we had one of their bowl games against, it was the Music City Bowl against Iowa, actually.
That was basically Iowa versus Iowa.
That was the game that Kirk Ferentz tried to take the microphone out of my hand. And let me tell you something, man.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I got.
You're talking about weight room,
I
guys.
got the best grip in the Southeast, man. You know what I mean?
Weight
like
room.
sometimes
Yeah,
you
weight
can hear the twang come out of my voice, but yeah, I'm not somebody to be messed with.
Here's what I love about Andrew Phillips. His PFF, his key stat is defensive stops, which means run stops, which means he's nasty.
That's
right.
He wants to hit.
Also,
he wants
does
to hit.
that mean you can sometimes throw the ball over his head? Hey, listen, win big, lose big.
Yeah,
Okay. Nothing risk, nothing gain.
That's what you got to do. And speaking of gains,
A
Isaiah
run-stuffing
Adams
cornerback.
to the Arizona Cardinals. Here's somebody that is going to be able to hopefully protect Kyler Murray as he throws bombs to Marvin Harrison Jr.
How many picks do the Cardinals have?
A lot.
They're redoing their entire roster.
A lot.
Yeah, no, I'm in on this. You want to talk about guys who hold on to the ball too long and get themselves into trouble. The only thing is Kyler Murray's very, very good, almost supernaturally good at avoiding hits, so it's never really hurt him. He knows when to bail out of trouble. But this is an interesting pick. You kind of know, again, we want to talk about big guys in the Big Ten. You know there's a certain standard there. I don't hate this pick. And I think that Monty Ossenforth, the second-year GM of the Cardinals, understands how to control the draft. He's getting good value from basically all of these picks.
Now, not to move on from this one super fast, but I'm about to do it.
Please.
Because the Carolina Panthers are back on the clock, and they have picked Xavier Legette and Jonathan Brooks, which two really good weapons to help Bryce Young. How do we continue to help Bryce Young become great? What sort of direction do we need to go here? Do we need to continue to give him some offensive pieces? Should we go defense? And again,
I'm going defense here only because you just need everything. You need everything.
Again, I know we're at a point.
Everything. Because guess what? This Bryce Young rehabilitation project isn't even about 2024. They're going to stink in 2024. It's about 2025. So just start getting positions going. I know they overpaid a guard. They're trying to get a little credibility here. I think they need to start becoming a legitimate, credible football team that starts on defense.
Also, by the way, like we're calling it the Bryce Young rehabilitation tour here, but it's really like this is a teardown. Like a teardown that is like, to me, if you even like black boxed it and said, we'll take Bryce Young out of the equation, everything was bad.
Yeah.
Everything.
Didn't David Tepper famously tear down a house in order to build another one on top of it out of spite?
David Tepper has done that, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would he do that to a football franchise? We're about to find out.
Is he doing it?
Yeah.
Is he currently doing it?
You know, speaking of doing it, I think I have a hunch that the shutdown Fullcast universe is in the poll.
Yeah.
Because we have a poll, Seth. And what does that poll ask?
Is Costco Iowa?
Is Costco Iowa an insult? No, but no wins. So I think you got it.
This is analytics.
Yeah, I mean, what more do you need
Yeah,
here?
well,
This is what Bill James wanted.
That's good survey design. Those are clear answers. I like it.
We have like minds in the chat.
Yeah.
We like that.
54%. That's everybody. You know,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
To be clear, Kentucky, second best team in the SEC East. Like
Consistently.
You can't
consistently
argue
over
with
the past 5
results.
years, yeah.
Those are not even analytics. Those are just pure facts.
Yeah, again, Kentucky, football school.
That's true.
Yeah.
So, good for you guys. And we appreciate that. Costco, Iowa, you are
When you
insane.
first said it, I thought you said Costco Isle, but Costco Iowa is much better. Yeah.
So were we saying that it was a delicious place where you can get samples at every corner?
Yep.
That's Kentucky football.
You can buy a
That's
putter
right.
for some reason.
Yeah, I love it.
Of course. Oh my gosh, man. That is unreal. That is why this man right here is on the Mount Rushmore of sports Twitter, okay? And if for some reason you are watching this and you have not followed at EDSBS on Twitter, I'm sorry that you are 12 years behind.
12 years?
Yeah,
It's never late to catch up.
It's far too long.
Regardless of what the replies on tweets look like nowadays, you could still ignore that and get the good content. Make sure you do that for yourself.
That's quite a plug. Thank you.
That's beautiful.
I mean, you gotta share the wealth.
It's always good when you're doing TV and you're like, that guy's great on Twitter.
Yeah. Follow this guy in a different medium.
Some of us retired, so
We only have 2 hours left. You're good.
yeah. Hey, listen, and that's why we have plenty of time to fill. We'll talk about This Is Football at some point and how great Kevin Clark does with that. But I'm saving that for later in the round.
Much later. Much later.
We'll get more in with Seth.
Key departures, GM Scott Fitterer, Frank Reich. Is that a key departure, the coach of the GM?
I guess it depends on who you ask.
Key is one word for it.
Yeah. Again, to each their own,
We're going to watch as David Tepper stops at the side of the road, goes into a restaurant,
man.
and asks who they should draft.
A hat.
In
Yes.
fact,
He
can we
removed-
Cologne,
ceremonially removed?
I'm putting in
Frank
the
Reich's
ask now.
hat.
I don't know if we can actually show the video of David Tepper
No,
going into this
probably
restaurant
not.
and pulling the hat, but
I got to say, all right, I'm not saying this is a rational reaction.
No.
If somebody takes your hat off and you don't know them,
hey, bro.
Can't do it.
I'm going to be irritated.
Dude, especially in the South.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's
man,
a
let me tell you
declaration
something.
of war.
You at home, you take my hat off. Just walk up to me and take my hat off. Those are.
Wait, let me just relocate it. What if you did that in New York? I don't think that's going to go well for you in New
No.
York.
I wouldn't even think of doing it. It's
Yeah.
so specific and weird.
To anybody.
Because it's aggro without actually doing anything physical to them. You're provoking physical contact if you weren't a billionaire.
Not such a hot take. I think that it was just as bad, if not worse, than throwing the drink.
Well, at least the people were like, they bought a ticket and they knew David Tepper was there. These guys were just standing at a restaurant and working.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Costco, Iowa.
Yeah.
We have Trevin
I love
Value.
Trevin
What do you
Wallace.
get at
I
Costco,
love Trevin
Iowa?
Wallace.
Look at that timing.
Hold on. I love Trevin Wallace. I love Costco, Iowa. All right, so Trevin Wallace, one of the best athletes in this draft. He's a draft crush of mine. Every time he was around the ball all the time. You're going to see these highlights here. Everything I saw, like in the scouting reports, they were like he lacks instincts. I saw instincts for days. I love this guy. I think that he's a real contributor. The Panthers got a steal. They value athleticism. This is terrific. I'm in on this pick.
Yeah, very much a hit ball, see ball linebacker.
Yep.
Like at this point. And again, not an insult. I think that is, he's got a lot of polish to acquire. He's going to have to grade up in terms of the overall professionalism and complexity of what he does. That's a long way of saying, hey, he can find you and he will hit you.
He will find you, and he will turn you into the third best team in the SEC East when he does.
That is correct.
We have an incredibly timed reappearance by Harry Douglas and Seth Walder, a poll, do we not?
We do.
Wow.
That's not fair.
He is back, for the record. He is now back.
He's
but
back.
I think what's really upsetting here is 29% of people, they didn't
Right,
care.
no, we don't need to find him. We're good.
Interesting. But
You know
not
what
as.
you know what I say? The hell with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear that.
Hey, and so to get us back on track here, holy crap. Cooper Beebe to the Dallas Cowboys. I like that one a lot. Does anybody else?
I mean, I didn't know you were gonna have such a strong Cooper Beebe take. So you got the floor,
okay,
Harry.
so
Lyles.
this is one guy that when we talk about guys that have been great basically since they walked into the building, Cooper Beebe is one of those guys. You see the mean, Spencer, we talk about a lot of beef.
Yeah.
Like, that guy is a bully, okay? And, like, not only is he a tough guy, like, he can move. And is one of the reasons that this Kansas State team has had as much success as they have had the last 2 and 3 years.
Yeah, he wants to be a teacher when he grows up.
Sure.
After he's done playing football, he's already got his master's. And this is obvious because, and you go ahead and groan, he's handing out lessons, okay? There's a whole curriculum in getting thrown off the ball. I generally, by the way, you talk about like we love Kentucky and you kind of love the kind of players they turn out. You love Iowa for the kind of players they turn out. I love Kansas State's offensive players, especially the closer you get to the line of scrimmage or the closer you get to the center, because all of those guys are versatile. They were all really, really well developed, right? They do a lot of the things. Like, it's weird because of Kansas State's limitations of where they are. They have to do a lot of the things that I think enable people to take 3-star reputations and become 4- and 5-star pros.
Older player, 3-time all Big 12, first team. And that just shows you the consistency year over year.
Yeah.
Not Don Beebe's son, which is upsetting. I feel like they should retcon that and just make him his son.
I think we were talking earlier about the Dallas Cowboys having the ability to run the football. Well, you go get 2 offensive linemen. Your first choice, Tyler Guyton, offensive tackle.
Harry
now
Douglas.
you just got
Harry Douglas.
Braylon Trice.
Oh,
Is that
thank you, God.
little on the big helmet?
Yeah, I love
I'm going big helmet.
Big helmet?
I'm
I'm
going
going
big
to
helmet.
hand over the big helmet.
No, big helmet comes to you. There you go. Big brain Falcon.
So I really love Braylon Trice. You watch that game versus the Texas Longhorns, and when it was a big play or a play they made defensively, he was involved with it. You talk about a guy with a high motor, can rush the edge, rush the passer at a high level. I love this pick for the Atlanta Falcons. I thought they were moving up earlier in the second round to potentially get a guy like him, but they were able to get him in the third round. I really like this. Pass rusher was a necessity. They got 2 guys now.
They did.
Okay, so I always view this through a quote Bill Parcells said, which is, if he doesn't bite as a puppy, he won't bite as a dog. If you have a pass rusher who does not get sacks in college, very rarely do you start getting sacks at the NFL level. Braylon Trice, the last 2 years, 17 sacks. 10 sacks 2 years ago, last year 7. He knew how to get after the quarterback. I like this production pick.
Hey, man, get this. Hey, why? Hey, bro, stop playing with me. What the Falcons? Knock it off, bro. All right. First we had Let's Go Jets up on there, and then What the Falcons. We are going to stop the disrespect. Michael Penix, Ruka and Braylon Trice are taking us to the promised land. All right?
Teammates, too. Washington teammates,
Yeah.
Michael Penix Jr. and Braylon Trice. You look at this defense, he was the bright spot for their defense.
Yeah. Also attitude, dude. Like, if you want your culture pick, this is the guy who got the hair, endless motor, endless energy, a guy who really did set the tone, a guy who was unafraid to lead, and that is a euphemism for I will get on you if I feel like you did not give your all or get your assignment right.
You mentioned the teammates thing. That is going to matter so much when they're both playing in 2027.
All right. Well, Seth is over there crunching numbers to tell us that this is a good pick. Seth, you can let me know when you have good numbers, and until you do, I don't want to hear your voice. You just give me a nod. You guys can't see this, but the camera, Seth is right over the camera, and I can see him. Don't say anything. I know we got the camera on you.
That 29%
You
that
give me a
said
nod
they don't care
when we
where
got
I
good
am
numbers on
kind of
this
bothers
pick.
me right now.
Thank God you were back before the Braylon Trice pick.
Well, I had to go. My kids were upset that I didn't tell them good night, so I had to go tell my kids good night.
My kids are so young, my wife sent me a photo of him just playing in a laundry bin. He's happy as hell.
They were being insubordinate and not going to sleep. And my
my
wife
kids,
was
yeah.
like, can you call your kids?
83 is Dad of the Year, 8 years running?
My daughter will be 8 in May.
See, and I'm good. That's why I'm the uncle. Seth, tell me something good about that Falcons pick, please.
According to PFF, led college football in hurries last year. I mean, he had an extra game or two to get it done, but still, that's that production. It's not just sacks, got the hurries. It's good stuff.
Thank you. That's all I needed. Feeling good.
Well, he can win with speed, win with power, led FBS in pressures, playmaker, has pass rush moves. I really like it for the Atlanta Falcons, man. It's not always how you start, but how you gradually finish.
Right.
And I could say right now I am satisfied with their first 3 picks.
I like that you basically cast the Atlanta Falcons as a bottle of aged bourbon that won't be ready for another 5 years.
They cast themselves as that. I'm just an observer.
I will say this. I very vividly remember in 2016 when they ended up making the Super Bowl. That was obviously February 5th, 2017. I remember the exact date. That team was 7-5 at one point.
Yeah.
And did not look great in those 12 games.
Yep.
Surprised us. Now, I'm not saying that's happening next year or the year
Harry
after or the year
Lyles
after. I'm just
says
saying, man.
Falcons to the Super Bowl.
No,
Write it
nobody
down.
saw that coming. And I'm not saying it's happening next year or the year after, but at some point,
Gonna edit this with AI.
they got to do it.
Bro,
some
the
point.
chat is begging for Pinstripe Bowl memories to come back with Harry Douglas and I. That's how bad this weird aside is from the 2016
No, honestly,
7-5
I think the
Atlanta
chat is
Falcons.
probably enjoying seeing me being very optimistic about a team that has not given me very many reasons to be. Although, again, I still don't agree with number 8 necessarily, but I like the direction.
I still pick them to win the division.
I'm not surprised by that.
I would too.
It's a good pick. What I will say is this: when we talked to Harry Douglas about this earlier today, criticism of the pick is not criticism to me of Michael Penix. He's an awesome player.
Correct.
An
No.
awesome
Correct.
player.
Yes.
But it's about the direction of the franchise, what they did, having him sit, all that stuff, tampering with Kirk Cousins. I think a lot of people, it's getting mixed up right now. It sounds like we're impugning Michael Penix. That's not me.
No.
Other people might be doing that and saying
Yes.
he's not worth it at 8. I think it was a reach, probably, but I could see you take him at 8, just not the Falcons with the way they went.
Yeah. And I think that is a very important distinction because the whole reason, that I think a lot of people were fired up yesterday, HD, was because you do get a quarterback that has shown at times where it's like, hey, if you put everything right around him, right? I remember when we signed him and you were like, hey, man, this is the dude that we have needed at certain points where it's like, all right, if that's there, then Bijan Robinson is better for it. Drake London becomes better for it. Kyle Pitts is better for it.
And is he on the roster?
Well, there's a lot of people that ask me, why do you, if you were going to take Michael Penix Jr., why do you even entertain the fact of bringing in a Kirk Cousins? Well, when you've drafted Kyle Pitts in the first round with a top 10 pick, Drake London, and those guys haven't really been unlocked to their potential, you have to bring in a quarterback to be able to do that. That was the instant gratification with Kirk Cousins, right? What good is it to do? I said this yesterday. If you have the shiny toys, if you don't have an engine.
Real quick here, we have a
Yale man.
Kieran Amegaji from Yale. 2023 first team FCS All-American.
Somebody had to do it. Somebody had to do the Belichick pick where we're all going to have to do this. You know what we do? We don't know much about a pick. We'll be like, listen, guy's got a motor.
Yeah, man. I wish his family well.
No,
This
he's
is
also
this is an amazing
You know
time
he's going
for
to be good in
him.
the classroom from Yale.
Yeah.
He could.
Real student of the game.
No, he has his degree.
5 All-Pros to become the most famous Yale person in football behind Mina Kimes. He's got a lot of work to do as far as that goes.
Yeah.
We did joke earlier. Seth's not even here. We were going to joke and just throw it to Seth every time we know a guy and say, what do the analytics say?
Yeah.
I'm sure the analytics love this pick.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a guy who probably himself knows a lot about analytics, being a Yale guy.
Could do the math.
Yeah,
Could do the math. Also, a Chicago native, so we are.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Look at that. Hometown
I
here.
want to share a Robert Saleh quote on Malachi Corley. If he had a relative sitting on the goal line, he'd run him over. So that's when you say
Good.
steal of the draft?
Yeah. I'm telling you, it's like once Antonio Brown happened, right?
Yeah.
Straight out of the MAC, relatively unheralded, ended up being a beast at receiver. And then people just started taking these guys. I love a second and third round non-power 5 wide receiver.
The Broncos have made
And you
a
see
selection.
here the picks we've got by the Chicago Bears, HD. That looks like a pretty damn good direction for that team to be going in.
All 3 offensive picks.
Yeah.
Franchise quarterback Caleb Williams. It still amazes me that the Chicago Bears have not had a quarterback that has thrown for more than 4,000 yards or
Right.
4,000 yards
Yes.
in their history.
Yeah.
That is an unbelievable stat.
Like, it feels like you, at least the last 10 years, if you are any of the 32 teams in the NFL, you could have somebody accidentally do that.
Ryan Tannehill with the Dolphins did it twice, and they wanted to run him out of town after every game.
Unreal.
They've also, I think,
Warranted,
the
though.
leading receiver in history and career has like 5,000 yards. It is grim. It is bleak.
Jeez.
Caleb Williams, the floor for Caleb Williams, year 1 is rewriting the Bears' single-season record books. Rewriting them.
Got to. And
Disappointment if he does not do that.
Yes, and the Broncos here have gone defense with Jonah Ellis out of Utah again. Another guy from this defense
Another high motor guy.
that had the Pac-12 in all sorts of hell.
Father's a coach, actually, on the Utah squad.
Yeah.
Defensive line.
Yeah, we were talking about Trice as being a guy who just produced, who just caused pressure and just put up numbers. Jonah Ellis is another one of those guys. I got to see him wreak mayhem in person against Florida live in Salt Lake City. And he does my favorite thing. You see that? He does the big bear sack, right? The big, enveloping, mauling kind of sack. Super motor dude. Just relentless. I love this as a 3rd round value because he goes and goes and goes and just gets pressure and just produces.
Tell me more about the Florida game in Salt Lake City.
The Florida, great weather, outstanding hospitality. Do you know if you go to Utah for a football game, they just buy you beverages? They do. They're like, oh,
What
did
kind
you
of
come all this way?
what kind of beverages?
Non-alcoholic.
Okay.
But they will just be nice to you and get you stuff because you came. Okay. In fact, absolute hospitality. The exact opposite of what Jonah Ellis showed Florida that day. Jonah Ellis, I love any one of Kyle Whittingham's defenders. I love the culture. I love the way that they produce players who are 2 and 3 stars and turn them into 4 stars.
When it comes to the Denver Broncos as a team, as a whole, what are you guys? What are your expectations for them moving forward for 2024?
It honestly depends on Bo Nix. It depends if Bo Nix is ready to go
That
or
is
not.
a sentence.
I mean, listen,
true.
He's older than most players. He should be. If he's going to be NFL ready, he will be NFL ready with a couple of months under Sean Payton's tutelage. Sean Payton picked him for a reason. This has to work. The embarrassment of last year has to be turned around really quickly, or else it gets toxic.
The embarrassment of the last 2 years too.
Yeah,
Separate
of course,
coaches.
of
but
course.
A team
Great
in that
point.
division that they're going to be competing against, the Las Vegas Raiders, have just selected Delmar Glaze out of Maryland.
Yeah, I have no idea,
Offensive tackle.
and I'm okay with that.
So, I think the quarterback situation, obviously still something that, some would feel good about, more so than others. But it never hurts to protect whoever is back there, and this is a guy that does that.
Yeah, as a building block, this is fine. Like, I think this is a fine pick. Not flashy in the least.
Yeah. And we're clearly getting to that point where we're going to start putting some of that weight on Seth here. Clearly.
Seth is gone. We need to run a poll saying, should someone go find Seth, because he needs to just throw some numbers at us.
Now we
Yeah.
need to find.
We've
Seth.
got a Schefter tweet here. Texans traded picks 86 and 123 for the Eagles 78. So Houston is up once again. It just seems like this team is taking every opportunity they can, whether in this draft or not, to make moves to build.
Accelerating the timeline.
That's right.
They're not waiting. But that's what I love about the Houston Texans. Again, I said it earlier, but I'll
They're
repeat
aggressive,
myself.
man.
They're just saying, we know what we have. We're not going to sit around for a few years
Yeah.
just saying, oh, what about a piece here? What about a piece here? When you have a young quarterback, it's not the time, on a rookie contract, it is not the time to operate like you're going to run this team for 100 years. It's a going out of business sale every single offseason.
Where do you think they go?
I don't know.
We will find out. In the meantime, Seth, talk to me.
I'm back. Texans made a trade up here. This is a pricey one here for this stage of the draft. And I will say, like, when I was preparing for the draft this year, I went back and was looking through all old trades. And I will say that Caserio does have a tendency, I know we've lauded him tonight, but a tendency to give up a lot more than you usually do in these trades. Also, while I was gone, I ran the numbers. Do you want to correct the NFL Yale rankings? It is Mina 1.
Mike McDaniel?
Mike McDaniel
Yeah.
2. Yeah, and then the tackle. Yep.
There you go. That adds up. And speaking of all the deals that Nick Caserio has done during the 3 drafts he has run in Houston, 18 total trades. 8 last year, 7 and 22, and 3 and 21. So this is a guy that likes to wheel and deal.
The trade for Nico Collins that he did before, it was just a horrendous trade. Worked out beautifully, absolutely worth it in the long run, but I mean, gave up a ton to make that move.
It's not about the journey, but it's the destination. Right?
Analytics stuffed in a locker.
See, I'm gonna try to push our analytics guy into the judgmental and not analytical mode by just asking, who's the GM who's doing the most for no reason? I want to know what team is doing the most and shuffling the most pieces and not really getting a whole lot of it.
Well, the worst for sure over time is Mickey Loomis with the Saints. I mean, he's just constantly making picks or making trades that are burning value, throwing away cash. I mean, we talked about them, how they handle the salary cap. The way they handle the draft is equally irresponsible, maybe more irresponsible.
I dig it. Somebody's got to be that guy.
Man, I wonder if they go
Chaos
a
agent.
rusher. The Texans.
I could see it.
Isaac from Penn State.
There.
Yeah. We've got Mel's knees there, cornerback, defensive tackle, and offensive line.
See what corners are still available right now at this.
Yeah, see, now we're getting into the
Juncture in the
nitty-gritty
draft.
where we got to start digging deep. TJ Tampa is still there,
Yep.
TJ Tampa.
you know, which, great name.
TJ
Another-
Tampa, Peyton Wilson is still there.
Peyton Wilson is
Troy
there.
Franklin is still
First,
there.
first team AP All-American too.
That feels
Hey, man,
Tampa.
I would take Peyton Wilson on my team.
Well, here's the thing
Tavion
about Peyton
Sanders.
Wilson. What as a linebacker, contact's supposed to be at the forefront of things. Mm-hmm. That's not at the forefront of Peyton Wilson's game.
He's like the opposite.
Like, especially when it comes to taking on blocks or whatnot, that was one of the cons I had for him.
Okay.
He found a way back there, though. I know it's
Cedric
different in the
Brett.
NFL.
Yeah, I was just about
It's
to say,
definitely
like,
different in the NFL.
it's a little different.
But, man, if he could figure that out, because I tell you what, man, I still think about that game that we saw them play at NC
Versus
State against Louisville, and it was like,
He
dude,
almost wrecked the game by himself.
it was like, bro, who is this guy?
I could use, not necessarily here, I could use Jalen McMillan going off the board soon.
Yeah? Yeah,
Like
another.
Corum.
I
another great
wouldn't.
Like Corman.
I wouldn't downplay that because one of their receivers is a free agent next year.
one. Fair enough.
The one making $45 million this year?
No,
Wow.
Nico Collins.
Oh, wow. So is Stephon Diggs because he signed the weirdest contract in history.
Yeah, it's he's an interesting guy. Very fashionable, too, Stephon Diggs.
Are we saying Peyton Wilson's kind of the opposite of Junior Colson?
Yeah.
Oh,
Kalen
Kalen
Bullock
Bullock.
here out of USC, the real USC.
I actually
Safety.
like him.
Careful
Oh.
on the real USC thing.
I think it's weird that y'all at South Carolina try to say USC, bro. You're not USC. Like, it's fine. No one calls y'all USC outside of South Carolina.
Now, I think this is a strictly covered safety. Tackling is not at the forefront of things. A guy that has a lot of range, smooth in coverage, deep safety. Had an interception return for a touchdown versus the Utah Utes. He's the guy that you want deep.
Yeah.
See him right there with that range,
plays.
going over there to get that interception versus Arizona State.
Yep.
Not a guy that you want in the box coming downhill to be, physical and impose his will.
Yeah, and HD, he was one of those guys that sort of got buried on that USC defense
Yeah, I was gonna
because
say.
we knew how much they struggled. I mean, to have the #1 overall pick, and I think they ended up losing, 5 total games last year?
Yep.
It's tough, but
Could they move him? I mean, do you think he might switch to corner? I mean, like body type? See, he is a little lean, and he is fast.
Ran a
Yeah.
4.48. So
Yeah.
a good ball here.
To be first team all Pac-12 on that defense is a football miracle.
That is
Yeah.
Yes.
weird. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Like you have to be a hooper. and
You have
he is a
overcome adversity
had 5 interceptions
to
in
be good
2022.
on that USC defense.
Yeah, and you want guys like that on your team.
Yes, you do.
This is mark it down. This is a Lincoln Riley defender, just got drafted.
Yep.
Yeah. Mark it down. Might not happen for a while.
Alex Grinch.
Yeah, they got a
Alex
good new
Grinch.
defensive staff though
Alex
out there at
Grinch
USC.
Pro Factory.
We'll see.
They do. I'm a believer. I'm a Doug Belk
When you're
believer.
scoring 48 a game, let's see how that works.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see how it goes. I have faith. Someone has to, right?
Colts.
Indianapolis Colts, Matt Gonclaves, Pitt.
Pitt is in.
Goncalves, excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah. More beef to protect our guy, Mr. Richardson. I love this. Anytime, this is when you lean back on the most stereotypical draft analysis possible.
Yep.
He's a Pitt guy.
Yep, exactly.
That's a Pitt guy. He's
Yep.
a big old lunk of a guard.
The Long Island guy. Long Island kid.
Oh, Long Island guy.
Island
That's
kid.
a worker. That's a worker.
Lunch
right
pail.
there.
Lunch
Hard
pail
hat,
guy.
Lunch pail.
Lunch pail guy.
Got a
Suffolk
Con Ed
County.
vest on.
You kidding me?
I really
looking
do
up
believe
what
in
his
A
that.
little
parents
high in
did.
the stance. You got to get lower, bud.
Little high in the stance, but I think he's still at the I'm having a fight and calling it football stage of his offensive lineman development,
Yeah.
right? He can become a little more refined, but he's definitely got nasty, built into him.
Yeah, anybody playing on the line in the backyard brawl, I'm in.
Yeah.
I am in.
Wasn't that unbelievable?
Yes. Yeah,
We
'cause-
started, that was the
22?
22 season.
Yeah.
With the backyard brawl.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
That is
Unbelievable.
arguably the most hate-filled game in college football.
And profane.
Yeah.
And profane. You got to turn down the field mics.
Yeah.
Because it's not just random profanities. You get chants
Yes.
that go on. Yeah.
That I did the sideline for that game in 2022, and
lot
it
of
was the
dip as
most
well in the
attended
stands.
A lot of dip.
event
lot
in
of sins.
Pittsburgh history until Taylor Swift broke the record.
Is that true?
Yes. Yep, Taylor Swift broke the record like 6 months ago. So good for her. Can't let us have some things. Teach their own. Don't come get me, Swifties. Bengals are on the clock.
They're on the way.
Stand away from that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bengals are on the
Cowboys.
clock. Many different directions they could go here, obviously. Kevin Clark, GM, again, putting the hat on. What do we got here?
What if they go Troy Franklin?
I was going to say, at some point they do need, remember, it's not about T. Higgins, it's about Tyler Boyd. Tyler Boyd.
Jermaine Burton.
Speedster.
Oh.
All right.
Speedster.
Yeah.
I like
and
that one.
And a guy who I think had a really weird career at Alabama, where I don't.
That's one word for it, yes.
Weird.
Yeah.
I'll say weird. I think that's a nice way of saying it.
But the big play guy, if you wanted Alabama to make a big play or have a big play, Jermaine Burton was the guy to go to last season. You see him here with Georgia in the semifinals game down in the Orange Bowl, right here in the Alabama uniform, fighting to get downfield on a go route. Get that piss hand off of me. In the slot, we know speed kills.
Oh,
If you're going to line a receiver up versus a safety, if the receiver cannot beat that guy one-on-one, take off the uniform, go run in the locker room, and don't come back.
yep. Another one of these guys, he was a Georgia transfer. So a dude that has been seeing NFL talent defenses in practice every day, which, again, practice reps not the same as game reps, but still seeing some of the best. So he's a guy that, and again, played in big games too, the playoff.
Former
My
Miami
only
Commander.
knock, though, is he's not a natural catcher of the football.
Okay, so here's the role that they needed. And I'm just wondering now, role-wise, Tyler Boyd did a lot of the dirty work, okay? Because the way that Joe Burrow was defended was defenses put the top on, cover two, all that stuff, took away Chase, in some cases took away Higgins, and really the middle of the field became open. That was where the tight end was important. That's where someone like Tyler Boyd. I'm curious what you guys think Jermaine Burton can do in this Bengals offense, just having seen him.
I'm surprised they didn't go Jalen McMillan with that pick because that's more of a Tyler Boyd type player. And like I said, if you're going to play in the slot, especially with Joe Burrow throwing you the football, you want a guy that doesn't have to catch the football everything with his body. And I think Jermaine Burton is more so of a body catcher. Jalen McMillan, I think, is more so of a handsy guy. Also, Roman Wilson is that guy too. So
listen, I mean, we don't know. Maybe they're just planning a last dance with T. Higgins, and the entire offense is going to change next year. You know, that could be it too. We've seen that before. They did with Jesse Bates a couple of years ago, where they just said, "We're going to tag you. Good luck in future endeavors, but you're playing one more season for us." It could be that. So this could be succession planning for that as well.
Interesting. Yeah, that was kind of my first thought with this. Is like, okay, well, what does this type of receiver say about what they're going to do in the future? So. That'll be interesting for them.
I don't think with a third-round pick you can glean too much.
Well,
on
perhaps not.
Yeah.
But
excuse me. The hell with you, Kevin.
What did Harry Douglas'
What round did you get drafted in?
What did Harry Douglas' selection say about the state of the Atlanta Falcons franchise?
Hey, man.
That you guys
good,
were
baby.
back. They were
Said
back.
they're ready to win.
We're good.
That's what
Ready
he
to
said.
go,
Let the
baby.
good times
Playoffs year
roll.
one.
Did they value 3 cones?
made the playoffs year one. Hey, I mean, there's no telling what Jermaine Burton can become and what it says about the future of the Cincinnati Bengals.
Consistency.
But like,
yeah,
when
he
you
just
have
needs to work
people
on
like
consistency.
Javon Baker, Tez Walker,
Yeah.
you have all these guys.
It's a
So
lot of
I'm
dudes.
kind of interested in what the Bengals are really thinking with this pick.
I
They're
mean,
thinking productive guy from a big school, which is how Mike Brown throws his little dartboard and says, "This guy right here."
productive is like, but consistently productive is not what we could call him.
Yeah.
That's
No, but he was
I
the
wouldn't either.
he was the most productive receiver on Alabama last year. Yeah.
I think that says
Out of
more about the
context,
state of
that is an
Alabama.
No,
last
of
year.
course, of course. I'm just looking up Harry Douglas's draft class to see where he ranked.
He was good.
I moved on.
Good player.
10 years, baby.
Yeah, that's right. And the Seahawks are going to be looking for a 10-year guy here, hopefully. You know, they have hit on some, missed on some. Let's take a look at the best available players real quick here. This is from Mel Kiper. We've got TJ Tampa, Adiza Isaac, Roman Wilson still up there, Cologne's boy. Troy Franklin, HD, somebody you and I have talked about, really enjoy his game. Watching Bo Nix just throw it up there and be like, all right, well, come down with it. And our guy Peyton Wilson as well. So those are the best available, but I see a YouTube poll behind Seth that I want to get to. Seth, what do we have here on said poll?
Ooh, best late night snack. Ice cream's the leader, which is my pick as well. I don't know if you guys are on the board. I think chips is the worst option. We could agree because PB&J is at least filling. Are you guys with me on that?
Yeah, I go PB&J nowadays. I've cut out chips and sweets, so I don't eat ice cream anymore either.
I'm more so the PB&J guy.
Yeah.
I am very lactose. When I mean very, capitalize every single letter in very.
Yeah, I don't have a sweet. I don't have a sweet tooth. I have a salt tooth. So like chips late night are a
I
problem.
like chips too.
All of these
Yeah.
options are terrible for late night snack. They're good for like 3 p.m.
I'm
What do you
saying,
eat,
so
late
what do
night
you like? A
almonds?
Cliff Bar?
Yeah.
A Cliff Bar. I could do a Cliff Bar right now. Cheese. Just get a
What?
nice little block of cheese. Let's ride. Yeah.
Oh, bro. That's...
You're joking, right?
You hear
Ice
that?
cream? How's that going to sit in your stomach for the next 8 hours?
Well, not
better
me.
than
I'm
that.
not
That's
I'm
not
not eating
weight.
that when I'm going to bed. I'm lactose.
I will tell you though, pizza late night. That's like
Yeah.
a plus 10 multiplier. Like on the smell of a pizza late
Hold
night.
on, wait. So Kevin
You
Clark,
must be
we
talking
don't
about
we
a
don't
drunk
like
night, bud.
Yeah.
we don't like eat some ice cream and
much
watch a
that
movie
alcohol.
like at night.
That has never happened.
You got to plan ahead.
Interesting. Hey man, different strokes for different folks, you know.
I'm telling you, like the late night pizza, king.
Yeah.
King of the tempting.
I mean,
food.
pizza
I say
at
that
any
somebody
time
doesn't
is
even
good.
really like cheese. Yeah.
You know what else is good? Christian Haynes from UConn going to the Seattle
Wait
Seahawks.
till I get my hands on you.
That's right.
That was beautiful.
We're
Michael Jordan
at
back in the
that point in our analysis here. Does anybody have anything good on Christian Haynes?
You know, he's a good blocker. Playing the offensive guard position. He's a guy that I think is going
UConn.
to really pay huge dividends for the Seattle Seahawks in a few years when he's coached up properly and, you know, he can get his hands right or whatnot. So, like this pick for the Seattle.
Yeah, you know,
For the Seahawks.
easy to get lost in the athletic fold at the University of Connecticut if you are not playing men's or women's basketball.
Yeah, this is, by the way, if you want to talk about the new reality, this man started playing football in 2018, or college football in 2018.
Late bloomer.
Feeling like we're getting a lot more of those.
Yeah, this is, there's a lot of things, like if we need space, we can talk about the difficulty of evaluating talent being like even higher than ever before. You just get so many guys who are multi-stop guys, maybe multi-position guys, maybe guys who, had to take an injury year off, got an extra year, okay? It's so hard to project talent across the board now. Everything that happens in college is going to affect what you see in the talent pool in the pros, right? So if on some of these guys we say it's speculative, we mean it more than ever.
Spencer, I played with a guy with the Titans, Brian Arakpo, that started playing football in high school. Ended up going to the University of Texas, winning a national championship, first-round draft pick to Washington. So, a lot of these guys nowadays, they are late bloomers, but it doesn't mean it's the end of the world for them. If you're coached up properly, you have the will to be able to learn and dissect the position, you have a chance.
And want to hit. Because you need, in order to be a late bloomer and take up football in 2018
you have to
the
like
NFL
contact.
now, you have to be an incredibly athletic guy, first of all, for anybody to even want to make the transition for you. But then you have to want to have contact. Everybody, when they always go, oh, this Final Four power forward just put on cleats. No. It's a rare breed that can actually do that. Not everybody's Jimmy
likes
Graham.
to bang.
Also, by the way, it helps that Brian Arakpo could just walk into the gym in his first strength session and hang clean 355. Before he even knew what he was doing.
Pick just came in for the Cardinals, I believe. The rubber band man, Tip Raymond, out of Illinois.
Why are you laughing?
My two Atlanta brothers got me on that one. I called him the rubber band man. It is not because of that, but it is because he's a TIP coming at you from the VIP.
You want to know somebody who made the most out of his freshman 15? This guy, because he is a good 40 to 50 pounds heavier than when he came in.
South Dakota, a South Dakota native.
Yes. South Dakota, noted football hotbed. Ask the Jacks if you don't believe me. What do we got with this run on Illinois talent?
Hey, bring them out, bring them out.
A walk-on. The only notes in the Beast. The only notes in the Beast are for his last 2 years were team captain. So I think we kind of know what this guy is.
Stand-up guy.
Yeah. Leader.
His teammates love him.
Leader.
There you go.
Just super popular in his South Dakota hometown.
I think the point is we're putting the champagne in Champaign, Illinois.
That's right.
That's what we're doing. That's a
Rapid
program on the
City.
up and
What's
up.
going on in Rapid City, South Dakota?
Hey, man, I don't know, but
Growing
that man's
big.
young man his name would play well in Atlanta.
Oh, yes, it would.
Coming live
he would
from
be
the VIP.
the second most famous Tip.
Here
we
we
have
go.
another Michigan man in Los Angeles, but not the Chargers. He is going to the Rams. Blake Corum.
I like this pick. You're able to pair up now Kyron Williams with the Blake Corum. We know the baseline of that Shanahan offense, which Sean McVay put his own little twist on it in L.A., in which Kevin O'Connell runs as well with the Minnesota Vikings. But I think the baseline of it and the precipice of it is running the football, right? And I think that's what the Rams actually got back to last season. That's why Kyron Williams was able to get over or eclipse over 1,000 yards. I think Blake Corum is a different type running back from Kyron.
Yep.
And now you have a guy that can be that 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, 3rd and inches, goal line type guy that can go get you that tough yardage. Any guy that runs the football after a major college football game and his face is bloody, but he looks like he can go another quarter or two.
Yep.
Yeah, put him on my team.
That guy's so amped about Blake Corum. Hey, I have a take. So last year the Rams' top pick in the second round was Steve Avila from TCU. Obviously played the national championship game. This year they take 2 Florida State guys to take Blake Corum. I think Sean McVay, everybody talks about how he's a scheme lord in his playbook and all that stuff. He values leadership, he values winning, he values intangibles, I guess you could say. They're taking winners. I think that if you just look at the last 2 years, they're taking guys who won a lot of games. I think they value that. It matters to them, and I think we're seeing it with a guy like Blake Corum, with the 2 Florida State guys who played winning football. I think we're seeing a pattern here with the Rams.
Throwback dude. He was their knockout punch.
Yep.
When Michigan needed a knockout punch, they would just hand him the ball, and eventually he was going to bust loose a 20, a 30-yarder. A guy who's 5'8", but can do 30 reps at 225 on the bench. A true Doug Martin-style muscle hamster at running back.
In L.A., he can go hang out with Jim Harbaugh in the RV.
They can work out at the beach. They can work out.
They can work out at
right?
the beach.
Yeah.
They can go on beach runs, but they're not going to work.
I want to give his father a shout out, man.
Yes.
Had an opportunity
I was about to mention that.
to talk to him after the national championship game. It's not a surprise to me why Blake Corum is the stand-up guy that he is, because he's had that foundation within his household. So I wanted to give Papa Corum a shout out.
Hey, man, he had all the energy in the world after that national championship
did.
game, did he not? And Blake looked like he was ready to keep playing.
Look, he called me out, too, because on First Take earlier that day, I had picked
Yep.
Washington to win the game. And he was like, I heard what you said. So Pops didn't shy away from anything either.
No,
I was like, I don't want no problems, Pops.
that was a cool experience, man. Like, they were just to see the joy from a family after winning a national championship like that was just
And
really
how
cool.
happy his sisters were,
His
too. He
sisters-
has a
hey,
lot
man,
of
they were all
sisters, man. And
pumped. Yep.
his family
Pittsburgh
stand
Steelers.
stand-upish, man.
Yeah. So we got the Stillers
Let's go.
on the clock. You know, we haven't heard from Seth in a minute. Seth, how are we doing over there, man?
We're hanging in. We're
Yeah.
hanging in. You know, I mean, obviously running back going, that's a blow to the ego, of course. But we can hang on, you know, hopefully no more the rest of the night, the rest day 3, and then that'll be okay.
How are your Twitter mentions right now? Are you pretty good? I mean, I feel like we haven't really gotten real spicy at any point.
Oh, Roman Wilson. Oh, nice.
Look at that.
There we go.
Was that the analytics pick there?
Yeah.
I mean, receiver. I mean, like to me, when they traded away Deontay Johnson, that was a big miss. I mean, Johnson. One thing he does, look, he's not the perfect receiver, but he gets open, and I felt like taking him away from that offense for whoever was going to play quarterback is tough because they needed to replace him with somebody, and here you go.
83, how do you like Roman Wilson lining up with George Pickens?
Well, I love this, especially for the offensive scheme, because it's going to be similar to something that he actually did with the Michigan Wolverines. One of the things I do love about him, we know he has the wide receiver skills. He had that crazy catch versus Nebraska. Also had that big catch versus Ohio State for a touchdown in that rivalry game. But when it's time to run the football, he's not shy from blocking for his teammate down the football field. That's something I know the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to be able to do. And you have a sure-handed guy that is hard-nosed, tough, because that's how his college coach was, and that's what the system demanded. So Arthur Smith getting another gem from an offensive standpoint for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, this is a bar fight wide receiving core in Pittsburgh,
Yeah.
right? Most likely to tussle and tangle Roman Wilson, a sub 4.4 dude, so he's got speed to go with that toughness. He's super strong, thanks to the freaks list again from Bruce Feldman, because Michigan has these crazy stairs that they make people do plyo jumps on, and it's like 5 flights that go up a combined like 20 feet, and he did them in something like 2.22 seconds, which was a program record. Yeah, strong like a frog, man. He's a freak.
And you just saw the list of all the Michigan men that have gone and been drafted thus far. Pretty good evening for the
Didn't
University.
Jim Harbaugh say there are going to be like 20 pros on that team? Did
Yeah.
he say that? Yeah. So we're getting
Pretty
there.
confident. Hey, I
We're
mean,
getting there.
At some point,
They called him a madman.
he might have to start taking some off the board if they're going to
How many was it so far already?
I believe that was 6.
2-3 rounds?
Yeah.
Oh, you're
4 more
was
rounds
6.
tomorrow?
Yeah, but that's only this draft class. Didn't he say there were 20 pros on the team? Or
Yeah.
did he say- Okay.
Okay.
didn't say professional what?
I'm being told it's about to be 7, though.
Wow.
So we will see. You know, that might just be Cologne, you know, having a good time.
Foreshadowing.
Our producer, Chris Cologne.
I don't even know who that could be.
I mentioned we call him B Rabbit. You know, he's a big old Michigan fan. Did not know what to do with himself after they won, but he had to get the wheels back on the wagon because, buddy, you got to work. So, but congrats to you.
He
Chris
kept it
Cologne.
together, though. I
really
will say
did,
this.
man.
For someone who is a huge fan of the Michigan Wolverines,
Hey.
when they won the national championship,
That's right.
Cologne really kept it together.
Yeah. In fact, I had to tell Cologne, I was like, bro, like
You can
square up,
celebrate.
let's take a picture. Like, here's a newspaper. Like, we got to make sure you remember this
All
moment. Like,
business.
my man knows how to keep his eye on the ball.
Yeah.
And we love you, man.
You know my
Cleveland
boy,
Browns.
Blue?
Yeah, we love you, man.
Yeah, my
B
boy,
Rabbit.
Blue.
This is Blue
Mom
Boy.
Spaghetti. All right. Cleveland Browns on the clock. They still, again, man, we talked about it. It feels like they're teetering, right? Like they're there, but they're not quite there.
Yeah, let me keep it 100 with everybody. Yeah, Deshaun Watson got to get his you-know-what together.
Yep.
Because his football team was different when Joe Flacco came in. Now, granted, Joe Flacco had some flaws still. Turning the football over, it really showed in the playoff game versus the Houston Texans. But in order for this team to be able to do what they want to do and go where they want to go, Deshaun Watson has to be better than he's been the last 2 years.
I see Seth nodding his head. Seth, you got anything to add?
Oh, I just agree. One thing I've been confused about with Cleveland is how long they're letting this Watson experiment go. And I know you're saying, like, well, what can they do, right? They're tied to him.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, Justin Fields was traded this offseason for a sixth-round pick. I mean, you're telling me that you're Cleveland, you're not better off if you give up a 5 for Fields and I don't know, he could be better than Watson. He has been. So does that not help you? This roster is too good for them to just be wasting it. And
It's just
It's
hard,
a great
though,
point.
when you give up $230 million.
Yeah, too bad. Like, I honestly, like, for
I
me.
get it, but owners don't think like that, bro. They invested $230
Mm-hmm.
million guaranteed. So they're not just going to say, hey, let me give up on Deshaun Watson because I think someone else can give us more production. That's $230 million that they invested in. So they're going to give him chance after chance after chance.
But my problem with that is you've already spent the money. You see the roster. The roster can win a Super Bowl with above-average quarterback play. That's how good that defense is. You mentioned Jim Schwartz earlier. Yep. The floor is so high, and they're throwing it away because of the sunk cost fallacy with Deshaun Watson. He's a bad quarterback who has never shown, even for a half, that he could be an elite quarterback like he was. It is over.
Hey, well, they're also blinded by the Houston days, right?
Of course.
A lot of people still have the Houston days in their
ago.
mind. I don't think Deshaun Watson is still that quarterback.
You were
that we see in
foreshadowing.
Houston.
And he might not be. I will say, this guy right here, Zach Zinter, he got injured against Ohio State.
Yep.
He was a person, clear leader on this Michigan team.
Dog.
And had he not gotten hurt, he could have heard his name called yesterday as well. I mean, just a player that you'll see it on the tape here.
Who took him? The Browns took him?
He is a nasty man, yeah.
Yeah,
That's a
perfectly
great-
with the
it's a
scheme,
great
though,
pick.
right?
Yeah.
Because the system that he's going to is going to be similar to the system that he just left in college.
Yeah.
When you look at Kevin Stefanski, he wants to run the football. Well, Zach Zinter, we can plug you right in because it's something that you do very well, and you've done very well at the University of Michigan.
He was so good and important to that team. The immediate reaction to his injury was, is this going to cost them a national championship?
Yeah.
Heart and soul.
But also, his injury, just to show you how important he was as a glue dude for that team, his injury, they played like madmen after he got injured because they were so emotional when he got injured. And if you want to go ahead and make the stereotype that this is an old school Michigan guy, he's just going to run block you into the ground, all accurate. 100% accurate with Zach Zinter. Yeah.
Yeah. And Shefty, the clothes are coming off. He is happy. Back-to-back Wolverines at 85. The Browns selecting Zach Zinter. In case you don't know, Shefty, Michigan graduate. Kevin.
I need to tell the story. So in the athletics draft guide, it says that Zach Zinter grew up in Florida. He went to high school in Massachusetts, but grew up in Florida in Port St. Lucie. He could not play Pop Warner because of the weight limit. In Florida.
Oh, he was Mr. Birth Certificate.
He was Mr. Birth in Port St. Lucie, which is right near South Florida. They were like, no, this guy's too big. This guy's too big.
Man,
Not gonna hurt my baby.
Florida Pop Warner.
If
He can't play.
that's crazy.
He's a
bro.
biggin'.
Yeah, Mr. Birth
Bro,
Certificate.
in
I want to see
Florida,
it. I want to see it.
For those of y'all who have never been to the South, that is absurd.
Yeah.
We've got another pick here, 49ers going offense. Dominic, is that Puny? He ain't Pooney. He ain't, because he ain't puny. He plays offensive tackle.
There we go.
I'll call him Neek.
Seth, what do you got for me over there, man?
Okay, this is one of only 2 players in FBS with a lower pressure rate allowed at tackle than Joe Alt.
Look at that.
Oh, wow.
So this is a good pick.
The steal.
Also a need for San Fran.
Yeah. How much of a steal? Can we
Quantify that?
Yeah, can we quantify that?
I don't know.
Pretty big.
Yeah, we'll give it pretty big. Yeah, I like that.
Thumbs up. All right.
I will say this: anytime you can trade 2 quarterbacks out with very little fall off in between, I know that's a testament to good coaching and great skilled players. You need to look at the offensive line and what they enable you to do, no matter who you have back there. So Dominic Pooney, big part of that for Kansas.
I mean this as a compliment. I think his nickname should be Puny though, like because like big dudes that are named Tiny, Tiny, like those are usually like you know what I mean? Like those are the most like tough big dudes. You're laughing because it's true. 83, you know what I mean? Like
another example. First of all, he's going to be 25 next season, but he's another example of what we talked about earlier.
What he played 6 years?
He started in class of 2018, COVID year. He portaled from Central Missouri.
This has to stop, man.
interesting draft by
It
them.
has.
This has to
But he
stop.
portaled from Central Missouri. He's the type of guy who wanted to go up a level, prove himself. It actually obviously worked. I like this.
He's already got a 401k and he can rent a car. That's a big asset. to
Is this the
organization.
last year of guys that could be in college for 6 years?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Until
we gotta put a
until
stop
the
to this.
athletes are ruled employees, and then they
We
never
gotta
have to
put a
leave.
stop to this.
Yeah.
Hey, man, that's, if you can rent a car, you probably shouldn't be able to hit the portal. I don't know. I'm just playing. That's, again, interesting draft by the 49ers. How do we feel about that GM, Kevin Clark? Because we talked about Pretty Ricky. Obviously, they went corner in round 2, and then now they've got what appears to be, by early returns, we think could be a steal.
When you don't have that many holes, you get to do whatever you want.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of being the Super Bowl runner-up, is
Yep.
you understand a rookie contract quarterback in Brock Purdy. They're just going out there and filling holes, which I think is really, really valuable. It's freeing what they have to do. Like how many teams like the Panthers and the Giants are just like, oh, they need everything. The Niners, to me, these are luxury picks. Ricky Pearsall is a guy they need, not want, and this is another example of that.
For you, what is, because I know one of the big storylines with this team is Brandon Ayuk. It is Deebo Samuel. What to you, or in your mind, is the solution or the eventual end game at that position in particular?
I would try everything I could to keep Brandon Ayuk. He is amazing.
Yeah.
And I think that Harry Douglas can speak to that a little bit more, just in how good of a playmaker he is, because I think sometimes in that scheme, the individual skill gets lost a little bit. Same thing happened with Kittle a couple of years ago, where he was almost underrated. Debo, not because he's so dominant with the ball in his hand, it was so obvious what he was doing. But they've shown a propensity to say, we're going to get rid of you a year earlier, too expensive. DeForest Buckner on the offensive side of the ball, or defensive side of the ball. There's a reason he plays in Indianapolis now. They pick guys. They understand what the position is, and they also know they can scheme it up. And so I think someone's going to get traded. Deebo Samuel's value is not what it once was 18 months ago.
Right.
So it's going to be harder to move off the hammy. They have to eat some salary. I mean, just going by their history, at some point, they're going to have to trade Ayuk.
I love Brandon Ayuk. I don't think he gets the credit he deserves.
completely agree.
He is one of the best route runners in the National Football League. He carves people up. I just love how he's worked on his game, how he's gotten better each season, and we've really seen him thrive this year. The only thing, like when you see Amon-Ra St. Brown making $30 million a year, if you didn't get ahead of that curve, if you're a football team, then you're behind the 8 ball, in my opinion, because now all of these guys, when you look at Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Brandon Ayuk, all these T. Higgins, they're going to want north of $30 million. And I don't think they're going to blink and come off of that.
The reason the Eagles are so well run is they sign guys to extensions the moment they're eligible. Devontae Smith, absolutely. A.J. Brown, okay, nobody's even talking about an extension there. Bang, we just extended you, because the market always resets itself. The Dallas Cowboys go ahead and never do that, and they are always playing catch up, and there's a reason they fail all the time. But with the Niners, it's hard for them. They can't do it right now. They have a rookie contract quarterback, but it's really hard with all of those good players. Listen, it's a nice problem to have. To channel Terry Fontenot yesterday, it's a great problem to have all of these good players. But I just think that at some point,
That's enough out of you, Kevin. That is the last damn time you're going to bring up the Falcons anything.
Can I have the big helmet back?
Big brain.
I completely agree. The competitive advantage is paying guys early, and the Niners are just not in position to do that because it is so expensive now to pay a receiver.
You were speaking of outstandingly managed football teams. Here come the Dallas Cowboys.
Here they come.
Yeah, which, you talk about giving guys extensions and this, that, and the third. Was it just last week that Jerry was like, yeah, well, we'll see what everybody gets paid first, and then I'll just, I guess pay my guys more.
It's like the people waiting, being like, well, when the housing bubble bursts, I'll just go in there and get
Exactly.
a nice little $200,000 McMansion. Yeah, that's never happening, pal.
You talk about things that have not changed in 30 years. Last conference championship appearance, 1995. That's when D'Angelo's Brown Sugar came out. The Cowboys have made their pick. Marist Liufau from Notre Dame. Linebacker. A linebacker. Kevin Clark.
Well, look at there.
Linebackers are back. We're back.
A
Marist
linebacker that's 6'2", 235 pounds at that. Not a small guy.
They needed help at linebacker. They needed depth at linebacker. When you consider what they've had the last couple of years with health and aging, this seems like a solid pick to me. I don't know much about him. I didn't watch much.
I know he just blew up an offensive guard. And the offensive guard laid on the ground like, what hit me?
No. What you need to know about everybody in Marcus Freeman's scheme is that they're rarely out of position. But if they are, it's because they're trying to knock someone's teeth out. They are an extremely physical defense, real nasty. He fits that profile perfectly. Hawaii zone.
Man, I trust the linebacker that Marcus Freeman had his hands on.
Yeah.
I think I trust a lot of defensive players that, actually has their hair out of their helmet too.
Always a sign of confidence.
Also, can I say something, a negative that I really like about a player? He's going to get a penalty or two, the nasty kind.
But you can live with those.
Hey,
As long as it's not the
if you're
fourth
gonna
quarter.
miss- if
As long as
you're
it's not the
gonna
fourth
miss,
quarter
miss
when you're
big.
trying to win a game.
As long as
or
you're not
whatever.
out here Vontae's perfect in it.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Crucial points of the ball game where
Right.
you don't need it.
Get those first quarter penalties.
Yes.
Let's do those.
He's Puka Nakua's cousin.
So we talked
Well, every
about
once in a while.
a linebacker going. We have a running back going.
Cuts.
Marshawn Lloyd out of USC.
And
to
he
the Green Bay Packers.
fits the Green Bay Packers. You look at what they had in Aaron Jones. Well, you replace him with a guy in Marshawn Lloyd because he's a slasher, one-cut guy that can get upfield, have that burst to be able to get to the end zone. I really like what he brought to the table when he was at USC.
The USC.
Right.
Oh, Southern Cal.
Extremely injured, by the way. Extremely injured guy. Maybe there's a sign. Maybe if the doctors liked what they saw, maybe there's an adversity. He had knee injuries his first year. He was out the second year. Porter from South Carolina is a fake. Harry Lyles, he went from South Carolina to USC. He could do a ruling on who the real USC is.
Well, I know he would pick correctly because he went to the USC.
By the way, a dude who, when he moves, great cutter.
Yeah.
That would be, you say slasher, I say cutter. He's the kind of dude who, what he may lack up for in astronomical speed. I mean, he's still a sub 4 or 5 guy, right? And he is capable of being physical at the point of attack. But he has such a good read on that one cut, which in that system is why
Zone
he is
scheme.
Zone scheme. Great one cut runner.
See the hole, put your foot in the ground, hit it.
Don't get fancy.
There
Seth,
you go.
what do you got for me over there, man?
I will say this, one thing I like about this is that the Josh Jacobs, Aaron Jones switch didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. The one upside was that what they signed Jacobs to was an expensive deal, but it was kind of just a one-year deal. I think you bring in Lloyd here, it helps you get off of Jacobs next year, so you don't end up paying him a ton of money in the future.
Kevin, I think also when it came to the two running backs, Josh Jacobs is younger too.
Yeah.
Younger than Aaron Jones. That was something. And he's a guy that you can view as a bell cow back if you want that. He led the league in rushing, I think, a few years ago. So he does have those capabilities. I didn't believe Aaron Jones had that capability.
And Seth, we've got an excited Javon Bullard over your shoulder, and we just had another Georgia Bulldog taken in Tyke Smith to the Buccaneers, which is, if we're going to have to see him, I don't know that I like that. Spencer Hall?
No, because again, we're going to repeat a thing about Georgia defenders. Ow.
Yeah.
Ow. A guy, West Philly's own, by the way.
Yeah.
A West Philly native who ended up in Athens. I think he is going to hit, and he's going to hit hard. I sometimes think of these Georgia defenders, I'm like, I really wish the rules were different for you.
Oh, man.
I really do.
Because they're like old school type safeties, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
There would be no telling what that defense would look like if they played with the rules
Crimes
from
on the
15 years
field.
ago,
Yeah, absolute crimes.
Which we don't want that.
No,
We like
don't.
player safety.
No, we don't. But as far as
I like the old way of football.
I was going to say I like it a little bit. I like it a little bit.
I like it a little bit. You can see, by the way, mean, super aggressive. A good culture pick for what the Cardinals should be.
You mean the way football's supposed to be played?
The way football is supposed to be played.
They need,
that's what I like.
They need some tough guys. And he is certainly one of them. The Cardinals are back up here, and they are taking Elijah Jones out of Boston College, a Jeff Hafley product.
Our first Boston College guy.
Is that good?
I just wanted to leave that out there for the room and see if anybody had any,
You're the Hafley head here.
reactions, and you gave me what I was looking for, Kevin, so I appreciate that.
Is this wild? Usually you get a BC lineman off the board.
Yeah.
First. Now, a corner.
I'm sure we'll get there at some point, right?
I'm interested to see what Jeff Hafley is going to be able to do with that defense in Green Bay now. That defense that underperformed the last 2 years. With a lot of stars over there, a lot of first-round draft picks, I should say.
Yeah, and I mean, I can tell you from having conversations with Jeff, he is very happy to be back in the pro ranks.
I don't think that there's a lot of guys now. The job is changing, and it's a completely different
Totally.
job. It's going to become what college basketball became 15 years ago, where it's going to be about just how do you manage this roster. We talked about Mike Norvell earlier. How do you manage the roster? You're cobbling it together. Like, I think about college basketball 2 years ago, where Kansas State literally had to get 15 new players like in a month.
Yep.
You're going to have that in college football. It's not going to be 80 new scholarship guys, but it's going to be a lot.
Can we talk about a side effect of that we're all really going to feel when we're talking about the draft? Is this that coaches no longer have a 4-year plan?
No.
Oh,
You
'cause
you have to
can't.
be good immediately, and that playbook has to be a sheet that somebody can pick up and they can learn in 6 weeks,
Yep.
because you might have to cobble together an offense, defense, and special teams in a matter of one spring season. That's what you're looking at, and that's going to affect development across the board, right? And especially in terms of the quarterback. Chris Peterson used to have these grand plans for his quarterbacks at Boise State and at Washington, where we go, well, in year 1 we want this, in year 2 we've got that, in year 3. Now it's all microwave.
Year
Like,
one, kitchen sink, baby.
Yeah, everything. Okay, we got 18 plays, and they're going to be run out of about 20 different formations, and you better learn them because we need to be good immediately. People get on.
By the way, like the Joker in The Dark Knight, just like snapping the pool stick. Some
Yep.
of you will be
Yeah.
going to Idaho State next year. Okay,
Yeah.
here you go.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Portals open.
It is a different job, though. Like, genuinely, like, even if you just took the ACC and we, the Thursday Night Crew, me, Matt Barry, and Dan Mullen, I believe the back end of our slate was ACC games, and you get a feel for not even just how different every single job in college football is, but even if you just look at a single conference, like North Carolina's situation is not the same as Boston College's, is not the same as Miami, is not nearly the same as Florida State. And
Or Clemson.
Or Clemson, because Clemson just doesn't play the game. But it is just such a different job. And I understand a lot of people took issue with some of the things that Jeff Hafley was saying as it pertains to the state of college football currently, this, that, and the third. You can feel any way you want about that. Like, I know how I feel. I also know I would not sign up to be a college football coach right
I
now.
agree. And when Nick Saban was in Congress, basically, just saying and to Chris Lowe as well, saying he got out because of NIL, people said, well, how could you say that? Well, you benefited so much. I don't think he was saying that. He was just saying, like, the job changed
It's a
and it sucks
completely
now.
different job.
Like, that's all he was. I think that's all. Not to defend. I think Nick Saban made some really good points. But it's like, I just think that the job is different than what it was 20 years ago. And if you don't want to do it,
Yes.
fine. Like, people got out of our industry because you don't write. Nobody writes anymore. Like,
and it's,
okay,
and it's
fine.
less than
New job.
less NIL, because we've sort of done that all the time.
Yeah, because
and it's more portal.
I love NIL, though.
It's more
I
portal.
think it is.
Portal and NIL at the same time.
I think it's more portal, and what I don't like about the portal, I don't mind putting this out there. I don't like when guys can transfer 3 or 4 times.
I agree.
I really don't. If you decide to do that one time and it is what it is, then go riddance. But when I have to study film for the draft and I got to look up 3 or 4 different teams a player's been on, I think that's an issue.
Let me tell you a thrilling storyline that we're going to get out of all of this, and one that writers are going to appreciate the nationwide, which is the inevitable development of the college GM
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
the scouting department, and the ensuing clash between the coach and the college GM. We're going to get professional level managerial intrigue at the college level.
Would
It's
not
gonna
be
happen.
surprised if that's already happened.
It's happening.
In analytics.
In certain.
Yeah.
There it is.
But seriously, it's like now all of a sudden before, right, you're recruiting high school players and there's no way you're going to have like data on all these
Yep.
guys, right? But now you're recruiting transfers from all these college players. You have the tape. Player tracking has come into college football.
Totally.
So now you can run, like if you are an advanced analytics school, you can have a leg up in a way that you totally couldn't have just a few years ago.
This is also my way of saying this. The NCAA football game is going to come out, okay? And if you are an enterprising young man or young woman, okay, and you want to learn and hone your skills, get in the recruiting mode, okay?
Yep.
Make it one big management game, and that is your resume. Someone is going to get a job just because they were super good at the game, guaranteed.
Yeah, it's again, man. It's a completely different world, and I think the important thing, and Seth, you kind of just touched on it. Everybody's doing it different, man. There's 132 teams in FBS right now, but to get us back on track here, a player that to bring us full circle that Jeff Hafley is going to be coaching, Tyron Hopper, linebacker out of Missouri.
Not everyone at once.
No, certainly not.
Florida transfer. Spencer Hall might have some thoughts.
All we do is give.
Another pandemic guy, class of 2019. He's only 23 years old, which in the pandemic timeline is a spry young chicken, 228 pounds, 6'1", from Alpharetta, Georgia.
Look at that.
What do we know about Alpharetta?
Alpharetta between Johns Creek and Roswell, pretty good. Solid football, but as I tell people all the time, and Spencer, you will be able to attest to this. Metro Atlanta football, good. It's better in Gwinnett County if you keep going up 85.
Yeah,
however,
your exurb's a little better, yeah.
However, it's all fun and games until you go down 75 and you get past Macon. And you play, I always say, we were kind of talking about climate earlier.
Sure.
South Georgia is the same as North Florida.
North Florida.
And
Yeah.
once you start getting into South Georgia,
Swamp monsters.
that's exactly.
Yeah.
So,
By the way, on on Teron Hopper, a guy who is just kind of a wild dude, like in terms of how he plays, like aggressive, all over the place. He's going to make some tackles. He's also going to be out of place sometimes. So in order to thrive as a pro, he's going to have to, again, spit and polish. Classic third-round linebacker
yes,
pick.
and a key to that team's turnaround this past season.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's too bad we don't have 83 because Jalen McMillan has gone to the Buccaneers. That is one.
He loves, and we'll put a pin in that.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a guy I pounded the table for a little bit earlier. Made a ton of important catches. That offense. I mean, like, you can't separate Penix from McMillan, Polk, and Adunze.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of it all here. Spencer, what do you got on that Washington offense?
Oh, good snap out of his breaks. That's what I like. They were an extremely aggressive offense that relied on making moves you've seen at the line of scrimmage to free them up downfield. When McMillan and Adunze were on the field, there was no answer for them. I think it's a very different story for them if McMillan is healthy all year. He is going to be, I think, when we talk about stealing talent in these rounds, I think this is a steal for the Bucs, and is going to make Baker Mayfield look better than he actually is.
1,000 yards in 2022 and only 7 starts, part-time player. By the way, 19-yard rushing TD, I'm seeing in the notes here. Like, he can do a lot of different things here.
Good with the ball in his
Yep.
hands. Snappy is the word I have for him out of the breaks. Yeah,
Yes.
Snappy.
And hey, man, putting him across in that same offense as Mike Evans, and
Uh-huh.
a guy that can shoot. He could teach you a thing or two. I think I hate that for us.
For the fellas.
Yeah.
Whatever team ends up defending him, Harry Lyles.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man.
We need to take a corner.
Yeah, this just feels like a real smart pick.
Yeah,
You know?
it does. I mean, the past couple ones that the Buccaneers have made,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. I am concerned
What,
as a Falcons fan.
Total goon squad on the defensive line.
I mean, yeah, which, hey, man, that's what they do. So,
Best available here. So TJ Tampa's still available if you're looking for a corner.
yeah, he's been up there for me.
That could happen. Jaden Nix at safety, still available. He was really high on some of those mock drafts. Cam Hart from Notre Dame is available at corner if you're looking for one. Chris Abrams-Drain from Missouri.
Peyton Wilson's still right there, man.
Peyton Wilson's there, yeah.
Yeah.
Cedric Gray, also another linebacker. Mama,
And-
don't let your sons grow up to be linebackers.
No. There you see Mel's best available, and the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock.
Speaking of smart picks.
Yeah, I was going to say, I am always under the assumption that whenever the Ravens pick a guy on defense, he is going to the Hall of Fame. So
No, I mean, that's not a bad assumption.
it's not. It's really not. I mean,
really not.
That's what they do, man.
They pick Hall of Famers, yeah.
I see a poll over here behind my friend Seth. Seth, you want to take us through this poll?
Ooh, what's been your favorite moment so far? Okay, A.D. Mitchell to the Colts, Cooper DeJean to the Eagles, Blake Corum to the Rams, Spencer's jacket coming up short.
What is
Second-
this?
second
I don't
place.
love the chat. Like they're there like we just love Cooper DeJean to the Eagles.
I know,
we
like
don't love
way
Spencer's
more
jacket.
than Spencer's jacket. And obviously, the answer was Kevin next to Spencer was obviously the best moment.
Yeah.
I was living rent free in
so.
my head.
He got Daffy Ducked, and that's not fair.
The real winner.
Now that we've got HD back, Jalen McMillan just went off the board.
I was gone?
Tampa. No, never.
To Tampa.
But Jalen McMillan went to Tampa.
Yes.
I love him. A guy that's going to win his one-on-one matchups.
Yeah.
Really did a great job working the slot. A game that really sticks out to me, going against Oregon in the Pac-12 championship game, you had some third down situations, right? Was able to be matched up to the short side of the football field in the slot versus safeties, winning those one-on-ones over and over again. I think this is going to be a nice addition. I'm interested to see what they're going to be actually do with Chris Godwin.
Yeah.
Now that you make this draft pick, not saying that they're going to push Godwin out because he's a highly productive wide receiver, but I just want to see how he's going to fit into the mix. We know they're going to throw the football with Baker Mayfield and what he was able to do last season.
And among, because we talked about with this Washington team specifically, when they were healthy, we talked about these three guys, obviously Mike Penix, Dylan Johnson in the backfield. Where do you sort of have McMillan when we talk about those three receivers specifically? Obviously, he's not Rome. But what about his game stuck out to you and sort of made him stick out? Because this was a different team. He had some injury issues.
Yeah.
And this was a different football team when he was on the field.
Well, I think being able to, like I mentioned earlier, win is one-on-ones, but I think what makes a slot receiver dynamic is being able to work the zones and find the voided places. So everyone thinks you're supposed to go 100 miles per hour when you're in the slot. That's not how it works. You got to know when to go 100 miles per hour, when to go 75, when to go 60, understand what coverage, what leverage to run your route off of. And I thought McMillan did a great job of that while he was at Washington.
Yeah, I mean, this was a Washington team. I think it was probably after the first 2 or 3 weeks where we were like, okay, they might be the best team in the country. And they looked like that for much of the year.
I thought they were.
Yeah, I mean, it was. You could not argue with the results.
The way Tampa
Michigan.
Bay is addressing needs right now and letting the draft fall to them is masterful.
Yeah.
I really like what they're doing. You guys hearing footsteps in the 2024 NFC South?
Yeah.
What's that? No, not nervous at all.
I still think.
Sorry, brother Kevin.
Falcons are going to win the division. Oh! I'm gonna get a oh.
You know my official stance on the Falcons.
Yeah.
One should not interact with the Falcons.
No.
Yeah, you guys, it's too late for you. But I had that choice, and I decided
Yes.
my life would be better if I did not interact with the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah.
So I'm aware of the Falcons, and I support you in your fandom, but I don't need that in my life.
It feels like we are starting to have a run on linebackers here with Adiza Isaac out of Penn State.
Okay,
throwing the ball.
you mentioned Brian Orakpo, and you mentioned Brian Orakpo as a guy who came to football late, and/or Adisa Isaac with a different, but I think also slightly similar path in that. He played everything. Dude did a little bit of everything, and I am not lying, including tap dancing. A really, really gifted athlete who I think is just learning to play the game. You will need to go to some place where, you have a defensive coordinator who understands individual players and how to make them successful. Oh, look, he ended up with the Ravens. Look, it's another smart pick for Baltimore. Hey, I like it.
Really good with his hands. Led Penn State last year with 16 tackles for loss, 7.5 sacks. Play recognition, high motor, can play in a 2-point stance, 3-point stance, 4-point stance, can play on the right side, left side. I really liked them in goal line situations when they were going against certain opponents. And I was like, ooh, this young man is being really physical at the point of attack and being disruptive. So I like this pick for the Baltimore Ravens. We talk about this organization all the time. Culture, culture, culture. It means everything. And a lot of people like to get on John Harbaugh. Why don't he why doesn't he catch a lot of heat for not winning Super Bowl after Super Bowl? Well, when you're relevant, when your culture is set, when you see a player and people say, hey, that's a Baltimore Raven, that means something to me.
Yeah.
Really does.
Also means to be consistently good in the NFL for a decade.
Every year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Class of 2019, Harry Douglas. He's another COVID guy.
There you go. That COVID year, man.
But team captain, which, you should have if you're that old. Should have some leadership qualities.
That would be a red flag if he was.
You know what NFL draft chestnut we have not polished off, which I get to do here too. Also with Isaac, his first love was basketball. Yeah,
There we go. We
got
love
that cliche.
We love a guy with basketball ties, and we love a guy that went to Houston Christian, Jalix Hunt, to the Philadelphia.
Oh, one of the best athletes in the draft. I don't know if you guys. He's a small school guy, obviously. I didn't see the explosion on the tape. I love athletes like this. I think they're so raw, you can coach them up. I didn't see the speed and the burst that the combine testing suggested when I watched the tape. Obviously, the Eagles disagree. They're an analytics-based team. Seth Walder knows that. I did not love what I saw on tape, but I do love the combine numbers, and maybe the Eagles can coach something into him.
He's actually out there moving like a hybrid linebacker safety.
Oh,
Yeah, and he was used all over the field.
yeah. By the way, the background on this guy is that he has done every single track event ever and was really good at all of them. A dude with a weird pedigree, Cornell to Houston Christian.
So let's say hypothetically
Yeah,
I
it's
said what I said now just a few seconds ago on my podcast. A family member reached out and basically said he hasn't played a lot of football. He's very raw. He will get better at the next level. I'm inclined to believe that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wildly talented athlete, though.
Yeah.
That's
Well, backpedaling like that as an edge rusher and getting an interception and taking it to the house.
Yeah.
That's not normal.
Yeah. Little freak, a little incubating freak if he ends up in the right hands, which he may just
I thought
have.
this is pretty early, but Howie Roseman knows ball.
Yeah.
hey man, looking at those three, I'm in.
Yeah. Again,
You want to be an Eagles fan?
I mean, well, so no, but interesting strategy. You either go apparently all Georgia like they did last year, or you just pick all dudes. Like those are 3 dudes right there.
Yeah.
So,
All dudes team. I love that.
yeah.
you were talking about, hey, that's a Ravens guy. Okay, that's an Eagles pick. That's a third-round Eagles pick.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing.
I thought the Bills were going to go another wide receiver.
Dwayne Carter, and we are not talking Lil Wayne.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I can tell you something about Dwayne Carter, man. This is a guy, when you do, and HC, you know this, when you do sideline reporting for games, one of your main assignments is to find out who the guys on the field are. And this past year was my 3rd year being on the sidelines. That is the brightest, hardest working guy that I have encountered in 3 years. That guy right there. Like he might not have the best measurables. He might not have the best tape. That dude is a genius. Just a great head on his shoulders, works hard. That is the guy that I would take on my football team.
Plays at Duke, too.
Yeah.
A zero
Has to be smart.
A zero mess player.
Yeah.
Right? Zero mess when you pick him.
Yeah.
Steady.
Incredible. We had TIP and Dwayne Carter in the same night. He's gonna make our Millie. I'm so
Mr.
sorry.
Carter.
I am him.
If I had a flag, I would throw it.
yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say.
That's all right.
more
Sometimes
picks.
you got to let the beat build. And if we're lucky enough and we get another rapper, we'll have a 3-peat.
You know the word after that. Let the beat build.
Sorry, guys. We got 5 more picks.
11:07.
5 more picks.
11:07. By the way, I wrote the point at which I had lost my mind, which was 7:26 p.m. So we are well past. I wrote it down on this sheet of paper. I was like, I'm just gonna start talking.
It's
7:26.
over.
Oh, man.
over.
Seth, how are we
Chad,
doing over there since we're all going nuts over here?
I'm good. I looked up some useless trivia, or I didn't. I asked ESPN stats and info, so here, I'll give it to you right now. You remember there were the 3 Michigan picks in a row, right? Blake Corum, Zach Zinter, and Roman Wilson, right?
Yeah.
All 3. And I was like, has that ever happened before? It has. This is the second earliest it's ever happened. The first, though, happened in the first round. So that was D. Milliner, Chance Warmack, DJ Fluker. I don't know if that's like a bad omen for
Yeah, I was gonna say.
this group here, because that group didn't work out so hot. But that was 9-11 in 2013.
Wow.
Chance Warmack, that was a teammate of mine in Tennessee. Oof. He didn't like conditioning sessions.
I mean, he did used to
we
let the gut hang
Oh, yeah.
out of the
Yes, he
midriff
did.
shirt. That was his brand. Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody's got to be that guy.
Were you on the team where they ended up in the same hotel as an anime convention?
Say it again?
An anime convention. Do you remember this? Chance Warmack ended up in a hotel with the Titans did, and Chance Warmack was into anime. He just joined the convention.
Wow.
But that's so Chance, though. that is so Chance Warmack.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Love that. We need more guys like that.
I'm not here to play football. Let me join this
Yeah.
convention.
You trying to tell me
Right.
so he lost like meaningful like rest to Neon Genesis Evangelion cosplay.
Yeah. That's what happened.
Okay.
That's what happened.
I now admire him even more. All right.
Hey,
Harry was
Mr.
asleep upstairs. He didn't even know about the anime convention
Right,
going
yeah.
on downstairs at whatever.
No, 83 was at, bro, why am I blanking? Ruth's Chris.
You know I was. What am I getting?
Oh, bro, he's getting, first off, all right. let me tell
Can
y'all
I explain
something.
this as a third thing? These two have a very special tradition
We do.
that I
yeah.
adore. It's very cute.
Yeah.
We do. So obviously, 83 is always doing. You do get up during the week.
This is my brother
I've got
from
my
another
Thursday
mother.
night game, and so we get into wherever we're doing college game day at on Friday. And every Friday, if we are in a place that has a Ruth's Chris,
That's what we are.
We are up in that thing. He is getting 2 orders of shrimp.
Mm-hmm.
If there is not 5 shrimp on that plate, he is not a happy man. He likes his it's the sweet potato casserole.
Potato casserole.
No sugar.
No pecans.
No pecans. Right?
Yep.
And his steak, likes that. Caesar salad. Dressing's got to be on the side.
No cheese.
No cheese. Extra croutons.
Extra croutons. There you go.
Yeah.
What
What does he order?
Simple.
What does he order?
Whatever he wants.
I get the same filet. So he should know this because
Yeah,
I
he
always
does
get
get
on him
filet,
for it
yeah.
about it. I get the sweet potato casserole with all the fixins on it, and I'm always like, excuse him, he's a child.
Yep.
And he likes his like rare.
What's the move if you're in a college town too small for Ruth's Chris?
We're probably staying 2 hours away.
Yeah.
in a
Near
town that
near
has-
Ruth's Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we do the drive.
Yeah, like when we go to
Just
college,
accept it.
if we end up at like College Station or something like that for Notre Dame ATM, I don't know if we're going to do that.
Houston.
But we are not going to stay there. We're going to be in Houston, and we're going to be at Ruth's Chris.
Yep.
Jerry and Jones, Florida State, for the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'm certain my friend Richard Johnson is somewhere with his shirt off right now. Is he not, Spencer?
Oh, yeah.
One of the best cornerback athletes in this draft. He's a transfer. He was always sturdy, consistent, year-over-year progress. He kind of typifies what this Florida State kind of transfer process is all about. I'm hugely impressed with him. Here's
Yeah.
a Gators highlight.
Look
Always.
at that.
There's always a Gators highlight.
A
man.
glaring need, though. You can't have Ronald Darby as one of your main corners if you're the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think, his time is coming to an end soon. So
Yeah.
another guy with some size that can fight for the football and make plays like this. Whenever you can have a guy that can intercept the football, but not only intercept it, but take it back for a touchdown, so your offense doesn't even have to come out on the football field. It's very nice that you can have a guy like that.
Another COVID kid, but a Mississippi State transfer in 2020.
Yeah, and honestly, anybody on that Florida State defense, I know it's sort of easy to forget how good they were because of how the year ended. But if you're getting a guy off that defense, man, like you're getting a guy that can play.
Yeah.
Like they were that good.
Yep.
Yeah. My cheat sheet on all Florida State guys is that they're all running backs in disguise, which just means outrageously athletic, right? Outrageously athletic, super aggressive. Maybe sometimes in Jerry's case, a little too aggressive.
100%. Which again, sometimes you gotta have that.
Yeah, he's a hit big, miss big guy.
Gotta have it. Bengals coming up. We got what here? 4 more picks.
Do they
Coming down to the
go
end.
Troy Franklin here?
They go McKinley Jackson
Okay, never mind.
out of Texas A&M, ATM, defensive tackle.
Okay, they're loading up on the defensive side, right?
Yeah, wouldn't hurt.
How did Jimbo Fisher lose so many games with this team?
Oh man, well, can we do
How long
3
do
more
we have?
rounds?
Yeah. If we
Do we have 3 more hours left?
Yeah, can we do rounds 4 through 7?
We can
Yeah.
definitely break it down for you.
I mean,
I kind of know. But
this is a prototype pick because McKinley Jackson is a prototypically built defensive tackle. He is just low, squat. He was one of the bellwethers of this team that was almost in a lot of games. That's a great way to put the Jimbo Fisher era at A&M. This defense almost bailed him out a lot of times. He's a big part of that.
I actually like what Cincinnati has done, right? Amarius Mims in the first round, offensive tackle. Chris Jenkins in the second round, D tackle. Jermaine Burton, still scratching my head a little bit about that one, but McKinley Jackson, defensive tackle, Texas A&M.
Yeah, and you could see them. Obviously, this defense kind of took a step back last year in a big way. So certainly addressing that need, which is good for the Bengals. Seth, you look like you're over.
Oh, I'm just
over
thinking
there.
about they've taken 2 D tackles. They got
Yeah.
B.J. Hill, Sheldon Rankins. Like it's a lot of investment in the area. I mean, I don't hate it. I mean,
Sure.
you
You
set
just want
yourself
that
up
depth.
forever, but it's just a lot.
Yeah,
I think you want to be able to have that depth, right? To be able to rotate guys in
yeah.
so they're fresh and,
Yeah.
especially in the other division that they're in, you have a Lamar Jackson. Who else you have? You got the Pittsburgh Steelers, who are probably going to rush the football very effectively. One of the better rushing teams last year. I think that's going to escalate a lot more.
you have whatever backup
then you-
outplays
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson
Yeah,
later in
then,
the season.
then you have the Ravens, right? We know what the Ravens are made of, and Lamar Jackson and their run game. They have Derrick Henry now, so you got to get that beef up front, boss.
I would also say, man, going back to the Last Dance thing, if this really is T. Higgins and even Trey Hendrickson's last year there,
yeah.
you end up with a scenario where you're just looking for this year, looking for the depth for this year. What do we need? We're going to stack positions because we need a little bit here. So this isn't about a 5-year plan. This is about winning a Super Bowl with Joe Burrow this year. I think they would have won the Super Bowl last year if everybody was healthy. When you look at the coaches who came back, when you looked at just the roster that was peaking, I think they had an incredible opportunity. Unfortunately, Burrow hurts his calf week 1 of training camp. He never gets healthy. The whole thing's a wash. You get to redo it this year. Only difference is you lost your offensive coordinator with Brian Callahan.
Yeah. And I think when you look at Cincy as well, too, there's only been 2 quarterbacks that we can say to date that has beaten Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs.
Yep.
Tom Brady won.
Yep.
He's retired. Joe Burrow's the only one that is active right now. So you like your chances if Joe's healthy. Also, T. Higgins got banged up last season, and that kind of threw their chemistry off a little bit. So really looking forward to Cincinnati rebounding from a year ago and looking more like they looked the previous 2 years.
Agree.
Yeah.
Spencer.
If you can draft big and mean, you do it.
Yeah.
That's also, like, I don't want to get too complex about this pick, but yeah, they're lining up for trench warfare in their division.
Yeah, I do like that thought, though, Kevin, about them really pushing to get it done now. Just because I think we all sort of just assume and I think mostly hope that Joe Burrow is going to stop getting hurt and to capitalize on that. Because, I mean, we don't know if he's going to stay healthy. These little things, I mean, some of them more big than others, keep popping up.
I always go back to this. A lot of them are different injuries.
Right.
Is that good news or bad news?
Yeah.
Right? Like, is it good news or bad news? He's had 4 or 5 little injuries or big injuries that have really kept him out of time that have all been different parts of his body. I don't know the answer to that. At some point, it's either bad luck or he's injury prone. I don't know which.
Right.
I believe he'll win a Super Bowl at some point in his career, and it might be this year.
Selfishly, I want him to stay healthy because, my God, man, there are not many more guys that are fun to watch than him when he is healthy. Guys are around him, and they're on.
It's also a personality in a way that there aren't enough of those guys in the league.
Throw that football to 7-11.
Yeah.
He always open. Jamar Chase.
And he's doing it with the Bengals, man. I mean, that's like.
Listen,
So-
we really need to take that into consideration here.
There's a report out there, the reason Peyton Wilson is falling is that one of his knees does not have an ACL.
What?
DeJuan Blair.
It's like a DeJuan Blair. Yeah, exactly.
DeJuan.
DeJuan Blair had 0 ACLs.
I know.
0.
One of his knees doesn't have an ACL.
Yeah.
Well, there he is.
Oh, there he is.
Peyton Wilson.
Well, he didn't
Dude,
fall
the
anymore.
Steelers
He just
stared right at that
right
ACL.
in.
that's a
and said,
Steelers pick, bro.
That is. Hey,
We don't need a guy with an ACL.
hey, you can't tear an ACL
Yeah.
if you don't have one.
Yeah.
True story.
Yep.
Oh, man. This dude
They're
is
going to
a
ask him
dog.
to take out the other ACL. They're going to be like, no,
Yeah,
man.
get rid of it. The Ronnie Lott, but even more extreme. Yeah.
Just for symmetry. You don't want him having a weird gait or something.
That's
Just
right.
Get rid of the other
I
one.
don't need a spare. Peyton.
All right, I love this pick if he's got, if he can manage the ACL issue. Incredible athlete, always around the ball. We talked a little bit earlier about whether or not he loves contact. He will learn to love contact in Latrobe, Pennsylvania, 5 months from now. They hit the crap out of each other. I implore you, if you love football and you're anywhere within 3 hours of Latrobe, go to a practice, watch a drill called 7 shots. They tee off on each other. If Peyton Wilson cannot handle that, he cannot handle the NFL. He cannot handle being a Pittsburgh Steeler. I bet he learns a lot about himself in 5 months.
And we seen it in the first clip, right? Running around the blockers are going to make the tackle. That's good. At the collegiate level, it's not going to always be like that in the National Football League. Sometimes you might have to be able to take on those blockers, and it's not necessary for you to make the play, but to also do your job and open something up for somebody else on that defense.
The real challenge there when we were talking about, if they don't bite. Great movement guy.
Yep.
Superb in pursuit. Okay. Reads things pretty well. The whole I enjoy hitting people thing, yeah. Interesting pick for the Steelers.
Yeah.
There's going to be a collision with Darnell Washington in 5 months' time. And if Peyton Wilson survives that, he can survive that.
It won't just be him.
No.
It's going to be Pat Freiermuth,
Yep.
all those guys on that offensive line, in which they've taken 3 of them now in the last 2 years.
You know who's
Yeah.
coming for him? George Pickens. That's who's coming for him.
Yeah.
Dog.
It's
You
not
talking about
just
a
the big
The
boys
dog.
in Pittsburgh. It's not
That
just
is
the
the
big
dog.
Talk about
Mr. Bully himself.
Knuckle-
Mike Tomlin will make
Knuckles.
Russell Wilson come for him. Mr. Unlimited's coming for him.
I'm
He
not
doesn't
going to
watch
have
himself.
knee-jerk
We
reactions.
couldn't get out of here.
This is such a Rams pick, too.
Kevin Clark, the floor is yours.
Wow, okay, Miami native, incredible in the community, obviously. He did not have a great last season. He was an All-American by basically every metric a year ago. PFF, AP, all that stuff. Got a lot of banners in that indoor practice facility. He took a step back last year. I think he was hurt a little bit, but he was a ball hawk. He was an interception machine. I was talking him up a lot going into this year. I didn't see what I needed to see. The instincts, I think, took a step back, possibly because of some of those injuries. He missed some time. He had a nasty injury at the end of Texas A&M, if you guys remember. That everybody looked like it thought it was going to be a season-ending thing. He had to go to the hospital. He ended up being okay, came back a couple weeks later. A very weird, inconsistent season from him on an inconsistent team. I am betting on the upside. There were some teams that fell in love with him in the interview process, others that didn't. I know he's a smart player who understands how to be around the ball. I think he's going to have a nice NFL career, but if he doesn't reach his superstardom that maybe we thought going into this year.
Yeah, I like him. The simple fact that you can have those ball skills. In the National Football League, it's all about taking the football away, right? Giving your offense extra possessions. He's a guy that is a ball hawk, in my opinion. You're going to always find him around it. So the Los Angeles Rams, man, I think they hit on one.
I think the thing that is the greatest compliment you can pay to a college safety is that you have to account for them. That's it. Most of the time in college, safeties, they're kept back. They're, a lot of the times, unless you're one of these like 5 or 6 teams that can really develop, safeties, they're kept back. And, hey, you guys stay back there, play your assignments, fill your run blocks. That's about it. You have to account for him.
The other thing I will say is he played next to another safety who was in this draft named James Williams.
Yep.
That is not the easiest draw in the world to be the safety next to James Williams in the way that he played. I will leave it at that.
But I love, you've seen, Kitchens come from depth to be able to sack the quarterback.
Yeah.
The ground that he's able to make up with that athleticism.
Hyper-aware player, and that's going to, I think the Rams saw that on tape.
Now, guys, we've got our final pick of the night, and it is Luke McCaffrey, wide receiver out of Rice.
Christian McCaffrey's brother.
That's right.
You may ask, Rice? I say, yes. Actual Rice football player drafted.
The Commanders took him?
Yes. His quarterback was JT Daniels last year.
Yes.
Now
JT.
there's somebody. I agree with Harry Douglas that JT Daniels should be banned from college football. He's
No way.
played for
I
too
think
many
he should-
teams.
Transfer
too
portal
many
king.
years.
No, he should be allowed to play like another 3 or 4 schools.
His dad is a
See the
huge
world.
Lions fan. Good dude.
Is that true?
Yes.
I don't know if JT's going to make it. I don't know if he's going to get
Well,
there.
he retired.
Oh, he did?
He did.
A nice catch.
Good for him. How many times is he going to lose his helmet? What's going on here? We
That's
buckle,
style
we buckle
points.
chin straps to this
We
level,
call
young
those
man.
style points. You got to have a guy like that too,
Had a wild career. Yes, as you can see, did play QB. Yes, that's QB.
At Nebraska?
At Nebraska, to show you how wild the Nebraska QB experience
Didn't
is.
I
we
don't know
all
why
there
he doesn't
see-
look 6'2" on his film.
No.
Any theories?
He looks like he's
Any
about 5'9".
Oh, really? Any theories on that, Harry?
No.
Anyway, that's an athletic family, as you can see here on the screen. Obviously, some of us remember watching his father, Ed. We know Christian and a brother, Max, Duke wide receiver.
NFL jeans. NFL jeans.
I think it was a camera angle. It was a camera angle at Rice. I think.
Yeah,
was the issue.
100%. Hey, before
Got
we
that
get out of
cliche
here,
off the board.
guys, final thoughts. I want to start with Seth. Seth, what we've gone through 3 rounds here. Big takeaways, surprises. What do you got for me?
To me, the thing that I've been thinking about is how few huge errors there have been. There's only one trade that I would call insane. That was the Rams trade up. Usually you see more of those, and I'm surprised about that. Also, we talked a couple times about big reaches, but there were not very many of those. And those are the kinds of things I look for. Look, it's always hard to tell, right? Which players are going to pan out, which players are not. But you take a guy way ahead of time, that's a mistake. Do you make a bad trade, that's a mistake. There weren't a ton of those. So, I don't know. NFL, stock up.
Look at that.
Wow,
Big
the entire league.
Yeah.
I think for me,
Except
it's
the Rams.
the Washington Commanders, right?
Yeah.
Starting with their first-round draft pick, Jaden Daniels, they got their quarterback. Then Newton, the defensive tackle. Mike Samerstiel, one of my favorite players in this draft. Ben Sinnott, tight end position from Kansas State. Brandon Coleman, offensive guard. And then Luke McCaffrey, right? Another McCaffrey in the National Football League. So when I look at the Washington Commanders, they had a plan coming into the draft for day 1 and day 2. I think they're executing that plan very, very well.
Hey, I just want to thank the Atlanta Falcons for keeping it weird. That's it. Everybody else, you've got the Bucks out here having a great draft.
Oh, I'm so
you've
sick
got
of y'all two
You've
over
got
there
the Commanders
to the left.
Yeah, but you know what, Falcons, you kept it weird. You kept us awake, and I really appreciate that.
Yes, Kevin Clark.
You're my boy.
Yeah, I love the Malachi Corley pick. We went over it. I think that's just going to be an instant impact guy, which you don't see a lot in the third round. They didn't have a second-round pick, but I really think that pick helped them in a year where they're going to need that in the draft, and they're going to need guys who are security blankets. I mean, the Jets are not the most stable franchise. They're going to need easy answers, even for Aaron Rodgers. I think it gives them that. I think it's a smart pick, and I think when the Jets make a smart pick, we should give them their due.
100%. Is there anybody's name that we did not hear called today that you are looking
Troy
forward
Franklin.
to?
Troy Franklin.
Troy Franklin, yeah.
Same.
Troy Franklin.
That's
And I got to tell you, I don't know. I haven't heard anything about TJ Tampa, only because he was 46th on Mel's big board.
Yeah.
Cedric Gray, same deal, 51. Cedric Gray had a lot of hype coming into this season at North Carolina. That team kind of went sideways, and that defense went a little sideways. But Tez Walker, another guy who was really hyped up from
Javon
USC,
Baker.
didn't make that leap there. So I'm intrigued to see some of these guys tomorrow.
Yes, there is plenty left to be had. Cologne, we're getting out of here, right? Yeah? Guys, we appreciate it. Honestly, I could do a few more rounds, but we are not going to do that. We are going to go. I am Harry Lyles. We appreciate having Seth Walder along with us tonight. He made our team better. That is Harry Douglas, Spencer Hall, Kevin Clark. Thank you for joining us on day 2 of the draft. Enjoy it tomorrow. It won't be as great without us, but you'll have to deal with it.